Well,
it's hard to be in the middle of nowhere in India because there are people in all over the place.
I understand. It was a mate of mine, Rob Mukherjee, was over there. Big Everton fan.
Your Mucker.
The old Mukherjee. He went over for that first game, and he also went back for the semis and the final. Was supporting India, and so it was ultimately. He said the ground was incredible. It's easy to get into. Well, it was the first game. I heard some other stories subsequently, but
once you've got a ticket, it's easy.
And make sure you have a strong bladder if you're in the upper tier.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
Let's not get all cultural about toilets and things.
Dave Wood says
it's not that long ago since people on football terraces in England and Scotland used to piss in the pocket of the bloke in front of them.
I've been on a terrace at Wembley back in the day when someone
Wembley.
Not in my pocket, fortunately, but right behind me. Horrible.
I've had that at the away end at Arsenal once. Yeah.
Ugh, yuck.
Anyway, more better things.
More better things, please.
More salubrious things, or maybe not. Dave Wood says Disney's success is being measured on the trust scale. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Hello, Ajit. Very exciting version of Thomas so far. He has the hustle, the bounce, and the heat. He's also able to bowl dry and consistently.
The hustle, the bounce, and the heat.
Yep.
Coming to a screen near you.
In a
GC
world.
Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot. Get It Quietly plays with over 50-year-olds. That's how that works, yeah.
That's how that works.
Well, it doesn't actually, because you could be over 49, can't you?
England's new batsman is this fella.
Yeah.
They have to cheat even at that level.
Yeah.
Carrier in again, and Brook gets his first ball, just steers it to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, I was quite annoyed by that. When I was captain, I brought two 49-year-olds into the team. One of them was your friend Adam.
Yep.
Obviously,
I'd bring him into every team.
Yes, so obviously a fantastic player.
Quality player.
And they only played about 3 games each and never got going. And then as soon as I wasn't captain, they scored a grillion runs.
Yeah.
Grillion. This is just defended rather indeterminately by Harry Brook.
And you think that's not necessarily your fault? Is that the point you're making?
Yes, it is the point I'm making. I must admit the captain after me did a great job at keeping him from the clutches of the first team, which is a very tactical part of lower team captaincy.
Adam Brown is a wonderful cricketer. I used to play with him at a club. Occasionally, well, he was in the first and I was in the seconds, but occasionally I used to get drafted up. And I once went out to bat with him for some reason. It was in a friendly game. And I was at the non-strikers end, and he's hit the first ball through mid-wicket and called for a quick 2, and I'm chugging out the other end. And then there was an overthrow. It didn't all run 4, and that was it. I was just gone for the rest of the afternoon. First ball and all run 4. They weren't even my runs. I wouldn't mind, but I was at the wrong end.
Score is 110 for 3 after 16. So England still in an okay position, I suppose, but not as good as it might have been from earlier on. Crawley coming forward to this ball from O'Shane Thomas and just
Speaking of injustices, the nice people can't see me on YouTube.
I didn't realise we were on YouTube.
No, I think we are.
Oh, amazing. Someone might know how to do that.
All those requests I've put in to have you kicked off YouTube haven't worked. Is that
well, some of them did. They keep putting us back on though, yeah.
Right.
Oh, I don't think I'm on either. I think the only person people can see is not Fred.
Lucky people. Thomas has 0 for 7 off 3 overs and 1 ball.
Very good, isn't it?
Yeah, his first over went for 1. He's pretty sharp.
Here he is again. He's got a slip back in place. A flamingo-y type shot here as he turns it round the corner to deep backward square for a single. Does Crawley?
You say that, but I've never seen a flamingo play a cricket shot.
What would they hold the bat with? The other leg?
Beak. You know what they mean, don't you?
Nope.
You do know what they mean.
No, I don't.
You do.
Perhaps if you
standing on one leg.
Perhaps if you had a flamingo in the style of Rod Hull and Emu.
The funny thing about that.
Do you mean Bernie Clifton?
The funny thing,
the ostrich.
Yeah.
The funny thing about that was that Emu was the talented one in the partnership.
Oh, he tried to do things without Emu at the end.
Yeah,
it bombed
really
so
didn't
hard.
work.
Yeah.
Thomas in and bowls. Turn around the corner by Brook. Runs away to deep backward square. He's going to get his first.
But
Run.
I'll always have a soft spot for Rod Hull and Emu after what they did to that monstrous boar, Michael Parkinson.
Yes, yeah.
And the funny way he died, in which was falling off his roof trying to fix his aerial to watch
Yeah.
Man United.
Yeah, as someone said, the police...
To the end, it was comedy to the end.
You just wonder whether he took Emu up there to help him.
Well, plus what his police silhouette on the ground looked like.
What?
It was a silhouette with Hetmyer.
God.
Too soon?
It's been about 25 years.
Thomas in bowls to Crawley, who dabs him into the offside, and they are through for a quick single.
You know, people say no deaths are funny, but to be
yeah,
honest,
they are.
some of them are.
That's what the whole Darwin Awards is about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crawley's got 14.
Actually,
think
Darwin was one of the most humorless people that ever existed.
I'm sure to make all those classifications, but I think my favourite was the guy who had his office on the 50th floor, and he showed people around it, and he says, "Look at these windows, completely unbreakable," and he used to jump into the windows.
Oh,
and bounce off them
no.
until one day.
Why would you keep doing that?
Well, it could work until the last time.
Because it had always worked before.
Brook times on nicely through deep backward point and gets a single.
Crawley Brook sounds like a new development somewhere in, that used to be a dock somewhere in
Yeah, it sounds
Rotherhithe or somewhere.
Or a new town in Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
Skelmersdale, is that one up north somewhere between Liverpool and Manchester?
The commentators on the TV are Stacey Ann King and Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Attack it, like Nikhil. Nikhil Uttamchandani.
That's how it should be.
Thomas into the crease. Beautiful timing this from Crawley. One of those.
Yeah.
I'd say that's the very best of Zach Crawley.
Stand and deliver.
And he's going to get himself
your
one
money
of
or
these.
your life.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
When Crawley did that first ball of the Ashes, man, what a start that was. Back onto Twitter. Mark Zip is with us. He's at the record fair again. Morning all, good to hear you live. Even Fred, ! See you at the side-by-side record fair and DJ event in Kingston, New York today.
Hooray!
Free admission at noon, gifts for the whole family. Usual GC discount applies. Messages.
Zero, isn't it?
98%.
0%.
Messages is with us and confirms that we're on YouTube. Or are we? What is Jason doing?
Carrier bowl's a bit of a full toss here, but
Oh, he's
all that Brook can do with it is swat it to long on for a single.
he's put
Due
our
to
pictures
popular
up.
demand,
Yes.
people other than me are now visible. Well,
Yep.
this is exciting.
Just
isn't
seeing
it?
a lovely replay of that Crawley shot, which very trademark shot, I would say. Big man down the wicket, hitting it top of the bounce and timing it through extra cover. Anyway, this latest ball is just defended to backward point, no run.
If you look back on the World Cup for England, don't you think
I
someone should have resigned or been sacked?
Actually, one of the selectors has gone anyway because he's been poached by an IPL team, hasn't he?
Who's that?
Full delivery from Carrier and just defended
Can't remember his name.
by
Something
Zach
like
Crawley.
Bob Donut or something.
Something like that.
Ah,
It's a bloke nobody had heard of, but he's moved on anyway.
not Luke Wright.
No.
So he's carried the can, has he? Poor old Bob.
No,
Dunn.
I think he decided that a while. Who's the? Come on, help us out.
So they've
Twitterati.
invented someone to do that.
Who's the bloke who sounds like Bob Donut?
A big stride down the pitch, steering it into the cover point region, Crawley, and getting himself a single.
Rob Danish.
We should get Hendo in as our pastry expert. I called him
Darren,
Hendry because I merged Hendo and pastry, which has been done many times.
Darren Panoreza. Delicious. 120 for 3 England are in the 18th over. Being bowled by Carrier, who gives this one a bit of air outside the off stump, and it's driven.
Schwartz,
And
Warner.
Brook can't get a single there. As
I'm
it's
doing cake
fielded.
cricketer puns now.
Oh, yeah. Hard to do on air because you a lot of time thinking.
Don't require a lot of thought.
They do when they're good, like the ones I do. One ball left in this 18th over.
Blimey.
Carrier in to bowl it, and a bit shorter this time, and Brook fastens onto it, but only gets a single as there is a man patrolling that square leg boundary at the end of the 18th, it's 121 for 3.
On the one, O'Shane has looked decent so far. Shame there isn't a speed gun to know if his speeds are up.
Yeah, why is
now
there no
you, now
speed
you
gun?
notice it, yeah. Hattie the mad old Batty, hello Hattie. Got a tad confused to be notified by YouTube there is a match on, especially as matches started a while ago. Well, they do things like that.
Yeah, we'll blame it on them.
I'm not going to say that the fault of that wasn't at this end. Hattie, thanks for being there, but you should know that I turned everything on today, so anything technical that's not happened, you can lay squarely at the Bears' door.
Question
for not
one,
being here.
did you turn everything on?
No.
Not
Yeah.
the lights. Talking of people who should have been sacked or resigned, who's in next? It's Josh Butler.
Yeah, I think he should have taken some responsibility, yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
wants-
I'm
he
in
wants-
it-
he
and
wants
I'm-
to be-
He
he
should
wants
have
to be
fallen
part of
on
the
his
solution.
sword, but he might have missed.
Right, Romario Shepherd's going to start a new over. He's bowling here to Harry Brook, who's back defending it. There's no run.
I think he was named after the footballer. He has a brother, Stoichkov.
Vedegor of Hesselink. They were triplets.
Well, Fidel Edwards and Pedro Collins are, I think, half brothers.
Yes, I think so.
Something like that.
I forgot there's a whole slate of football games going on, and I have some bets on. Excuse me while I check what's going on.
Shepherd into the crease. And he's onto the back foot here, steering it through the covers. And a bit of a fumble there allows him to get through for a single.
You
Liverpool
changed...
2, Fulham 2,
Oh, okay.
before half-time.
That's guaranteed 2 all full time.
Yeah.
Guaranteed?
Or
Well,
it-
I put good money. I put some money on that because it's probably about
by the next
9
goal.
to 1
Yeah.
for no more goals. But you can't actually tell because I can look at it actually in 3 minutes and it'll be 2-1 to somebody.
Yes.
So scores mean nothing anymore.
Another stand and deliver flay through the offside there from Crawley. Gets himself one more.
Should I do my Adam and the Ants impression?
Yes, please.
No.
Okay.
Oy, oy.
123 for 3, halfway through the 19th. I'm going for a well-earned wee and a beer in about 9 balls' time. There'll be some other people here to help you through the next period of the game.
What's going on next?
What is bloody going off out there? A delicate little guide down to wide third man there from Harry Brook for one more.
Is that a no ball that he just signalled? I know umpires do sometimes stick their hands out randomly.
Yes. It's also the sign for over, isn't it? Of course, when you're walking away from, you just go over.
There's no
like
sign
that.
for over.
Well, people do that all the time. Over, like that. You've never seen that in your long career?
No.
Long illustrious career.
And now
Umpires
completed.
always do that. Well, often do that. A straight ball, defended into the offside.
The
no
thing
run
that
there.
came in about 10 or 15 years ago was umpires attracting each other's attention when there was 1 or 2 balls left in the over to sort of tap themselves on the shoulders.
I always do that.
I always do that.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's not.
I'm
It's
terrible at counting.
Yes, exactly.
It's not that old as a thing. People looking very excited in the crowd.
We saw a flag of the Leyton Orient East Stand Moaners in the crowd, and
Shepherd
Well, you
bowls
have to
ball
specify
outside the
which
stump.
stand.
This is muscle to backward point. He's really timed that one. And that's through for one of these.
Aye. It says Liverpool 2, Fulham 3.
oh, it's not half time.
45 past 7.
It's not half time yet. The score after there's a load of goals in the first half, then there's none in the
I
second.
think you've just been proved wrong very, very quickly. Of course, it could be VAR'd out of existence in a couple of minutes. You never know.
No, I was going to say I went to Leyton Orient for a game this season, and they lost 3-0 at home to Stevenage. So I'm sure the East Stand Moaners were in full effect.
There's
Oh,
lots of
absolutely.
material to moan about.
Yeah.
What you got, Andy?
Farong, is there a GPL today? Good question.
I doubt it. Let's move on with our lives.
Okay, in that case, he just says, what are your runs predictions? England 320 to 350. I'm assuming you've heard Big Mitch's comments about Davy Warner.
Yes.
Absolutely. We love them.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
going to get involved, but they are quite funny.
Yeah.
And I think he probably has a point. And he sends us a World Series Cricket 77-78 poster and asks us to name the players.
Oh,
I can
lordy.
see Ronald McDonald in the middle. That's, I think, the only one I can get.
Harry Brook gets a flighted delivery from Carrier, first ball of the 20th over, plays it through cover point and gets a single.
And see Tony Gregg,
129 for 3 is the score.
Andy Roberts, Alan Knott. Is that Dennis Amos sitting in the front?
Has
Jon
has
Snow.
he got his motorcycle helmet on?
Is that out in the Twitter sphere? It is, isn't it? Right.
Ooh.
An attempted slog sweep here. Excellent work on the boundary there. At long on, and they come back for a couple. Well
It's
timed.
a pretty low def picture.
That was Moti on the boundary doing the fielding for his fellow spinner carrier.
Well, it was 1977. It was one of those cameras where you have to go under the hood.
And you had to stay there for 10 minutes,
Yes.
not moving whilst the picture was taken.
Box Brownie.
Who is that?
Carrier in once more. This is banged down the ground.
Chewbacca.
One bounce.
Which one?
That's gone for 4.
Oh, that's one of the Aussies, isn't it?
That's a bit low.
When he times it, Zach Crawley, it's lovely.
It stays timed.
He timed that one in the previous over, where I think the fielder had no more than sort of 10 yards to run, but had not a prayer of getting there. And this one, he's just...
You have to
He
be
just
brave
lofted it.
and or stupid to just think, I know, I'm going to throw one up to Crawley, see what he does.
135 for 3 now. 3 balls left in the 20th over. He's lofted. Well, hang on. He might get a result here because it's slog swept. And it's been shelled.
Absolutely horrendous.
It's that
drop.
Moti who did a good bit of fielding on that long on boundary earlier in the over. It was one of those balls that just died on him a little bit, and he was trying to take it at ankle height just in front of him. Should have been taken, but wasn't.
It was. See, I was right.
It's back to 2-2 Liverpool Fulham. So much for the...
Pretty average work there. He looks like he's got it covered, and then it just dies on him at the last moment.
You've got to catch those.
You've got to, and he didn't.
As somebody once said, 99 times out of 1,000 you have to catch
Yeah,
that.
catch those. I still can't.
Difficult chance then.
I can't identify that guy, but I would say I think he looks more like original Plan of the Apes than Chewbacca.
So
We
Crawley-
are talking about the picture from 1977 in case anyone was wondering. Not
I'm
anyone on this.
manfully trying to press on with this particular game.
Yeah.
I'm going to retweet it.
Crawley's got a life there. This is just defended into the covers by Brook, and there's no run.
I've retweeted it if you want to play along with that one.
Excellent. I'm going to make a swift exit at the end of this over to go and do various things.
Who's coming in?
I don't know.
Jason, I think. It's going to be me, Nestlers and Jason.
What a lovely triumvirate.
So the two of you can start off.
Yep, we will. Oh, that's a rotten
Gladly.
drop. That's a terrible
Yeah,
drop
it's
catch.
appalling. Brook forward here and playing it straight. Not much timing. Going to get a single. 137 for 3 after 20. Crawley has 31. Brook has 8. Andy and I are going to leave the studio for a bit and leave you in the capable hands of Not Fred.
Hello. Goodbye to Grubby. Goodbye to Andy. They'll be back later. I'm sure you're all delighted to hear that. And we're going to welcome... I assume he needs to be let in. I can see his face somewhere. I shall wait for Jason to ensconce himself in the relevant chair. And Nestlers will be joining us. And for the first time today, it's Jason G. Hiscox. And when he picks up his microphone, he'll be able to say hello. So England, after 20 overs, 137 for 3, as Shepherd starts a new over. It's a straight ball, keeps a little bit low, and Brook jabs down on it, just defends it into the leg side. No run. Hello, Jason.
Good afternoon.
And hello, Nestlers.
Hello, not Fred. Just by the way, the GPL is open,
Oh,
and
it
there
is.
are already 2 entries. Closes in 5 minutes, and the pot is a massive £80.
Wow. Well, there's value there,
Get
perhaps.
in there.
But, of course, we can't give investment advices. Romario Shepherd has gone for 41 off his 4 overs before this. Is nudged down to third man by Crawley for a single. Or
Can't
was
give
that Brook?
investment advice, but I can give you some cooking advice in a minute.
Toast.
No.
Oh.
Putting mince pies in a microwave. Always remember to take the little silver thing off the bottom before you turn the microwave.
Otherwise, it turned into very hot, melty things.
And the coin?
There wasn't a coin in them, thankfully.
That just internally heats it, surely.
Is it just me that's got Nestlers quite low in the mix, or is it... it could be just my headphones. I may be hearing
1
something
2 1 2.
Shepherd bowls again, and this is flicked off his hip by Crawley to deep backward square leg. They walk a single, 139 for 3. And I'd love to tell you how I think this game is going, but I don't really know.
Well, I think England are
Ahead
taking the
of-
benefit of some pretty poor fielding.
Yeah, that was a
I
shocking,
mean, that was a shocking
drop by Moti in the last over. It was a life for Crawley, as Brook is now facing Shepherd. Is on his leg stump, and again flicked along the ground to deep backward square. Just a single, so a good over from Shepherd so far. Dot, single, 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 which you'd take at this stage of proceedings. How many are allowed out in this middle period?
4.
Thank you. Our rules expert, Jason G. Hiscox, fresh from a lovely warm trip to sunny Reading yesterday. As Shepherd comes in and bowls, this is driven into the offside. It's fielded by short extra cover. It's actually a decent bit of fielding because it looked like it landed just in front of him. And as he was fielding the ball with his hands, his head was swaying out the way in case it reared up and cracked him on the bonds.
Yeah, it may be obvious, but Header called the change for this for Shepherd to come back into the attack from the green room. He said this would be a good time after the fall of the third wicket to get in Shepherd to bowl some cheap overs.
Well, Hendo should be an international coach, as this is flicked off middle and leg out to deep backward square. The umpire has to move a couple of yards to his right to get out of the way. And is that the end of the over? It is. 21 have gone, 141 for 3. Nestlers, are you doing socials?
I am indeed.
So let us know what's going on.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Chief Wardo just said Nestlers is a little quiet. I've just adjusted my mic. He also says Grubby and Andy. Sounds like the name of a light-hearted mainstream breakfast radio chat show. And thank you, Harriet Atkinson, for the 99p super chat.
Oh, yes.
I'm astounded, actually, seeing a lot of chatter on Twitter about how much people are paying for streaming services these days, like £60 a month for Sky and stuff. Bloody hell. It's extortionate.
Yep. We were talking about this last night when we returned from Reading in the curry house. People getting the streaming bill up to about £100 a month.
First ball of a new over beats the outside edge from Carrier. We haven't decided how it's pronounced. But Crawley leaned forward, tried to defend it, didn't try and play any attacking shot, and was beaten by the turn.
Have you mentioned also how much he looks like and bowls like Adil Rashid?
Oh, I said sort of Mushtaq Ahmed. Maybe that's the beard. Yeah, he does. He's very bald, and he has a lot of hair on his
Bottom
chin.
half.
How old is he, Carrier? Do we know? He doesn't
don't.
look in the first flush of youth. As this is this is possible chance has gone down there. As again it was flighted up outside the off stump. It was driven a full-throated drive from Crawley. Got an outside edge, and the first slip, diving away to his left, got a hand to it but couldn't hold on. It was a. Was it an edge or was it a?
I think that's straight off the ground.
It may have just turned past the wicketkeeper and past the slip. Hard to see from that angle. It sort of hit the slip on the wrist, which is never a fun. The bowler is absolutely convinced there was an outside edge. I don't know whether runs or byes were given.
I think
runs were given. So just a single to Crawley. Brook now on to strike. He's on 10 from 16, which is not really that great at this stage of the proceedings. Another full ball, and it's nudged into the offside through the gap between point and cover. Out for a single.
You do get the feeling that England are not quite sure what a good score is going to be on this wicket.
Wait, does anyone ever care what a good score is going to be on this wicket? Just try and get as many runs as you can. You can overthink these things.
And England are capable of that, even with.
Well, the idea of picking people with no brain to just go out there and whack was quite successful for a while. There's Carrier bowls, and again there is some turn in this wicket. That was on middle and leg and straightened. And Crawley defends it and then looks uncertainly at the wicket, which is a long way from him because he's about, how old is he? He's about 6'5" or something.
Yeah.
Tall batsmen are not all that common. Very successful tall batsmen. A lot of the greatest batsmen in cricket history have been very short. As Carrier bowls again, this keeps very low outside the off stumps. There is some turn. Crawley gets an under edge on it. If he would have been unlucky, that would have rebounded onto his stumps, but it didn't.
That's a top spinner, yeah. Just a little bit. And he has covered up with his back pad.
Sort of. Yes, you're right, the Adil Rashid comparison is much more apt than the ones I lazily reached for earlier. Crawley, 34 from 39. Last ball of Carrier's over. He bowls, floats it up, and it's driven and it's past the bowler, who
think
may have
he's-
got a hand on it.
Yeah, I think he's got a hand on
He
that.
slowed it, but there was a deep mid-off anyway, so it probably would only been a single. At best, it is a single, and that's the end of the over. Nestlers, what are they saying?
Well, Dave Wood is comparing you, Fred, to John Virgo in the coaching department after your, brainless comment about people just going out there and hitting it, I think.
Well,
Is that what John Virgo used to say about snooker?
snooker,
What, just go and whack it?
just go and pot the
Yeah.
ball. I suppose so. The danger of overthinking any sport, if you get people who can't think, surely you're at an advantage in that sense.
Bloody hell. Judith Earle, this is on the conversation about how much people are paying, is still paying £142.50 a month after a discount of £26.
That's a lot.
I mean,
Well, I have to say, we were talking about it in the context of our My Cricket Club yesterday, who are paying something like £6,000 per annum in Sky fees
yeah.
for commercial Sky, obviously.
Yeah, that's commercial premises is slightly different, and it probably gets people into the bar.
Yeah, but not £6,000 worth of turnover, I don't think.
First ball from Shepherd is on the leg stump of Crawley, and it's nudged past the mid-wicket fielder, who has to then chase back 3/4 of the way to the boundary to field, and it's 2 runs to Crawley. He has 37 now, as we're watching a replay of a very, very poor drop catch from Moti, who
A TV streaming thing, but my internet connection is saying it's unstable. But the local garage has installed a coffee machine about a year ago, one of these Costa coffee things, and the guy who runs it reckons he's close to £1 million extra in turnover.
what? As this next ball is full and driven, and a good stop by Shepherd.
Is
Alex
he the only,
Crawley
is he
hit
the
that
only
quite
coffee
hard.
drug
No,
pimp
so
for
pe-
ages?
people go and buy petrol, but they also stop, get a coffee, buy a snack, and it's got a supermarket.
You mean like a
attached to
petrol
it.
station rather than a repair garage? Okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
That's
close
a
to
lot.
£1
That
million
sounds like a lot of money.
turnover extra since the coffee machine.
Shepherd bowls again, and down the wicket comes Crawley, and he muscles this over long on, and it only bounces about 6 inches in short of the boundary for 4 runs. He just stepped forward and slogged it,
Well, he clothed it, really. It's gone all the way to the boundary.
and
Almost.
it was very, very close to being a 6, and it wasn't a full length ball. Oh no, it was actually a couple of yards short of the boundary, but even so, there was no danger in the shot because the mid-on was up. Next ball is a little bit fuller and gets up a little bit from Shepherd, and Crawley can't do anything except nudge it back towards the bowler.
I think that stopped a little bit as well, because he sort of played the
Yeah.
shot and he was just turning his bat.
150 up for England, 154.3.
And he's run his fingers over the ball as well
Yeah,
to,
a cutter.
to grip it into the pitch.
Remember when West Indies pitches all used to be fast and hard a long time ago? As Shepherd bowls again, and this keeps low. It was a slower ball, and Crawley goes back to try and pull it, and then just sort of under edges it down to a fine leg and walks a single.
Well, you say they're all quick. They're all quick apart from Border.
Well, they never actually played at the border. It was always rained off, wasn't it? Or Robin Jackmaned off. That was a genuine slower ball, which defeated Crawley to the extent that he could only get about a third of the bat on it.
I suppose Port of Spain was fairly similar as well, because it's almost next door.
South America, yeah. This next one is full and dropped in front of him by Brook, and they do come through for a quick single. And the keeper came round to
Did
field.
enjoy shy hope there, because he's almost kneecapped the bowler as he's
Well, he
shied
did have
at
a
the stump.
shy. He did have a shy. Did shy. That's the end of the 23rd over. 152 for 3. Nestlers. Do the people have anything interesting to say?
Well, that is debatable, because Messi Jess has tweeted in with, in case there is someone out there who actually cares, India C have made 160 for 8.
I'm going to stop him right there.
Overs against Australia B. Someone must care, I guess. Mark Zip,
Messers cares.
Mark Zip says, pastry cricketers. Zach Crawley? Zach Crawley?
Not getting the pun.
Pastry?
Perhaps.
Crulle.
You have to wait till Hendo's on, really, because he's the world expert on pastries. Tony Greggs.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, have we got a change of bowling? No, we haven't. It's still Correa. Brook has taken his helmet off, and he's having a word with himself
Tipped
and
out the
possibly with the
sweat.
wicket-keeper. He's on 12 off 18 deliveries. He hasn't faced all that much recently, but he's probably itching to get a move on, and he'll have a chance at the leggy, who's up to the wicket now and bowls, and he gets the reverse sweep out. And does he get all that much of it? He gets enough, and he finds a gap, and it goes out to deep point for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Well, when you isolate an area of the field where there are no fielders, you don't have to hit it all that well. He didn't actually hit it as badly as I thought, but it's into the gap, and you're going to pick up a boundary. Makes Correa think a little bit more as he's in for the second ball of the over now, and bowls, and just playing forward, propping forward is Brook, and not trying to do anything with it. Just nudges this to backward point, no run.
That's a better ball. It's nicely flighted.
But he could have played the same shot to that.
He could have
couldn't
played the same shot to that, but no.
There is such an element of rock, paper, scissors about white ball cricket. As Correa bowls again, this is very full and floated. It's almost at Yorker length as it's pushed up to long on for a single.
You'd have thought he'd have been able to even take a half step out and take that on the full.
Yeah, Crawley did that a while back. Brook doesn't seem to be timing the ball all that well, but he's a strong man as well, so he should be able to use his power if necessary. Crawley on strike now as Correa bowls. He goes back and tries to play it square on the offside, gets it too fine. It's fielded by backward point, no run. He's had Crawley dropped twice as Correa. Once a very straightforward chance at deep mid-on. Another, actually quite a difficult one at slip.
Well, yeah, given that was past Shy Hope, and Shy Hope's gloves would have distracted him. I'm not calling that much of a chance.
You and I, Jason, know how difficult it is to take slip catches off top quality spin. As this one, he goes back, does Crawley, looking to work into the leg side, but only manages to nudge it back to the bowler.
Especially when it's a slash off the back.
Yeah, and the wicket-keeper can barely move because he's completely immobile. That's right, he's not listening from the green room.
No, but there is no feed in the green room.
Just as well. We can say what we like about it. Crawley facing up to Correa again. Last ball of the over, and it's on his legs, and it's turned just in front of square on the leg side. An easy single, a good over from Correa. I think there were only 3 runs off it. He has 1 for 26.
6 runs.
Oh.
4 and 2 singles.
Oh, I can't see, it's too small. 1 for 26 off 5. He's bowling reasonably well. But at the end of the 24th over, England are 158 for 3.
Well, Messi chips in Australia. He says that I don't think Australians realise how lucky they are when it comes to the cost of streaming sports. A basic subscription to KO, I think it is, which covers cricket, AFL, rugby league and a lot more, costs about 17 quid a month. That seems reasonable.
I believe we have David Brook waiting in a waiting room.
I've just
Is
let
he
him in.
Oh, he's been let in.
Just
We do have a change of bowling. Gudakesh Moti, it's a name that's new to me. He's so far bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. And he will be bowling to Zach Crawley, England's test opener, but ODI number 3, who has 43 runs from 48 deliveries. He bowls his left arm round the wicket. Again, this ball is full, and Crawley can't time it as he goes back to try and chop it through the offside.
It did squat a bit.
Yeah, it has kept a little bit low. Who are the spinners in the England team?
Livingston and Rayan Ahmed and Jacks.
Right.
To bowl 20 overs between them, we think.
If necessary.
Yeah. There are 3 seamers.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 spinners.
In comes Moti again, and this is stroked nicely through the offside, but straight to the man. The sweeper on the deep cover boundary. A single to Crawley. We're in the boringest of boring middle overs, where it's either a dot ball or a single at the minute. Although we did have a 4 in the last over.
If you're listening, can you turn your video off?
As in again is Moti, and this again grips and comes through quite slowly off the wicket. Brook can only find the man at extra cover. So a good start to Moti's over. Dot, single, dot. He bowls again. He gets through his overs nice and quickly. And this is driven up to wideish mid off. That's a horrible, horrible piece of fielding. The ball was coming slowly at him, straight along the ground. And he's led it through. And that's gone for 4 runs. Who is that? Carty. Shocker.
Oh dear.
I think even Todd Carty from EastEnders would have fielded that better. A reference which probably 93% of people will not get in the least. The next ball is on the leg stump, and Brook turns this to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded. Not the end of the over, still 1 ball left. And that ball didn't even bounce. That's just a horrible piece of fielding.
That's just terrible technique.
He's got the basics all wrong there, and he led it through his legs. This one is cut. There are 2 men behind square on the offside. He can't beat the square of them. The end of the 25th over, 163 for 3. Crawley 44, Brook 21, and Nestlers with the tweets.
GC Radio Naked Fund Hornbot says not Fred, reminiscing about being fast and hard.
Who misses?
He's struggling a bit there.
Let's have a look. It's all very quiet. I don't know if people are not tuned into this match or just having a Sunday afternoon siesta. But hey ho, we're up to date at the moment.
Excellent. It's maybe a drinks break because they've gone for the longer adverts.
Yes.
No, actually, 25 overs gone, 163 for 3. England
should be looking at 300.
They should be, but they will have gotten some help from some slack fielding from the West Indies. Some of the finest fielders ever to have played the game played for the West Indies as Correa starts a new over, and this onto the back foot goes Crawley and works this through the offside, where the sweeper picks it up with one hand and doesn't get behind it, just to set another bad example, and it's a single anyway. I mean, some of the great fielders, Carl Hooper, Keith Boyce, Vivian Richards as a youngster, Clive Lloyd. I mean, just some astonishing fielders that the West Indies have had in their
that's
long
all
and
across
storied
the park.
history. As Correa bowls very full outside the off stump, full and wide, and flat back driven out to the sweeper again for another single.
Is that Joseph, the long lanky Joseph, just going in and flicking it back?
Some of the, I can't remember which of the weaker teams in years gone by. It may have been Sri Lanka or it may have been even Zimbabwe. I remember one of their coaches saying, look, we haven't got great batsmen, we haven't got great bowlers, but we can teach ourselves to be the best fielders that we can possibly be.
Sri Lanka, I think.
Yeah. They did have some great batsmen. Again, this is an attempted sweep to a ball well outside the off stump from Crawley. And the ball gets through him. The bowler gets a clap from his...
This is the googly, I think. Yes, it is.
It's the googly. It's
turned.
And it's turned a little bit, but it was so far wide it was never going to attack the stumps. Did he get an under edge on that? He must have done. Well, unless he's being a bit of a Tahir.
I think he's a Tahir.
A Tahir by just appealing for everything. As he may have got an under edge and been dropped. This is a full ball again. I think it may have gone on a full toss. Again, Crawley can't time this. It finds its way to short fine leg, no run. It's something of the, as you say, very much the Adil Rashid, but Tahir as far as celebrations are concerned.
Oh, that's only just missed leg stump.
Yeah, it was a full toss. How do you mistime a full toss if you're Zach Crawley? You're beaten through the air, I suppose.
And you don't use your feet to get across to the pitch.
He's very tall. He's got
very
long
static,
levers.
though.
Yeah, that's true. It seems to work for him, to be fair.
He's very much in the use the hands to do the work rather than use the feet.
Yep. This is a full ball, and it's played quite competently through the gap at point for a single. The first time I've seen Correa, and he is getting some help from the wicket, but he's bowling well. Did we discover how old he was?
I haven't yet.
Let me have a look. Keep talking for a second.
Looking very pensive out there in the middle, trying to work
He's
out.
31 years and 164 days. So not in the first flush of youth, as this one is driven out to the offside sweeper again. That completes the over. A good over from Correa again. 26 overs gone, 167 for 3. He has 1 for 30 from 6. Could have had more.
On the one says, imagine having to watch this team play 9 games over the past 2 months. And Farong is musing over the fact that England...
Which team are you talking about? England or West Indies?
West Indies.
Yeah.
Well, it would appear that England should score around 7 per over. Can the West Indies chase down 350 plus? How much cricket have their players played in the last 6 months?
Apparently they played quite a lot because their first class or their domestic
competitions,
one-day competitions took place during the World Cup. Nobody noticed. Well, I didn't. I don't know if nobody noticed. But they should be, they should have been playing this game for a while and should be in nick as Moti starts a new over to Brook, who nudges this through a vacant slip area. And some wonderful club attempted fielding there by, is that O'Shane Thomas, who sticks his leg out trying to stop the ball, misses, and then has to chase it back to the boundary. Does manage to haul it in ahead of the rope. But they come back for two? Only two. He probably should have got 3. Oh, that is wonderfully.
That is very Bob Willis. That's the Bob Willis big boot.
Oh dear. That would have been laughed at the level I play at. But we do laugh at most things. Moti in again. And it's a difficult pitch to drive the spinners, I think it's fair to say, because Crawley and Brook, both of who are capable of hitting the ball hard and straight, can't really time the ball, as the last ball was a dot and the next ball is a single as it's pushed up to wide-ish mid-off, who's only about halfway back.
Yeah, well, you have to laugh in our game, otherwise you cry.
The only reason we turn up in those games is to laugh at each other, let's be honest.
Is that Darren Sammy? It looks like Darren Sammy up on the
is he
on the computers.
They look like they're the down the wicket comes Crawley. He takes a step and a half down, but once he gets there can do nothing other than defend,
lending his experience to the West Indian side.
It's a good time for them to be bowling, and they are getting some help, but they are nonetheless bowling well, Moti and Carrier. What's his name?
Carrier or Carrier.
Carrier, as this next ball is another dot, as it's just defended to short extra. 1 ball left of the 27th over. What can Crawley do with it? He can sweep off a straight ball, but he can't beat the man at short fine leg. Another dot ball, a good over. There were just 3 runs off it. 1 for 40 from 6. England at the end of 27, 170 for 3.
Yeah, lots of people on social media are bemoaning the standard of West Indies fielding. On the one says O'Shane just tried to use the size 12s and he missed. Yes.
I mean,
good.
He's a big lad and it's a long way down, but if you're an international cricketer, you do need to make more of an effort.
There's also the question about, this is a standing outfield ground, much like they had at Dharamsala, and people are probably not wanting to dive around on it too much for injuring themselves.
It doesn't look that bad. But the chap at long off, who I never actually saw who it was, who just let a straight ball through him for 4, that is just, it's not just untidy, and it's not just that it gives away runs, it absolutely demoralises the whole team when that happens. The bowlers get annoyed. Anyway, Carrier, 1 for 30 off 6, starts a new over to Brook, who gets the reverse sweep out, and it's not far away from slip, because he didn't really time it. He top-edged it, but it's past slip. Finds its way down to the third man boundary for one of these. And that's the first boundary for quite a while.
Oh, that's very well anticipated by the fielder, but he's
not
quite wide enough to get there.
Could bounce a little bit more than the batsman expected, and he sort of got it off the shoulder of the bat, or possibly the glove. It must have been the bat, because it went pretty quick.
I'm going to give the bowler a bit of credit there. I think he saw him sweep it and pulled his length back slightly.
Maybe he did. This one is Fuller and driven square. Again, an untidy-ish bit of fielding by the number 53.
Brandon King.
Thank you. And allows them to come back for 2 runs when there probably shouldn't have been any. So Carrier is who's been quite, what's the word I'm looking for, parsimonious thus far, has gone for 6 off the first 2 balls of this over, although neither of them, well, the first one was perhaps a slight moral victory for the bowler, and the second one was a poor piece of fielding. And let's see how he can drag this one back. The slipper's gone as Brook is on strike, 32 off 32. He's pulled himself back to par, but he's gone behind again as he drives this back to the bowler. No run.
Brooks gives himself a shake of the head, saying, I should have done something more with that.
He should have followed through and tried to lift it over the bowler's head. I would have thought it was full enough.
Or just worked it very slightly into the leg side and past the stumps that side.
Perhaps. The current run rate is 6.4 as Karaya bowls again and stays on the back foot, does Brook, and finds the smallest of gaps in the leg side for them to take a single.
Well, he has nudged it very gently towards possibly the worst fielder in their side, although
There's a lot of competition for that title.
Yeah, I set them up, you knock them down.
I mean, okay, historically speaking, fast bowlers didn't want to throw themselves around the outfield, but that's
they
not
did-
been the case for 20 years.
No, and there are some fast bowlers with very, very good arms in the outfield.
And good ground fielders as well, not just the arms, and good catchers, as this is full and driven to the onside of the stumps. There is a deep long on, so it's just a single for Crawley. I think he moves to 47.
Yeah. There's even been some good fast bowlers who've been in the slips. I mean,
Well, Bob Willis and Mike Hendrick.
Mike
yeah.
Hendrick springs to mind.
Bob Willis, when he was young, fielded a lot in the slips and took some really, really good catches, low catches as well. He was a long way for him to go down. And Jimmy Anderson's a good pair of hands as well, as this next ball is driven to extra cover by Brook, no run.
I think the answer is not to go down, it's not to come up.
Yeah, that's the end of the 28th over, 178 for 3. Nestlers.
Jav Cricket says this team needs a bush bath. What's a bush bath?
I'm not sure I want to know.
Yeah, that sounds something that we don't want to know about, potentially.
Where he's from, where is he from? He's a Dominican and a cricket enjoyer.
A Dominican, is he the order of Dominican? Is he a friar or is he from
or is he
Dominica?
Dominica, yes.
I don't know. We shall find out.
178 for 3. O'Shane Thomas, fresh from his wonderful fielding at third man, has come back into the attack, possibly as a punishment by his captain. Who is his captain?
Shay Hope.
Yes. He's a big lad, O'Shane. He's wearing 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 necklaces. No rings or watches that I can see.
Yeah.
So that's
Can
the
you
extent of
imagine
his jewellery.
Can you remove your rings, please, to a fast bowler?
Well,
Remember what happened
Dean
with
Jones and Curtly Ambrose.
Curtly Ambrose, exactly.
But that wasn't jewellery, that was his
Head
wristband. Yeah.
7 for 1 later.
O'Shane, who's a big unit, but he's a fast bowler, bowls outside the off stump, and a sweet drive by Crawley into the ground, but then straight into the hands of the cover. Couldn't quite work it wide of the fielder.
Yeah, he does have a look at the lungy ingidis about him.
He does have a fast bowler's arse, a fast bowler's torso, but he's got a little bit of a gut beneath that. Again, before anyone starts writing in about the dimensions of the Guerrilla Cricket commentary team, we are not professional sportsmen. Well, we're not even unprofessional sportsmen. As Thomas bowls a short ball, and it's whipped off his hip. But again, he finds the fielder, this time in the deep backward square boundary. And that's just a single. 48 for Crawley out.
4 yards either way, that's a boundary, I think.
Yeah, well, even less because
He
it was
absolutely
going really,
missiled that.
really quickly, wasn't it? Thomas has got good figures, not in the wicket column, but he's only gone for 16 runs off 4 overs and 2 balls. I think, if I recall, his first over went for 1. He got away with a couple of ones which could have been given wide, particularly to Ben Duckett, who doesn't leave many, as Andy said earlier, as Thomas is in bowls and short. And this is Brook tries to find it, get it down to third man, but gets it too square and backward point fields. Brook shaking his head.
Yeah,
he's not timing the ball.
He's not finding it easy, is he? He's frustrated that he can't. No,
But
it's not flowing for him.
so what happens in that situation? Do you try and play your way through it and play your way into some kind of form, or do you just do something stupid?
I think
and
it
get
depends
out?
on your mentality. Some
Yeah.
people will try and guts it out, and some people will just say,
Fuck
F
it, it's not my day.
F it, and just try and smash everything.
Yeah, Thomas bowls, and this is on the leg stump of Brook. He can swing this round the corner and take a single.
I mean, Crawley's been a bit becalmed for the last 3 or 4 overs. He's been 45 off about 50, and now he's 48 off about 60.
Yeah, there's only been one boundary that I can recall in about the last, was it 4 or 5 overs? One of those, well, there may be more than one, but there was a lucky one which went through the slips. So Crawley has 30 dots in the 60 balls and he's faced 5 fours and he's 48 odd outs as he faces up to O'Shane Thomas, right arm over the wicket, and he tries to drive on the up and gets it pretty quickly to mid-off, quickly enough that they can't take a single. If he'd timed that worse, he probably would have got an easy one there.
Yeah, I think the problem is that they're trying to play orthodox cricket shots, and a little bit of unorthodoxy might be required at the moment. Which is
not something you've said about England ODI teams for quite a while, really. They're too orthodox. But they are still going at 6.24 runs and over. It's not as though they're crawling along. In comes Thomas to complete the over, and that's a possible LBW appeal. I think it was going down leg side. As again, it kept a little bit low as Crawley falls over as he tries to turn it to the leg side. The end of the 29th over, 184.3. Crawley has 48, Brook has 34, and Nestlers has the tweets.
Well, let's have a look and see what's going on, shall we? Utam says, do we know who has secured the rights to the England versus India Test Series?
Star, I think.
It'll be on the normal channels, I don't think, will it? There won't be anything unusual. Stephen Kelk has joined us. He says, good afternoon all. Along with Emily Elizabeth. Says, hello everyone.
Hello
Emily Elizabeth.
Yeah.
We have a look at that LBW appeal, as Jason and I both thought that was missing leg stump, and Hawkeye suggests that we were correct to think that. So, one ball left of this commentary partnership. Who will be joining us shortly?
I think we'll have Hendo back.
We have Richard A.
Oh, Richard A.
Yeah. Hendo and David Brook for
Richard
your delectation.
A has already signed in, so that's good.
Excellent news. Moti is back into the attack. He has 1 for 40 off 6, and he'll be bowling to Brook, who's on 34. This is well pitched up. It's basically a half volley and driven straight back to the bowler by Brook, who, as we've been saying, does not look in great touch. Moti in again, and this is flicked round the corner. There is a short, fine leg who should have prevented the single there, but didn't.
I think you can be more aggressive with that. That was
poor. Who was that there? It went straight to the man at short, fine leg. I thought, well, they're not going to take a single, and I looked up and they'd completed the single.
Yeah. Again,
this is not backing your bowlers up. This is worked into the offside, and this is that's going to be a run out because we were just talking about how there wasn't a run there, and they took it the previous ball. There wasn't a run. They did take it, and it was cleanly fielded, and the batsman was not in the frame. And Crawley, having faffed around for a bit, is making his way back to the pavilion for 48. Well, he's played this just in front of square on the offside, and he's set off. It was his call. He's entitled to be backed up by his the man at the non-striking end, who didn't seem to have moved at all. It was probably about 5 or 6 yards wide of the fielder at backward point.
He made good ground and got good throw in, but he should have been able to turn and go back if he had to. And equally, I think they probably could have run through for the single and probably got it.
I think. That is the batsman's call, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you've hit it in front of square, it's really your call. Whether there was a single there, I don't know. But if you don't both go, then it doesn't really matter whether there was a single there or not.
Now, this is interesting.
Well,
I presume we're going to have Butler next, but
we are indeed. We're going to jingle him up. The England captain, at least at the moment, makes his way to the middle.
Needs to get some runs under his board because he had a pretty lean World Cup.
Yeah.
Prior ain't no loss, cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler.
Well, it's coming to the stage where we have to ask whether Butler is one of the great unfulfilled talents of English cricket. Up there with the Hicks and Ramprakaches, because he's had his moments, but he's had long periods of lack of moments, hasn't he?
He's still got 3 of the 4 fastest hundreds ever, at least in both T20, I think, and in ODI formats. So you can't say he's not performed. The question is whether he's performed up to the level that everyone expected him to consistently.
As he faces his first delivery and gets off the mark as he drives this up to wide bid off for a single.
It would be a very Butler thing now to have an FU 100, having had a really bad World Cup.
Yeah, we're looking at those last two balls, the non-run out and the run out. Brook actually did take a couple of steps
he's been
forward
sold.
and then sent his partner back. As,
Absolutely sold.
Moti bowls to Brook, who leans forward and plays an immaculate forward defensive shot. Maybe feeling a little bit of... I don't think there was a single there, but Brooks went a bit and then stopped, which is never great, as he takes the last ball of the over and drives this up to long on for a single, keeps the strike. The end of the 30th over, and we're going to have a change. And before we do that, Nestlers is going to read you some tweets. England 183 for 4.
We are up to date on the socials at the moment, so I will take my leave.
Very good, thank you, gentlemen. Richard reporting for duty here, taking over the ball by ball. Hi, guys.
Hi, Richard.
So 183 for 4 the score. We've got Butler on 1 from 1, and well, we hope that the dullest of the dull middle overs are now behind us. Not just because it's my commentary stint, but also because the game needs it, and Josh Butler is in. Not facing this delivery, it's going to be Harry Brook. Thomas to bowl. That is just blocked. Brook thinks briefly about a run, but after what happened last over, I think he could be a little more cautious. And he is.
I think that was all down to Crawley, wasn't it? He set off straight away, and when you look at it from front on, Brook yelled at him very quickly, I think, but he just didn't put the brakes on.
But you can argue it was his call, so
yes, true.
Brook should have gone.
Yep.
Yeah. And then earlier in that over, there'd also been, well, it was discussed right here, a single that shouldn't have been. So maybe it was one of those things where you start thinking, they're crap fielders, we'll probably get away with it, which we're all very used to from club cricket. Here's Thomas again, it's full, almost Yorker length, just played out to mid-on, no run for Brook. He seems to be enjoying something of a middle practice here today, and why not? He hasn't had a lot of time at the crease in the recent World Cup.
.36 to Brook, 1 to Butler. Butler, well, he's due some runs, isn't he? After the World Cup.
We say that a lot, don't we? Will today be the latest comeback? Thomas once again, this is a wider of off stump. He's played straight to point. The fielding is tidy, so there'll be no run there. Just looking at the West Indies bowling figures. Shepherd the most expensive. Thomas who's bowling now, pretty tidy actually, just gone for just over 3 and over. By the way, we were talking about cricket and Christmas carols earlier, were we not?
We might have been.
If the point was made. I will come to it after this ball because Thomas is about to reach the crease. This one's just short of a length, pretty straight. It's defended out to the onside by Brook, continues to take things quietly. Was it noted that the West Indian bowling attack has a Joseph and a Shepherd?
Oh,
which is quite Christmassy, I think. If only Shannon Gabriel were playing.
Good one. Actually, that's interesting, isn't it? It's almost as if they selected the team on that basis.
And if Yannick Karaya would do the right thing and be Mariah, because people of my generation just want to put an M there, then we would kind of have a Mary there as well. Anyway, here's Thomas once more. This one's wide and full outside off stump, and it does get the right treatment from Harry Brook. Not a lot of footwork there, but he's going to go for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, we need a few more contributions on social on the Christmassy cricketers.
Yes, I do.
Various interpretations of that, but we've got the last ball of the over now to look forward to. Ooh. And it's going to be defended, so that's 5 dot balls and the 4 off the penultimate one. 187 for 4, run rate just a shade over 6. And speaking of socials,
Farong169 says, well, a Pakistani moment there for England. Comedy running. BPL starts January the 6th. Last season, Milan signed by my mob, the Camilla Victorians. Big money for his 2 matches, which they lost. Once he departed, who went through the tournament undefeated. Well, there you go. Dave, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks, Hendo. Afternoon to you and to Richard. Nice to see you, Hendo.
Yeah, you too. What's your view on this? What's going on in West Indies cricket at the moment? Some sort of bit of controversy about some of the selections. I'll come back to that.
So Moti round the wicket is continuing, and it's a middle overy kind of ball just played away into the leg side as Butler looks to get into his work now. It's the second ball he's faced. There won't be a run from that one.
Yeah, I don't share all the...
Moti once more, another dot ball.
I mean, there's been a huge fuss over the omission of Darren Bravo. All I know is he wouldn't have stopped those 2 at backward point that Athanase stopped, and he's probably the one that would have had to have made way for him, or Casey Carty, who hasn't been that good in the field.
This one short, a little bit wide, but Butler misjudges the bounce completely and misses it, trying to cut.
I mean, West Indies are trying to give some of the younger players a chance with a view to establishing themselves in the next World Cup. I think that's fair enough.
This one's Fuller from Moti. He's going to do the fielding as Butler drives it. And we'll have to stay down the striker's end for another delivery. There have been 4 dots in this over so far, and we're ready for ball number 5 already. Here it is. It's a tidy length, and it's going to be another dot ball.
I mean, apart from the dreadful ground fielding today,
yes.
There have been some positive signs for West Indies amongst the younger players.
Moti completes his over with Butler playing him for a gentle one down to long off, and thus preventing the maiden. 1 from it, 188 for 4.
Yeah, you might want to enlarge on that, Dave. What's the story with Nicholas Pooran?
Well, Nicholas Pooran is unavailable for selection for this series. He's focused on T20 format. So he's a T20 specialist, and he will be available to play in the 5-match T20 series. You'll be pleased to hear, Hendo, that follows this 3-match ODI series.
I feel that Nicholas Pooran is one of those. He's the lost player for West Indies in my view. I think he should have.
I agree.
You know, he should have been a guy who could have come into their test team and done a really good job. It hasn't really.
Well, they've got this ridiculous rigidity. They won't pick anyone that hasn't played domestic 4-day. But they often clash with other franchises. So you're asking a player to make a huge financial sacrifice without any guarantee of selection.
Yeah, it's difficult in this day and age, isn't it? Absolutely.
For West Indies in particular, because the IPL's been, dumped into their season, and the financial inducements are that much stronger for West Indies. Their central contracts aren't worth nearly as much as England.
Here's one of the Christmassy bowlers back into the attack. It's Alzari Joseph. That one is short of a length, but Butler just defends it straight down on the track.
I'll just welcome him back with
I
a
think
jingle.
most sports have accepted that the sportsmen have the power, don't they? I mean, you think of the South African rugby team. There's a lot of similarities there with West Indies cricket in terms of South Africa not having a lot of financial might and people being lured to places that have more money where they can make a living. And South Africa had to drop that policy of only picking players who played in the country. And you'd think the West Indies, in all formats, have got to do the same.
Yeah.
Joseph, once again, this one is pulled away from outside off stump. Butler doesn't get an awful lot on it, so it's just going to trickle out for a single.
I think Hendo makes a really good point there, Rich, because Pooran, he was scoring centuries for fun in the qualifying tournament. He was the only player really firing. And he does know how to build an innings and get and score a ton, and should have been. Yeah, it would be nice to see him in this team. Jason Holder's taking a break in order to focus on the T20 and of course the forthcoming Test series against Australia that West Indies have got to look forward to.
Does that mean Pooran can't be in the Australian Test squad either because of his focus on T20? As
Correct.
This one is played behind screw on the offside by Brook, it'll just be a 1 run down to third man.
Yeah, don't expect to see Pooran in that squad either. I know.
It's a pity. I mean, they've got little enough of a prayer going over there, but you really want to use every last resource you've got.
Absolutely.
and have a little bit more to get excited about than
Yeah.
the possibilities of Chanderpaul Jr. turning into his dad.
Yeah, exactly.
So Joseph at the top of his run, giving the ball a last polish, and here he comes one more time. Butler takes a strike, drops it away on the offside, thinks about a run, but it's not going to be any chance of that. Fielder swoops in.
Shelley says, Shelley is not with us today, but she is on YouTube. She says, popping onto GC to see how things are going, to hear Richard mention the Springboks. Great timing. All the best, boys, for your season.
What better reason to tune in? Shelley
Absolutely.
understands where champions are made.
Shelley, we need you just to come on. West Indies fans want you to come on just for a couple of overs, just get a couple more wickets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Joseph will want that as soon as possible, but he's going to have to handle this ball on his own, which is blocked away by Butler. He takes his customary couple of strides, but again, the fielding is a little sharper than we've seen thus far today.
Shelley's got a huge wicket to minute ratio of the other cricket. Whenever she comes on, there's a clatter of wickets.
Opta will be doing that soon, won't they? Wickets to words contribution, I imagine.
So here's Joseph trundling in again for the last ball of the over. It's wide outside off stump, and it's a bottom edge as Butler tries to cut it. He hasn't timed it at all so far in this innings, but the wicketkeeper does the fielding on the bounce. There'll be no run, so just a 2 or 3 from that over, and I missed the score because they went to ads. How about some social?
Josie Oak and his inner I can't remember the name of that programme now. He says, talking of cricketers and names of carols and characters in carols, says, what about Jesus and the Wee Donkey? What was that? I forgot what it was called. What was the name of that programme? The one about corruption in the police.
Is this the UK show?
Yeah.
About?
Yeah. Oh,
Can't help.
No, everyone will know it, but it just won't come to my mind for the time being. We did actually miss, I think, a chance of, well, not a chance of Butler, but a non-appeal against him. Come back to that.
Okay, let's do that. Here is something of a half appeal. It's going to come to nothing as Moti's continuing to Brook.
I thought that was worth a bit more there, wasn't it? That's not
Yeah,
bad.
West Indies still got 2 reviews remaining. You think they might have had a look at that one?
Unless there was an inside edge, but...
Okay. Yeah, there was definitely an inside edge. I've got a bit of a jumpy stream going on here, so apologies if my timing's slightly off. It looks like there's been a single down to long off now.
That's something you share in common with Josh Butler. His timing's slightly off. I mean, it's been a pretty miserable start from Butler, but maybe just finding his way.
This is the ball. Here comes the reverse sweep, and he hasn't timed that either. He's gotten caught, hasn't he? He's gotten himself caught at slip off the reverse sweep. One of cricket's most embarrassing dismissals. Butler's gone from 3 of 13 deliveries, and it's high fives and low fives for the West Indies, as England are now 191 for 5.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
I mean, 3 runs off 13 balls. Butler then attempts a reverse sweep straight into the hands of the man positioned there. Yeah, not a great walk of shame back. If we had that duck walking along, I mean, he got 3, but it took him 13 balls. And yeah, Joss not wearing the captaincy crown with tremendous aplomb, Endo.
It's just not really working for him at the moment, is it? Players go through these periods, and he's hit a really bad one, I think, now. We could talk
the fact that it coincides, Endo, with his taking the captaincy is significant, isn't it?
Well, is it? I mean, it's just one really bad tournament, isn't it? I know it sounds like you're making excuses for him when you say just the one really bad tournament. And of course, for those tournaments you need your big players to stand up. But you know, we know cricketers around the world have had dreadful tournaments. I don't think he's a great captain. I wonder whether it's just too much for him to think about keeping wicket and captaining and being a major batsman. But I'm not sure who would be your natural successor.
I mean, Butler's known as being quite a shy, sort of introverted guy. Nice enough bloke, but I can't imagine getting up and at them after a motivational speech from Joss Butler. I just can't
Well, I think, yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, I think the World Cup was complicated by having Ben Stokes back in the dressing room, and there was that story, wasn't there, about Ben Stokes giving the motivational speech before the second game after they'd lost to New Zealand, and that didn't really do much. But if you've got too many captains, essentially or effectively in the dressing room, it must be difficult for the guy who is captain. I always thought that was a problem for Mike Atherton when he had Mike Gassing and Graham Gooch in his side as a test level. You know, you've got two, you know, major names in English cricket, and Mike Atherton, aged mid-20s, was really having to tell them what to do.
Well, he solved that issue of any conflict in the dressing room by being out there in the middle for hours on end, didn't he?
That's true.
Yeah, and then dropping the others.
Yeah, I just have to remember that 94-95 series when I think Gatting finally got 100. Gooch had a pretty rough series in Australia.
Seeing there was a jugular slip, but
yes,
it was held on the second go. It's also quite notable. Again, it was really quite high up on the bounce when it caught Butler's glove as he attempted that reverse sweep, and his judgment of length and bounce in his very brief innings was really poor.
Yeah, it was. Alec Athenay's taking the catch there. He's a very confident young cricketer. He's one that West Indies will be betting on for the next 4 years. Oh, here's a man that's got something to prove after a quite dreadful World Cup.
Here we go. Here's a jingle for him.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's
I mean, he's in the last chance saloon, Liam Livingston. He prepared for the World Cup, guys, by 3 months in the gym and some range hitting. Top score 20, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he was in more for his bowling in the end, wasn't he? I should say that Shelley is now claiming credit, having taken that wicket.
Well done, Shelley. This one is blocked by Livingston, very respectfully. It's Moti looking for that third wicket now.
Stephen Kelt says the vicar is preventing me from following the cricket, so I'm just passing by to say hello. What, just a random vicar?
Again. Ooh, it's blocked, and again we've seen some shoddy West Indian fielding as it's parried away by the bowler, but not far enough that they can run for the misfield.
Isn't that level of fielding? Fielding kind of shows off the kind of mood that a team's in, doesn't it? A little bit.
Oh, this one's down leg side and full, and should be at least one down to long on, and is. So Livingston's off the mark, and the over is completed. A successful one for the Windies. It's 192 for 5.
And on the one says this ground is tiny. West Indies really need Livy, as I imagine it means Liam Livingston, out cheaply. Yeah, tell us more about the vicar, Stephen Kelk. I'm curious about that. Also joined on YouTube by Harriet Atkinson, who was questioning whether Shelley would get some wickets, and she's got her answer. Everyone's got going today, haven't they? Everyone's got some runs under their belts, apart from Josh Butler. 40s and 20s, spread well around, but no one's gone on.
I suppose it's the kind of scorecard managers would like in a company. You know, everyone's clearly pulling their weight. No one's slacking entirely, but there isn't been that.
Yeah, there's no match-winning contribution as yet. So
no,
yeah, no one delivering shareholder value.
Well, with Brook on 42, he's got the opportunity to give a dividend to England team.
Alzari Joseph will be the next challenge for Liam Livingston, who nicked the bowling at the end of the previous over.
I would fancy Joseph to win this particular battle.
Okay, we've got a wide single slip, and this one is... Ooh, he tries to come down the wicket and swat a slightly short ball away on the leg side, but there is no timing in that.
Right, Stephen Kelk clarifies that the vicar is just his metaphor for all the things in life that obstruct cricket. Yes. Oh, that's a good one. I like it. It's the vicar. Blame the vicar for everything.
Yeah.
There was some talk about cricketing pastries earlier, was there not? And I want to know if Rakeem Cornish was mentioned.
Ooh.
Joseph, once more. Ooh, it's played away quite nicely. This is timed well by Livingston onto the leg side, but it's fielded in the deep, just the one run.
The thing about Livingston, yes, his World Cup wasn't good, but he had a good little series, didn't he, against New Zealand at the end of the season, and so everyone expected him to be a little bit better than he was. I think he's got to change his game a little bit. He's got to change his game a little bit in even in one-day cricket compared with T20 cricket. He can't just play 2 or 3 good shots and then get out. He's actually
he's a
got
flat track player.
Yeah, he's got to think about building an innings.
Joseph, once again, it's outside off stump. And Brook just thinks about playing it, plays and misses, or somewhere in between all of the above.
I think
Harvey Joseph, vice captain of this team, he's been rewarded for a very successful Super 50 campaign where he was captain of the Leeward Islands and got them to the knockout stages.
Did I read that Shimron Hetmyer was very prominent in that competition?
Yes, and he's earned his recall today. It's slimmed down, Shimron Hetmyer.
Yep.
It's all relative, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joseph, it's a tidy length. It's just going to be played out towards mid-on.
I mean, this is good from West Indies. They're not letting England get away. And yeah, you could say it's boring middle overs, but West Indies will be very happy with that because it was carnage at the start. And then they managed to, they just chipped away with wickets. Would have had more if they hadn't been for that terrible drop catch long on by Moti. But Moti's bowled well, Pryor's bowled well, and O'Shane Thomas has really bowled well today. And Joseph's setting a decent example as well.
Here he comes again. This one's outside off stump, good length, a no run out to point. Yeah, at the timing, for the little bit that I've watched, which hasn't been all of it, has looked difficult for the batsman. And I guess the question is, how much of that is the English batting form and how much is the pitch? Much will be revealed when a second team bats on it later on today.
I do think it's mainly. I think it's the pitch as much as anything. And they were talking before the game that it might be a turner, and you could see how the England openers went off without any problem at all when the ball was hard and coming onto them in those first 10 overs. But since then it's been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, so that soft ball now, here's Joseph, and it's going to be a dot ball to end, an uneventful one, so 193 for 5, just one from that over.
Yeah, decent over that, because every ball was on the spot, and he didn't really give Brook anything to go at. Because, I mean, you were saying, Richard, that Brook's using this as a bit of a net, but I think he's just trying not to get out like he did in all the World Cup matches just too soon.
But what I don't understand is why the England Test team can have this spirit of basically not caring if they get out and Baz balling it from over 1 to 150. And when it comes to an ODI, that isn't all that important in the grand scheme of things. The middle overs still have to be treated as the middle overs. Where is Baz ball now?
Well, you can say that.
You've got different fielding restrictions. You've got men out, so you can't just go over the top.
But in a test, presumably, if you're, they have a go no matter where the fielders are at the peak of Bazball, don't they? And you could have all the fielders on the boundary. Or maybe not. Maybe it needs closer study. Here's Moti once more, and there's going to be a single into the offside.
I mean, I don't know what you think, Hendo. Bazball's a term given to a team captain by Ben Stokes, coached by Baz. What's his name? They're not McCullum, but then neither of them are here. You've got Butler and Mott trying to do a form of it, which doesn't work. I mean, Butler's pre-World Cup press conference said it all.
This one's going to be a single too long on.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, no, I did, absolutely. I think the one-day side was playing decent cricket and has played decent cricket. They just seem to, I don't know, get bogged down in their own thoughts in the World Cup.
Blocked straight down the track by Liam Livingston.
Yeah, I question the leadership team.
Well,
I think this will be their last tour. Yeah, this will be their last tour together.
Still no run for Livingston. It's played away into the offside this time, but there's too many fielders there.
The nadir for me during the World Cup was when Mott and Butler refused to sort of face up after the media after a game, and
pretty full, driven down to long off, 1 run.
They put Carl Hopkinson up, one of the assistant coaches, who was the Sussex 7-11 player, for his views on the matter.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think England they went into that tournament lazily and slightly too cocky, I think.
was a little bit shorter, but there's some good fielding from the cut shot in the offside, so they cut off what would have been a few.
I don't think there's I don't think there's an appetite for in England to change the captain at the moment. So I mean, he's going to have to fail a bit more, I think, before that happens. But I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. Rich Turner Music has sent us £10 on Super Chat. And he says, "How some my ill-gotten gains as a thank you for covering this series."
Money is welcome.
What did you do? In what way did you ill-gottenly gain your gains? We need to know more.
On a Sunday as well.
Can I just leap in with a shout out for two people that have come back early from Dracula's Castle to listen to our coverage in Bucharest? That's Katie and James, who are listening to us after a day trip to, or a couple of days in Transylvania.
Oh, it's great, Transylvania. Been there myself. Love it.
Must be utterly freezing right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, if Austria's anything to go by. Now, Livingston shows a bit of aggression there, dances down the wicket and has a flail at it, but he's missed it. It's lower and slower than their team ready for, and it was lucky that one just didn't hit the stumps.
And he's kind of giving it away a little bit, Livingston, in terms of running down very early, and so the bowler's got plenty of time to adjust his length, really.
It seems he's noticed that the run rate has now dropped below 5.5 for England. They've got 5 wickets standing and less than 15 overs left. This is Shepherd into the attack, by the way.
Yeah, Shepherd has been the most expensive of the bowlers. They've got to target him now.
But he went in for punishment with that new hard ball, did he not? So let's see how he gets on with the older one. Here he is once more, and again Livingston advances down the track. A little more elegantly, it has to be said. And he just drops it down to long on for 1.
Yeah, he went for 34, I think, off his first 3 overs. And I think Shy Hope handled him really well and got him out of the attack there, ball on some spin. And then he just tried to squeeze him back in when England were more or less just accumulating. And so his overs in that next spell were much more economical.
Yes.
14 runs off the last 36 balls. Wow.
Here we go again, and this one looks like it's actually been connected. It's gone into the stands for one of the big ones.
Absolutely. And Harry Brooks moves within 1 of going where several players have threatened to go today, but haven't managed it. 92 metres, wow.
Yeah, I think he was going to have a swipe at that one no matter what.
Yes.
It wasn't a terrible delivery.
Premeditated, definitely.
He has to target Shepherd. He's been a little bit wayward and at a pace where if he's slightly off the mark, it's pretty easy to hit.
So Shepherd goes to cow corner, all very agricultural. And, this one is not agricultural, nicely timed. It's backward of square on the offside. There'll just be a single there as Livingston works with the pace and gets down the other end.
I think it was Brook. Brook just got the single that took him to his 50 there.
Quite right.
We'll mark him with a jingle.
Don't stop just because you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
58 balls. Decent innings from Antigua.
Shepherd again will pick up a dot ball there as Livingston just plays it out towards mid-off. Yeah, talking of captaincy and baseball and all that, but then there's the individual level of it as well. I mean, you think of Brook as kind of one of the epitomes of baseball batting, what he did in Pakistan and so on. Obviously different conditions and so on. But surely, if you've done that against the red ball, you should be able to harness the same spirit of not caring that much about your wicket. In white ball, I would have thought it's nothing much more than a mental thing.
Oh, he managed that part of it, not caring about his wicket. He did that very successfully.
Yeah, it's just if you don't execute, then you look silly, and if you do, then everyone raves about baseball. This has been a dot ball, and the over is finished, and it's 204 for 5.
Right, I should look to see if there have been any tweets. It was all going a bit quiet on the tweet front, but there's 1 or 2 come through now. On the one says Shimon wasn't recalled for this series. He played in the series against India prior to this, and that's about it. Farong is here as well. He says, in relation to the WSC poster from 77-78 Pack of Cricket, VFL Park was the venue for the photo. One player I was amazed with from a bowling point of view was Wayne Daniel. His World Series cricket stint cost him Test status. West Indies late 70s, 80s, the most feared bowling attack ever. Probably feared in terms of physical fear. I think you would have definitely had that against the West Indies.
Yeah, never quite as frightening when wearing pink pyjamas for World Series cricket.
And those posters must be collector's items, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So Karaya is back into the attack as well now, and he is swept away on the leg side.
Based.
Did that bounce before?
I think that's gone all the way. I really do. He's done amazingly to get that from way outside off stump. Anyway, it's one of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing.
I mean, this is set up for Brook to play a match-winning innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the foundation. He did care about his wicket until he got to his 50, it's fair to say. Now it looks like he's playing the Harry Brook we know. This is going to be a similar shot, just the 4 this time.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
He's gone from 50 to 60 quickly, hasn't he? The thing is, you wonder where he gets the power in that shot. Is it just in the wrists, I think, because he was right down on his legs, down on his knee rather. It didn't look very well balanced, but he still managed to get enough bat on it to send it away for 4.
Yeah, quite full delivery against the spin, but 4 runs, no problem. He's climbing into Correa here. This time it's wider of off stump, and he slashes it away out to the sweeper, so it'll just be the 1 there for Brook.
Trouble for West Indies here. They're going to need to get rid of Brook. He's going through the gears, as they say in Essex.
He's got it up to a runner ball now.
Well, yeah, he's the one.
Strike rate sitting at 100.
He's the one who's going to go
join the party. That's the question.
Karaya once more. Oh, this is played respectfully back down the wicket by Livingston, who's very much the antithesis of Brook at the moment. 5 of 14.
Yeah, playing some defensive shots as if to say, I can do 50 overs. I'm not just a T20 player. Is it too little, too late?
It would be if you were a selector. And me.
Livingston does not defend this one. He comes down the wicket, launches it straight over the bowler and far enough to go quite high into the grandstand, I would say.
For another of these.
2, 4, 6.
Take that, he's saying to me there.
Absolutely.
That looked really good.
Must have been quite long as well. 96 metres, that one. That's the biggest today, I think.
Do you get more runs the longer it goes?
Should do, shouldn't you? Should be a bonus runs. If you can
that was a textbook use your feet to the spinner shot.
It was, yeah.
He made it the right length, kept his balance, head over the ball. This time, he fetches it from outside off stump, slog sweep, 2 cow corner for 1 of these.
21 off the over. 23.
6.
I'm afraid that spoiled Kara's figures somewhat. I quite like
well today, apart from the one that went for 23.
Yeah, I like the look of him. He's quite Rashidi. We were talking about this in the green room. He looks a little bit like Rashid, but he's got a nice action, and he's not worried. Well, he is worried now after what he's just seen in the last over to give it air, but he's got a genuine googly, so he looks promising. Is he promising, or is he doesn't look as if he's in the first flush of youth?
No, he's a promising youngster at 31.
Yeah.
He didn't make his debut till 30.
Yeah.
But he's done well in domestic cricket, playing for Trinidad and Tobago. He's a very good Super 50. At the time he was picked, people thought, why now?
Yeah.
But demonstrating that a bit of experience has done him good. But he won't have enjoyed that over that went for 23.
No.
I wonder if he's going to keep Shepherd. I can't believe he's keeping Shepherd on here, because surely Thomas or Moti need to come back into the attack to quieten this down, because this could be carnage now. England acceleration is on.
Certainly is.
Certainly at a critical juncture in this innings. Everyone's having a slight fannying about break by the looks of it, adjusting helmets and so forth. But I think we're ready to go now as Brook takes strike, 61 off 61. Shepherd into bowl, and Brook backs away, tries to get... Did he get bat on that?
I think
don't
he
know.
did.
It's
I
ended
think
up behind the wicket keeper for 4.
Yeah, he just managed to lift it over the keeper just enough, and it's gone away for another of these. It's a good shot actually, because he was being followed there by... Well, I say a good shot, but it's actually come off the glove when you look at it.
Yeah.
But
bit of luck in that.
Yeah.
He's timed it off the glove well enough to go directly over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. You'd want that in your scrapbook.
absolutely. Yeah, but he's a big danger now for West Indies, isn't he? He's rollicking along.
And here's Shepherd. And once more, again he backs away, does Brook, and it's just going to be played down to the through the vacant mid-on area. So there'll be 1 there. And long on does the tidying up. Livingston back on strike.
And they pushed the run rate just up above 6 again, which is a sign of... I think we had 36 balls and they scored 14 runs. But now in the last 14 balls, we scored 36 runs. So it's bizarre.
This one is played back to Puent, so there'll be no run, and Livingston's having a bit of a laugh about it. He bent his body quite... Well, I think your yoga instructor would be proud of it. Trying to make room for himself to a slightly short ball that wasn't that far outside off.
He's got limited range of shots, Livingston. Surely even his best friend and batting coach, if he has one, would say that.
No comment.
Shepherd once more. Livingston advances, but elects not to play an aggressive shot. Just bunts it straight back to the bowler.
Yeah,
He's enjoying himself. Plenty of smiles.
Put it in the slot, Endo, and take it to the cleaners, but...
Oh, yeah.
Load of shots he doesn't have.
Well, I think, it's about bowling sensibly to him as well. I mean, that was quite cleverly done. Saw him coming, he put it in the middle of the pitch with a little bit of cut on it. Ball didn't come through at any pace. Oh.
Here we go again.
Must be out.
Livingston
Must be
ends
out.
up. Oh, yep. Finger of the umpire goes up. Livingston was advancing down the wicket. Kind of fell over as he was struck on the pad. Well, he did fall over. Having a chat now in the middle of the wicket.
Giving a bit of a
Livingston is
smile
gonna
as
refer
if to
this.
say the pitch. It was the pitch what did it. But,
Yeah, I did keep
it
low.
wasn't convincing against the short ball.
Well, he came down the wicket and it kept low. I mean, the only thing that's going to save him is the distance and the impact. But it looked fairly straight to me. And because it kept low, it's not going over the top. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's always an interesting one where the ball's got a reasonable distance to travel, but we'll find out now just how far.
I mean, he lost his base, Endo. When you played, you had that solid base. He didn't.
I didn't. Funnily enough, I didn't quite play at this level. That is.
Replay looks pretty.
That's how low it's going. It's only just above the ankle. You've got to say he's a little bit unlucky there.
Yeah.
Where's he playing it? Look.
He's a couple of small steps outside the crease, nothing major, and it's hitting halfway up middle stump.
Back to the pavilion, Sonny.
Yeah, it's the end
Hit him
of
on the ankle,
Livingston.
and he had a little jump in there as well.
Yes,
so
he did.
It really did keep low.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Shelley says, sorry, Harriet, talking to Harriet Atkinson on YouTube. Sorry about that, Harriet. There goes another one. Rich Turner says, if I told you I'd have to, so he can't tell us about his ill-gotten gains. Pokey Bumfinger says he's just been slumming it on TalkSport, eating sweet corn. It was bad. What, the sweet corn? Or TalkSport.
It's not sweet corn season. Where's he got that? Where in the world is he?
That's a good question. I think he's in
all
England.
run out where
I may
I
be wrong. Well, no sweet corn left.
Well, I only shop regionally. Let's say.
I'm
sure there's some imported from Tierra del Fuego, perhaps.
Do you not ever have that thing at home where your other half says, "Guess where the bananas are from?" when you've got your delivery, and you go through about.
I've never had that, but it's always Costa Rica, isn't it?
Yeah, well, normally, yeah, and then or you go to some incredibly exotic land, and it turns out to be France or something like that.
I think I'd like to go to Costa Rica sometime just to see if there's anything there except bananas. And bananas being loaded onto ships. People working in the banana industry.
Quite a lot of good wildlife in Costa Rica, as far as I know. Anyway, new man is at the crease. I better jingle him up very quickly.
Please do.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
So, what's Sam Curran got for Shepherd? We're about to find out. Shepherd over the wicket to the left-hander. This is a straightforward block, which will conclude the over. 232 for 6 after 39.
Well, what I can tell you is that we've got another super chat for $4.99. The GC Naked Fun Porn Bot has come online and is saying you can have some money. So that's very gratefully received. Hombre Nuevo on Twitter, I refuse to call it X, says, how long will Butler's T20 World Cup credit keep him as captain? He's proved he's out of his depth, but also, do you know who will take his spot? As suggested before, do we need a new captain? Well, I mean, it seems like they're looking towards Zach Crawley, doesn't it? Because they pulled him in as captain of that team that played those very much rain-interrupted games against Ireland right at the back end of the season. So I guess they're looking to him. Not sure who else there may be.
Who'd have thunk it, when he first started out? It's come a long way, Zach Crawley.
Well, yes, I mean, he's really kind of cemented his place, didn't he, this summer in the Ashes, in the way that he played.
And how many times did they try, or did the world try to drop him from the England
Oh,
Test
God.
team? Anyway,
yes.
Thomas is to continue, and there's a reverse something or other, which is missed by Harry Brook, and no run there.
You may have a fan, Dave, says, on the one says, who is the commentator that sounds like he absolutely hates Livingston? That's Dave Brook. Big fan of the West Indies.
I bear no personal animosity towards Liam Livingston. I just think there's better preparation for a World Cup than 3 months bulking up in the gym and range hitting. Hasn't reached that stage where that's what 50 over cricket in India is about.
Oh, Shane Thomas, this one's wide outside off stump. Brook throws the hands at it, misses.
I'd have more respect for him if he played a first-class match or a 50-over match. Every opportunity to play for Lancashire last year and didn't take it.
Well, you say he had every opportunity. Is that something to do with Lancashire not selecting him, or is it lack of availability?
He was either injured or didn't make himself available. He has no interest. And I'm saddened by that, because these 20-over players, they don't perform outside of that bubble, because it's domestic cricket after all, most of the franchise circuit.
Thomas once more, and there another attempt at a reverse flick. I need to learn the names for all these shots we didn't have when I was a boy. But anyway, he misses it again. He's not getting the timing at all off Thomas, who will be pleased with his return from the first half of the over. ...
Yeah, he's been good today, Richard. He's bowled really accurately. It's a different O'Shane Thomas than we saw last time. Of course, he does well against England. He did take a 5 against England in 2019.
Change at the end of this over.
Opposition has another crack at Brook here. Brook this time plays a more conventional shot. He gets it past Twent. He gets it to the boundary.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
What were we talking about? Bananas, and then
Liam Livingston.
Else.
I think Livingston's lived a little bit on the one shot he played against Pakistan that went 121 metres.
Did he get more than 6 for that one?
Should have done, shouldn't he? Should have got it. Yeah, it was a big hit.
Brook on 70. Takes strike once more. This is a similar shot, but this time the fielder, a bit of athletic, salmon-y fielding. Plenty of leaping in there, and it's cut off. He's going to have to stay down at the striker's end, and the wicket-keeper's run all the way over to offer his congratulations.
That looks like Athanaze. That looks like Alec Athanaze has been absolutely outstanding in the field, and
good effort.
I'm looking forward to seeing him back. He's a very talented young cricketer.
He had pretty good season. I mean, they didn't have a good series against India in the Test series, but he had quite a good Test series himself, didn't he?
Well, that was technically a drop chance. Actually, it was in the air.
Yeah.
But a good stop in the end. The last ball goes out in the same direction, a much easier one to field. Just trot in and pick it up. There'll be no run. So at the end of 40 overs, it's 233 for 6, and I guess we have a change of shift.
We do indeed.
It's been a pleasure.
Yep, we'll be back with you later, I believe. And Grubby and Jason are joining us. I'll just play us a little jingle to get them into their seats.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Gorillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We've got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP. You can spare us some money. Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
Here's Shepherd, and Curran goes onto the back foot. He plays that down to square leg, and I'm joined in the studio from the Gorilla Nerve Centre by Jason and Grubby.
Yep. All right, Dave.
Very good, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you with the full body odour.
We could have done with it. We could have done with the body heat.
Is it cold in the towers?
Absolutely Baltic, mate.
Oh.
Yep. But fortunately you got some red stripe. So.
Yep.
Very good.
So
Brook's on 70, and Shepherd's bowling to him now, and he plays that one down, doesn't get a run. Good. This is a great innings from Harry Brook. Could be a match-winning innings here.
Yeah, it did take a while to get started. He was allowed to because who was the other batsman? Crawley was going along okay, not express, but okay. But he allowed him to build himself into an innings of note.
And that's played away nicely by Brook. There's a man down at deep square leg, and it just jogged through for a single. Shepherd's been the most expensive of all the West Indies bowlers today, and he's shown possibly a weak link in the attack, but he's up against good batsmen. He can play through the line.
Well, it's one of these.
How's Tammy Curran going to play now, Jason? You watch a lot of Surrey cricket.
I think it's 10 overs to go. He'll be in T20 mode, I think.
The
problem is there's not a lot behind him. But Cast is a decent hitter. Ahmed's a decent hitter, but they can't be guaranteed to go on.
Curran plays that one defensively, and there's no run. No, I'm sure that Sam Curran is going to play in T20 mode, but will he come off or not? That's the question.
Recent evidence from the World Cup would say no, because he was played 3 matches and then he was dropped, and he hadn't performed in any of those 3.
He'll be furious, won't he?
He will be wanting to make a point.
Not to have been given much of a chance.
So I think he will have the bit between his teeth.
Shepherd bowls to him. Bits between his teeth. The bat's around his legs as he plays that one down to square leg for a single. James Knight's been in touch with me. He takes issue with the two wise men that won before you, saying you can't compare Bazball in a test match to Bazball in a one-day international. It wasn't designed for ODIs when there's no fielding restrictions in a test match.
Well, there isn't. Bazball doesn't exist outside of the test arena.
No,
exactly.
And I don't.
Exactly.
And a Bazball is a ploy to get yourself enough time to take 20 wickets in any case. It's not about
different
scoring
games,
runs. It's
different
about
objectives.
It's about gaining time in the game.
Shepherd, can he finish the over with a dot? No. He's out.
Well, he can.
It's a wicket. It is a dot. It's a wicket caught by Alzawi Joseph at mid-off. Harry Brook has given it away before. He was able to play the fully match-winning innings that I suggested before. He's out for 71 with the game still. Interestingly, boys, Brook is out for 70.
Yeah,
Brook. 7 fours.
disappointing from Brook there, because he was set up to tee off in the last 10 overs and hasn't had the chance to do that. I think that's partly due to the fact he's not really had much of the strike recently.
Well, he teed off in the last couple of overs, hasn't he? 2-3.
Yeah, I'd also say
Dave, 23 off an over just 2 overs ago.
Yeah, Dave and Jace, I'd also say that the pitch is a little bit plays a little bit slow and low in parts. We saw when Phil Salt got out earlier in the innings, similar sort of thing. The ball, admittedly to a spinner that time, was on its way down as he hit it. It's not. You can't just play through the line with alacrity.
Yeah. Anyway, it brings the northern fast bowler to the wicket. Brian casts his name, and here's a jingle.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brighton cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a calling, all your pools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
I'm just looking at the replay of that, and Shepherd has done a very nice thing in rolling his fingers over the ball to take the pace off it and let it grip into the pitch.
Yep, credit to the bowler.
Well, it's Yannick Correa. I'll say to continue. I think he did bowl the last over that went for 23. So he's been kept on, which is interesting from the captain. His figures were ruined, but now he's got a new batsman to bowl to, Sammy Curran on the back foot. Doesn't time that. Goes to extra cover, and there's no run. Let's see what sort of innings Curran can put together, because he's now the senior batsman, the last sort of recognised batsman in this lineup. Bats up the order for Surrey, as Jason will testify. Correa, and that's defensive by Curran. This is not quite the last 10 overs that England would have expected to have had. They've lost 7 wickets and are only in the 42nd over, so a bit of fallibility from England on shoulders today. Not unfamiliar.
Sure.
You've been watching them recently.
Not sure
Can they
what.
dig themselves out? That is just tickled round the corner by Curran. Going to get a single.
Yes, he bats up the order in T20, and he does bat 5-ish, 6-ish in red ball cricket, but I don't recall where he bats in 50 over format.
He's been known to open the innings, I think, in T20, hasn't he?
He has opened the innings, but he often
And
bats at
100.
3 behind Jackson
Jason,
Roy.
You put your finger on something there, because would he have played any 50 over cricket last year? That's the problem. It was the
I doubt he's played. For
50 over tournament.
50 over cricket since 2019.
No, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, the 100. It's outside the off stump, and Cast leaves that one. That was his first ball. Dryden Cast. Yeah, Sam Curran. None of the England team playing in the 50 over competition last year, because the 100 has taken over and paid the price in the World Cup. Direct relationship between the two. Cast. He's looking to play to Correa, and he goes down the track, makes a contact.
Hello.
It's gone very high. Has it cleared the boundary?
yes.
Yes, it has. 6 runs to Cast. Gets them off the mark in fine style.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Cast had
He batted a bit, Jason.
Yeah, Cast has had a pretty good last year. Certainly in red ball cricket, he got a first ton, I think, for Durham, and had several sort of 50s where he upped the rate and put the pressure on.
Well, he plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. It's quicker, flatter, and may have turned a little bit. So end of the 42nd over, 8 to go. England are 2-4-6 for 7. Grubb is in the hot seat with the socials.
I am. We've got a little bit of back and forth between WG Rumble Pants, who's a friend of the show and a friend of cricket in general, I would say. On the one, a few minutes ago, says, who's the commentator, presumably in the last shift, who sounds like he absolutely hates Livingston? Well, I've been out to get him, because he's not fulfilled his potential, and once again he flattered to deceive again today.
Did we have the super chat from...
Oh, please do. No, yeah, go for it.
From GC Naked Fun Formbot saying, did Livingston date one of David Brooks' relatives? We may answer the question about who on the previous stint was the person who was doing down Livingston.
Well, I don't know if it was something, it probably was someone else, but if someone needs to take responsibility for doing down Livingston, I'd like to be that person. He's not fulfilling his potential at all. Dave, any thoughts on that?
Well, I would like to share culpability. I think WG Rumble Pants rumbled me.
No, this is on the one who asked the question.
I do enjoy your tweet, WG. I have to say.
And his artwork.
And his artwork. Shane Thomas, that's nicely played by Curran. Rocks onto the back foot, and he's going to get 4 for that. It's really nicely connected, and right down to the long on boundary to make Curran feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, lovely little flappy pull, not all on the ground, nicely placed.
Yes, if you're a season ticket holder at the Oval, you'll be familiar with that shot. Flat batted, but no risk at all in it. Sammy Curran here got a point to prove. He didn't figure much in the World Cup. Had a couple of unsuccessful outings early on. He's got goggles on.
Shades. He's got shades underneath the lid.
Shades on. And he bowls and he manages to play that one defensively.
Do you know why that is? I think that's because the sun is behind the bowler from that end.
James Knight says, have we seen Curran's ridiculous glasses? James, I was just commenting on them. It looks like he's ready to go on a motorbike at the moment. He's got the full Iron Maiden.
The only time I've seen that...
I don't mean Iron Maiden, Hell's Angels.
The only time I've seen that in recreational cricket is when the sun is behind the bowler's arm. And you have to, look at... Then they bowl it into the sun and then it comes down and you can't see it at all.
He's setting a new trend here. Sammy Curran. Thomas bowls to him. Back foot, lovely shot off the back foot. It's going to get another boundary. This time it's slightly squarer, but it's a lovely, nice shot from Sam Curran. Another 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's going to continue to play those shots, he might as well be wearing Timmy Mallett's glasses. We don't care.
No, he's seeing it.
The wacky glasses.
Football.
Or the Wackaday glasses. Even. Was Wackaday?
It was Wackaday, yeah.
Or Whack-away.
Okay. Here the till registers as every school cricketer in the country goes out to buy a pair of Sam Curran shades. They're not really shades, they're kind of like, they're very dull.
Well, they're...
like a pair of garage doors over his eyes.
It's proving effective. It's taking away the fear. It's giving him a new identity. Thomas will have to pitch the ball up to him. This one's short again, and Curran plays it onto the offside. This time there is a man back on the deep cover point boundary, and then you take a single. So this is great from Curran. He's on 12 from 11, and Cast has shown that he can bat as well. So useful runs these for England. If they've got to 255, there's still 7 overs after this one. So it's getting towards a match-winning score on this pitch. I would suggest.
On this pitch. Yeah, and I think you're right there, Dave, because early doors England scored very freely in the first 3 or 4 overs, up at 10 and over at points. After this,
here's Thomas bowling, quite pacey, but Cast plays that well, as you say, like a batsman who scored a ton this year for Durham. He plays it down to third man, jogs through for a single, and if his bowling is good, then Cast looks like he's putting himself forward for a permanent place in this one-day side. If he comes in at 9, bats like that, then he's going to be very valuable to England in this format.
Yeah. We've had another super chat from GC Naked Fun Fullback saying, did the Livingston data relation of Grubby? It basically completely repeated the previous super chat, which changed the person.
Oh, excellent. So we got some money for that?
Yep, we did.
Well, you can say what you like, as long as you're giving us a few quid.
Yes, don't forget the super chat function. I'll ask Jason to talk about that in a moment. Here's Thomas bowls, and this time it isn't timed by Curran. Pace off the ball from Thomas, gets out of that over, but went for 10. So most expensive over he's bowled, because he's bowled at 8 overs now for 35.
Yeah, Super Chat is that feature of YouTube where you can support the channel by sending in a Super Chat, which is got a monetary amount associated with it, which helps us to keep us on the air.
Yeah, exactly. If you do want to give us some money, you can go to the website as well. You can support us on patreon.com. A small monthly donation or a large monthly donation if you so feel inclined. Everyone who does so we are eternally grateful for. Sometimes when the tech people are in the studio, there might be a little streamer across the bottom of the screen,
as there is at the moment,
of course, because I did it, so of course it's going to work. But listen, if you like what we do and you've got a couple of quid that you can spare us, help keep us on air, help keep independent commentary alive, Dave.
Yeah. And it was great during the World Cup. I listened to a lot of it. I only on a couple of games. that the partnership with the Australian independent broadcaster White Lion Wireless was a real highlight. Shows what you can do. The unofficial commentary is often most entertaining.
Hands across the ocean.
Yeah, hands across the ocean. Here's Alzari Joseph back into the attack and bowls to Cars. Cars plays that nicely. It's a rated extra cover. He dives in the wrong direction, and it's gone for another boundary.
Yeah, I think that's one of his strong points is off the front foot. He's very good on a drive, either straight or through the covers. So I'm not sure that is a fruitful area for Joseph to bowl.
No, come wider of the crease and try and tuck him up for room, I guess. Like many lower order batsmen, you don't like that. So that's
West Indies. Yeah. Sorry.
That'd be what I would try to do, Dave.
Yeah, I wonder if the West Indies video analyst went down as far as 9 when analysing his batsmen, because they should have told him not to bowl the bowlers not to bowl there. Should be short of a length to Cars, even though he's a big man. Does he get a single there? I think he might have done.
Well,
no, it's a dot.
Sometime friend of the show, Toby Radford, the ex-West Indian batting coach, might have some thoughts on that.
Yes, he has less thoughts the more ex he becomes, because he's doing so many other things now, but surely when he was the most recently ex-batting coach, he had a lot to say on the subject. Here's Alzari, the vice-captain. He's bowling now to Karsu. That bottom edge goes down to short fine leg. He didn't really know too much about that. There's no run there. So 260 for 7. Still 6 overs after this one. It's a good position for England. West Indies never quite let them get away. They've always come back with a wicket. But the innings from Brook and now this bit of hitting from these two is after a very good start, of course, from the two openers. I'll go through the scorecard in a moment if you're joining us. As soon as I can work the technology, unless anyone else would like to do that. And that's played away down to long on by Cars. And there's a single. In fact, Robbie, I would like to hear your scorecard reading can I suggest a different persona?
Okay, well,
Chris Woke, by any chance?
Give me a couple of balls.
I didn't want to say that. I was hoping you'd jump in there.
We can put that highlight up for you.
Pass
as and when
12.
he's got into character.
Yes, Bubby's going to be very much a method actor, so he'll be just taking a little while just to get into the character now. And he'll be back at the end of this over with the scorecard. 200, and it'll be worth listening to. Here's Joseph. He's got 2 balls left in this over, so not long to wait. He bowls, and that's flayed away. No, it's down the leg side. That will be wided, and it is indeed by Gregory Brathwaite, the West Indian umpire. Curran on 12, Castle on 12, 262 for 7. The toss having been won by England. Exactly 6 runs and over. They went off like a train earlier on, but as Grubby will shortly be telling you, England didn't have it all their own way, and they have lost 7 wickets, the details of which Grubby will be revealing shortly in the manner of someone else. Here's Joseph bowls, and that's tucked up in the air, but it's safe. Curran didn't know too much about that one. Just being surprised by the slightly shorter ball there, which I suggest Joseph could make more use of now.
There's very much a tactic to bowl to Curran on the hip and restrict him to just working it down to fine leg, I think.
Indeed.
And that limits his scores down to 1 or possibly 2 if he gets it wide of the fielder.
Also very good it's a very good tactic that to use in seniors cricket when you're bowling against someone who has had a hip replacement. Here's Joseph. He comes in, bowls, casts, nibbles that down the offside. He wants a single. Not going to. Yes, they are going to run through. That's the end of that over. England 264 for 7. Grubby.
All right, me ducks. Well, the scorecard so far in Antigua today is as follows. Salt caught Carty like an absolute melt. Bowled by Moti for 45. He spooned it up in the air. He was caught in the covers. Jacks caught Sheho, bowled Joseph for 26. Crawley run out like a pillock for 48. Duckett bowled by Mariah Carey for 20. Brook caught Joseph, bowled Shepherd 71. Butler, no sort of form at all for ages, caught Athanazi, bowled Moti for 3. Livingston LBW bowled Shepherd for 17. The not out batsman Sam Curran 13. Dryden Cast 13. 264 for 7.
Thomas bowls, Cast gives himself room, doesn't make contact, no run. Well, that was like being in the RS Wyatt stand there for a moment. Was transported to Edgbaston.
As long as you're not in the party stand at Edgbaston.
The Hollies.
The Hollies stand.
Ah, we bloody love the Hollies.
I bet you do. Oh, I just dropped into it myself there. It's
very much an interesting atmosphere. From the one and only occasion I went there.
O'Shane Thomas, the big Jamaican, who's made a good comeback into ODI cricket here. I haven't seen him for a couple of years. He went back to do some work on his fitness. And he's also unnoticeably running up a lot straighter than he used to. I think there's been a bit of work done on his bowling. And no doubt Darren Sammy would have helped him with that in the camp they've had in the last 2 or 3 weeks. He bowls now outside the off stump, and that's Cast waits for it and plays it down to third man for a single. 2-6-5 for 7 England. They will feel that they may have enough already. If they go for 7 and over, they get to 305, 6 and over 299. But this ground is not known for high scoring matches. Yeah, James and Katie, you've come back early from Dracula's Castle to join our coverage. You've been in Transylvania and you're now in Bucharest. Thank you for giving us an even more international flavour today.
Who are James and Katie?
Part of the world. Have you been to that part of the world, guys?
I've not been to Transylvania.
No.
Endo has.
I'd love to.
Thomas bowls, and that's gone straight up in the air. Has it gone? It's got legs. I think it's gone further than I thought. Yes, it's a straight.
It's got wings.
Off the back foot. Last time I saw that, it was Keith Boyce doing it for West Indies. It's a great straight 6 down the ground.
That's just a baseball swing. I mean, just made a strong base and just swung through with a baseball swing, and that's just out of here.
Absolutely right. He got a great eye for a ball, Sammy Curran. Just stood and hit that, on the rise towards him, straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Incredible shot.
Take that, says the man in dark glasses. He faces Thomas now. This time it tucks him up a bit, but he's able to nudge it down. And sort of almost Graham Thorpe manner for single.
Well, that's the ultimate insult, isn't it? 6 and a 1. No,
6 and a 1. Yeah.
You can't have any. You can't have any comeback then as a bowler.
Yeah. Also, nicely described there, Dave. That was a very Thorpe-esque shot.
We send all our best wishes to Graham Thorpe. Still not
always
recovered from his stroke that he had.
In fact, the news is very quiet on the Graham Thorpe front.
Yeah, it is. It is. The family have been very quiet. We're all very concerned and send our best to him. His O'Shane Thomas again. This time he's bowling to Cast, and Cast goes for a big one. Doesn't make contact. Didn't miss the stumps by much. Oh, just went straight over middle stump. That was a good old-fashioned tail-enders heave there, but justifiable. But then it's only 5.1 to go.
Bit of scruffy fielding by scruffy keeping. By Shy Hope there. He managed to get enough on it to stop it from going for any sundries, but it was not the nice, neat glove work that we come to expect from some of the
and a tricky pitch to keep on as well. It is a bit up and down, and that one was sort of shin height through to him. But yeah, you'd hope for better.
Unlucky. Yeah, Thomas was unlucky not to get his first wicket there. This it's gone off the glove, I think, and parried by Hope, and this is going to trickle down they're going to run 2. But well, I thought Thomas won that battle with Cast. Certainly lost it against Curran, but won it over Cast. That's the end of his 9th over. 45 runs off his 9, and at the end of 45 overs, England 274 for 7.
Yep.
Any socials?
We're looking, but just looking at that last ball, I mean, yes, he gets bat on that, and he gets a hand on that. That's a really good effort by Shy Hope to get up so high. That was a very high bouncer, and he has saved them to at least 2 runs there. So, slightly untidy the ball before, but improved very much in the ball after.
Yeah, and as we said before, tricky keeping wicket on a pitch like this. It'd be interesting to see how it plays when the West Indies bat. When maybe they get the heavy roller on in between innings. And by the way, if you are listening to us and you've got Twitter in front of you, do send us some messages. They appear to have dried up. Might just be me, but send in some love.
Breaking news, Grubby, breaking news. Sam Curran has dispensed with his dark glasses. It involved removing his helmet. It's quite a long operation. And the glasses
Outrageous.
have come off. Let's see what difference that makes now as he faces up to Alzari Joseph. Without glasses, but with culotte, as he plays that down to deep square leg for a single.
That's again, Joseph has got this plan to tuck him up, and that's worked to perfection there. All he can do really is nudge it around the corner. Now we'll see whether Joseph can do the business on Cars, who is looking to get on with it every ball he paces.
Cars with an impressive array of tattoos down just one arm, as if to say, I'm a little bit out.
Just the one arm, though.
Just the one arm. And Joseph running into him now. Bowls, and that's played away. It's very high. Is that going to be out? It's going to be, or is it going to go the whole distance? It does! It clears the distance, clears the perimeter fence. It's 6 runs to Bryden Cast.
Yeah, it looked initially as though he got that top edge on that, but that's actually right on the bottom of the bat, full extension, and it's just kept going and going.
10 yards over the boundary. It did look like it went straight up, didn't it? As you commentated there, Dave. But it was massive.
Cast looks a better number 9 than a lot of people who represented England in that number. He bowls, and that's squirted out onto the offside. And there's one, of course, Rian Ahmed is still to come at 10. I think a man who's also got first class century, if I'm not mistaken. He says
yes, I believe so. Gus Atkinson at 11 has not, but he has got a first class 50. So
in what will be
no rabbits.
Yeah, in what will be Gus Atkinson's, I don't know, 8th List A game in his career, something like that. He'd only played 5 before the World Cup, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Which seems faintly ridiculous.
So Curran's on 21 facing, Cast at the other end on 23. And this one is struck sweetly over the diving long mid-off. It's a deep mid-off, but he wasn't deep enough to take that catch if he'd been 10 yards back and been straight down his throat. But it's 4 more to Sammy Curran.
Well, I think he'd been 5 yards back if he'd caught that.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That really didn't clear by very much at all. There was a skew off the bottom of the bat with no real power in it.
Very useful middle lower order runs though. When you think these two are both in the 20s now, England
and at
2.867
rates of about 150.
Yeah, we're about to see a 51 partnership, and it's really going to put the pressure on.
Alzari looks pissed off, doesn't he?
Certainly does. Well, he always does. Bowls. Oh, that's a nice disguised slower ball. Somehow Curran gets his bat on it, shy at the stumps, and there's going to be buzzers here, is there?
No.
No. Well, because Cast overran it, otherwise there could have been another one, but partnership moves on to 48 between these two. And State, as I say, still Rian Ahmed to come, so England have hacked the side with batting today. Probably a stronger batting side than a bowling side.
Well, he was in anyway, but I don't think there's any chance ever of overthrows unless we hit the stump directly and he rebounds in an odd angle.
Here's Joseph. He finishes over, his 9th over. He bowls to Cast. Cast drives that sweetly down. That is a top shot that he moved, gave himself some room and drove it straight back down to the long off boundary. What a decent shot that was from Cast.
That went like a tracer bullet.
It really did. I mean, it was well, how would you describe that shot, guys?
It's a flog, really. It really was right on the toe of the bat. It was all power.
Well,
and it went about maybe a metre above the ground for a fair distance of the way.
He backed away to leg, swung through the line. I thought he timed it quite well, actually. I didn't think it came off the bottom. It flew.
Yeah.
He absolutely drilled it.
I thought you were being a bit harsh on him there, Jace. Yeah, I thought it was a top shot, that, because whether it was bottom of the bat, but he got enough on it and it absolutely flew. He's on 27 anyway. Curran's on 26, and that's the 50 partnership from these two. Very, very valuable runs after the failure of Butler 3 and Livingston 17. These two have shown that, well, they must be knocking on the door, looking at those two places, thinking they might become available soon. 7 and 8 available.
It's a brand
from 8 and 9.
Brand new, fresh start, Dave. That's what it is. So yeah,
reset.
It's all up for grabs.
The players who weren't playing in the World Cup played noticeably better today than those that were in the World Cup. And that's round the wicket. Shepherd goes for the bouncer. That's a good tactic because it was straight, and Curran couldn't get a bat on that. He had to duck underneath it. So Shepherd's going to need to use a few variations here because Sammy Curran, without the dark glasses now, is really going to be going for it. Suddenly, in the words of Johnny Nash, I can was it Johnny Nash? I can see clearly now.
Johnny Nash, yep. Johnny Nash.
Johnny Nash. Thanks so much, Grubbs. And Mario Shepherd round the wicket again to Curran, who does get bat on that. This time it goes down to long on, and they're going to go for two, and it's either slow fielding or very good running. I think Joseph might have been a bit knackered after his last over.
I think that's very good running by particularly Bryden Cast coming back to the bowler's end.
Interesting from Shepherd as well. He went wide of the crease and
very, very round arm.
Round arm, wasn't it? It was like Lasith Malinga there. Yeah. That sort of action, zeroing in on that middle of leg, going for the Yorker. But Sammy Curran was equal to it. Played it very well.
Yeah. Nicely timed off the inside corner of the bottom edge of the bat.
He found the middle of the inside corner of the bottom edge.
I suppose the question is, guys, who's going to get the runs from West Indies? We look down this batting order. I mean, my money's probably on Brandon King at 4-1. Grubby, I thought was a good bet because someone has to be top scorer.
Top scorer for West Indies.
Shy Hope to anchor the innings, I think.
That's outside the off stump. It's thick edged by Curran, but there's no one down there. It's, there is. It's
Moti, I think. Yeah,
Moti fields that, and they get two. So Curran's enjoying this. You can tell. He proved to be a very valuable player in the IPL, didn't he? He was made captain of his franchise, whose name currently escapes me. The franchise.
Well, he was the player of the tournament when England won the World T20 World Cup last year.
Did you add a year of short memories after that, Grubby?
Short form game, short memories.
Yeah.
I could barely remember what happened earlier in this game.
Well, here's Shepherd, and Cast doesn't know where that one's gone. It's thick edge down to sort of short backward square leg. And
that's well bowled. That's a floaty slow ball, and he's put it on a spot. And Cast has swung through that a bit too quickly and got a fat inside edge down to the man at short fine leg.
I thought Shy Hope could have slipped another couple of overs at spin in from Athenaeus, even Rutherford, but certainly Athenaeus could have bowled a couple of overs.
Have we seen Rutherford at all? We haven't seen Rutherford at all, have we?
No, we haven't. No, I wasn't expecting to see him. He's being played as a specialist batsman. Curran, Shepherd round the wicket. That's driven nicely, very straight on drive, and there is a man down there, and again a very well run too. So they're managing to get twos at Wim here on the Viv Richards at the Viv Richards Stadium. Grubby, did you know that Viv Richards has been commemorated? His face appears on the new Eastern Caribbean $2 note. Was released only this week.
That I did not know, but I'm very pleased to hear that. He's an icon of our lovely sport and a world icon in general. He represented Antigua and Barbuda in the World Cup football qualifying competition years ago. They've got amazing portraits at Lord's, and his is probably the best that there is.
Yeah,
incredible. You've never seen that. Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful.
Shepherd, and he does that well. It's a wide Yorker, gets through. It's a bit unlucky there, just outside the tram line. Romario Shepherd showing no mercy to Shepherd, who's just probably keen to get out of his 10 overs here, and his last ball, he's going to have to repeat his last ball.
Yeah, that was unlucky. He's bowled well, and it's just that's on the line.
No, that was a bad decision.
It's a bad decision. A little bit like Jofra Archer's in the World Cup Super Over.
poor decision. Shepherd showing his anguish against that because it was inside the
Yeah.
tram line. You've got to give bowlers some margin
Well,
of error
yeah,
there.
it's just wrong.
Bowls this time, and it's chopped down by Curran. It's only going to be a single. So, yeah, Shepherd looks aggrieved with the world. 10 overs, 2 for 77. At the end of 47 overs, England closing in on 300, 299 for 7. Probably anything to report on the I sent everyone to sleep?
Well, don't take the blame for it, but everyone's asleep. No, Armchair Cricket Podcast is with us. England having crossed 280, it was a little while ago now, may have gotten enough on this tricky pitch. The focus, Armchair Cricket Podcast also keeping an eye on other games that are going on, which I'd rather not advertise, but you know what they are.
Yep.
And it's funny, isn't it? Because early doors I thought England will get 400 here. And then...
Well, it just shows that the more the ball gets old, the harder it is to hit, I
Yeah.
think, on this.
Which again, why wouldn't you start with spin first couple of overs?
You want to see what chance you've got. Oh, well, if they're bringing spin back, they've got Karaya's coming back on for his last contractually obligated over.
Yeah, gone for 68. He started off well, but he had that one over where he struck.
Yeah, if you take that 23 out of it, he's 9 overs for 8 overs for 45, which is pretty good.
Sammy Curran on 32. 18 runs, 3 overs. Could he get a little half century to his name here? If he does, England will be well ahead in this match because this match is this ground not known for high scores. And that is clobbered straight.
And
6. Curran is showing a great deal of power and timing there. Back foot again, 6 runs straight.
Yeah, that's all hand speed and timing.
Yeah, just stands there in the crease, doesn't he? And sort of weight on the back foot, but he's not gone back as such. He's just standing there. Swings through it. Incredible hand-eye coordination, chaps.
Fair amount of determination on Sam Curran's face today, as if to say, I'm associated with England's World Cup disaster, but I only played 2 matches. Why didn't you play me in the previous matches? That's what he's saying with this innings, Alec, bruv.
Agreed. He's going to be spitting feathers, mate.
This one has a big swing at that, but swing and a miss.
Good googly, really good googly there.
The goog from Karaya. Really beat him, didn't it? He was playing for the spin.
It's a real clever delivery in the one-day game, that, because ordinarily, if a leg spinner throws it wide, you think, oh, that's the leggy then.
Yeah.
But it was the Google, and it beat him.
That could be
this
out.
One doesn't know too much about thick edge, but unfortunately for him, it bounces. But going to be run out. He's run out down the other end. Carr sold him down the river there. Curran was ball watching, didn't make off in time. Looked at one stage as though he was going to be out caught, so he must have stopped, watched the ball, and then was run out and non-strikers end. Cue the Keystone Cops.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Nothing wrong from Cast there, just current ball watching. I think there's always a single there if he goes as soon as the ball's.
Well, he's playing the shot off the back foot, so he's back in the crease anyway, and then he's got to, engage first gear and go forward, doesn't he? So, yeah, it's very soft in the end. Just a spoon to back with point, and a very gentle throw to the non-striker's end. He's out by about 5 or 6 yards.
So everyone's going to get a run out here because Rian Ahmed's coming out to bat, and he can have a little go now.
Yep, let me just jingle him up when there he is.
Here he is. He comes over the hill.
Mission from the original squad was to guard Rian Ahmed from dubious jingles.
So some good contributions down the order. He's not going to be on strike. It's Cast. Rian is on strike. I beg your pardon. And he places first ball down to long on. And was that Cast? No, it was Cast. It wasn't Rian because they took their run out and non-strikers hit. Got confused there for a moment. So that was Cast who got that ball down to long on. So now Rian will face his first ball. Rian Ahmed, Mr. Cricket they call him in Leicestershire. really knows the game inside out, big enthusiast for the game, and it really shows in the way he fields and bowls. Let's see what he does with the bat now. He'll enjoy this opportunity, I'm sure. Pryor bowls to him. Back he goes, plays a nice back foot shot down to a couple of points. Just go through for a single.
People aren't quite sure yet whether his best attribute of his game will be his batting or his bowling.
Well, I was a bit confused about the Mr. Cricket, because I thought Mr. Cricket was Mike Hussey, wasn't it?
It is Mike Hussey, yeah.
No, it's Mr. Cricket of Leicestershire.
Mr. Cricket Junior.
Mr. Cricket in
Master Cricket.
In Leicestershire. Yeah. It's Cast now on strike. He goes for a big one, misses. That was a sort of was that a golf shot?
It was a bad golf shot.
More a baseball hoik, but again, it's a wide leg spinner that he thinks is still coming into him, but just kept its line and just over the top of the blue guideline.
Yeah.
48 overs. 307 for 8. Cast 29 not out.
Yeah, he's played pretty well. Bryden Cast 29 from 19. He's hit a couple of long balls. That one, he was looking to do the same, but as he played it, his nose was pointing skywards.
Well, he was looking to hit it through mid-wicket rather than hitting it straight, which I think was part of the reason why he missed it, because he'd opened his body up.
Robbie, I enjoyed your podcast. I had listened to it the other day. What's the name of it again?
I'll tell you in a moment.
This is a slower ball from Joseph. Begins a new over. Ryan has a go at that. Misses.
You mean the one that's not the grumpy old man?
Do you mean the one I do with my friend Big Pat called Shamerock?
I do.
Oh, okay. It's called Shamerock, and it's a half Irish podcast because Big Pat is Irish and I'm not. So you can go and look that up if you wish. If you want to find out about Irish sport and news, that sort of thing.
And of course, Grumpy Star. Yeah, you're a star, Grumpy Old Man. You're on that one.
Thanks for the plug, Dave. Yes, I am.
Joseph bowls down the leg side. That's going to be wided, I'm sure, by umpire Gregory Brathwaite there. You supply the socket. I'll supply the plug. Jason.
Yep.
Wide. Oh, yes. That was the deep voice of Jason there on the microphone, widening that one.
Yep.
So Rian Ahmed, he's having a look around. He hasn't got long to let himself in the penultimate over, and Joseph is bowling to him. He's got the 1 run, and he's only faced 2 balls. He bowls Joseph. He really throws the bat at that one. Doesn't quite time it, but we're going to get 1 run. So not going for the really aggressive running that we saw when Sammy Curran was in. I think he'd be happy to give the strike back to Cast.
Yes, exactly. I think there's no value in going for the extra run there. Get the man who's been in for longer to face the ball.
Yeah, but I like Ryan's intention there. He's trying to hit that a mile. All right, and he gets 1 in the end, but he obviously fancies himself, and he's good. He's good talent with the bat, isn't he?
Yeah, he is talented cricketer all round. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, first class ton, ODI, not ODI 50, but list A 50.
Those who charges in that. He's in the slot rather, and I'm not sure the fielder didn't move.
I think the cameraman is slightly confused about where that ball went.
It went nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
But he's followed the ball nowhere to the boundary.
Yeah, the cameraman there showing his allegiance to England by following it to the boundary. In fact, Ria made no contact with it. It was a kind of hot air guitar shot. No substance. No guitar.
And it wasn't even that hot. Apart from that.
Apart from that, the analogy holds. Joseph, vice captain of the team. This is the penultimate over, and Rian Ahmed does get back to ball on that. But there's a man down. That's Rutherford down there at long on and take a single. I'm looking forward to seeing Hetmyer and Rutherford later on today. The 2 Guyanese middle order batsmen, 5 and 6. Hetmyer and Rutherford, if I'm sure they will be needed. Shea Hope tends to score the runs in the ODI cricket. You've got Brandon King and newcomer Casey Carty. That's the lineup. No Darren Bravo. Big controversy over his omission, having scored top scorer in the 50 over competition recently. going for youth. Instead, Joseph bowls and had a bit of a buffering there. I'm not quite sure what happened. I just saw the ball coming down.
It was a slower ball, and he tried to overhit the ball straight and just sort of slaughed it into the onside and jogged through for single.
It does right now feel like England have got plenty, doesn't it? But we'll see.
Yeah, certainly on this ground.
We're not going to get, as they said in the World Cup so often, we're not going to get the dew coming down, are we?
Shouldn't have thought so.
Fucking dew. I was so bored hearing about that.
Joseph, that's a good one. York on stumps. Rian Ahmed runs the first one quickly, but Cast really didn't run the first one that quickly.
I don't think there was two there in any case. I think the fielder was in off the boundary very quickly.
Yeah, I'd have been run out there. I'd have gone for the second and been
and
run
I
out
had
by
a bullet.
half the length of the field. Ended the over, 49 overs, 313 for 8.
Bullet throw to the keeper. He's got no chance to get back for 2.
You see, I wouldn't have been run out because I'd have been just struggling to make the first one.
Yeah. You'd have been pinged in the back 3/4 of the way down.
Someone, was it Hendo? I was on with someone earlier on who was talking. Oh, it was not Fred. It was not Fred talking about running for one of the first team when he batted. He had to run an all-run fourth, not even his runs. And I remember getting run out going for a fourth run, which would have been my run, but the fellow I was batting with was much quicker than me and almost lapped me, and I was run out going for a fourth. Can I come back? Can I come back? No.
If the gorilla cricket.
The question is, can you come back? That's what you ask your opponent if you're the one who's going faster. Can you make it?
Dave.
Last over now. Thomas to Rian Ahmed. That's toe-ended down to the third man.
Great field.
Always a good stop on the boundary. We haven't seen much decent ground fielding today, but that was very nicely fielded. Rutherford down there, showing that he's got something to offer.
That was terrific fielding.
Yeah, a red blur came in and saved that.
Full length. I think Rutherford could get some runs today. I like his batting. He's been mainly in the T20 arena, and I think it's his first ODI. But
that's right, it is. Yeah.
He's played in a number of franchises. He's been playing in the States as well, but he did do well in the 50 over for Guyana this year. The sort of player that we're seeing.
Is that mainly in the CPL that he's played this franchise cricket?
Yeah, I think he's also played in one of the other leagues, and has certainly been in the States as well. Is Thomas? This is the last over, 5 balls to go. Rian Ahmed. That's a full toss, and where's that gone? Cameraman doesn't know.
It's gone straight, and for 4, I think. For 6, even.
That is so weird.
My word.
I think
a thick edge 6 that went straight over the bowler's head.
That was a full toss.
There, was he? Wasn't looking to hit it there.
No, but that's very effective. I mean, you can't. It's one place you can't put a fielder really.
Yeah.
But he was aiming for mid-wicket, and he's got a leading edge for 6 over the bowlers on him.
Guys, if Guerrilla Cricket was to put out a playing 11 next year to play one match, Jace, you're regular, you'd be playing. Grubby, would you get the whites on one last time?
I might do. Look to Andy Ward though. He plays regularly.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. Here's Thomas bowls, and this one is clubbed back over.
No.
Where's that gone? It's in the air. It's in the air. It's coming down into the hands of the bowler. Takes the catch. So Shane Thomas deserved that wicket. It was up in the air longer than anyone could imagine. Certainly on my TV screen, on my computer screen, it was up there for a hell of a long time. It was clubbed up by Rian Ahmed. It's gone straight up in the air, and Thomas really just had to move backwards, but judged it really nicely. Took the ball over his head. So wicket for Thomas, well deserved for him. First wicket for him. Rian Ahmed out for 12, and with 3 balls to go, that's to score England 321 for 9.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, fair play to Ahmed. He's died on the sword. He's gone down swinging.
Nothing wrong with the way he played at all.
No.
It's actually a really good catch, isn't it, by Shane Thomas? Because any time it goes over your head like it's gone over his head. He's had to turn, and it's coming from literally over the top of his head.
And there's someone annoying him who's coming in from mid-off who could have distracted him somewhat as well.
Yes, like a little blue bottle.
That was the impressive thing. Yeah, he actually called for the catch. So that puts him Thomas bowls. And Atkinson has hit his first ball straight down the ground, mid-off long off came up to mid off, and he said, "Thank you very much. I'll have some of that." 4 runs.
Well, that's his jingle.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain.
That's enough of that. I'm going to have a 4 as well.
Probably not the ball to Robin. Shorter of a length than that. What do I know? 2 balls to go for this score as we wait for some pre-innings entertainment coming up. Thomas bowls and playing a miss this time from Atkinson. 9 wickets down. All West Indies get the last wicket off the last ball. 325 for 9. Contributions right down the order. Harry Brook 71.
Well,
everyone else chips in apart from Butler and Livingston.
Who would have put in a bet for a run out off the last ball to end the innings?
I'll give you 5-1 against.
Oh,
if you're not running, you're not trying hard enough, according to EOL and Morgan.
How's your jump season going, bro?
Oh, loving the jump season, Dave. Light at the moment.
Thomas, and that's gone straight up in the air. But I think it's going to clear the fielders. It could go all the way for 6. Is this going to finish off with a 6? No, it's caught. It's taken in deep square leg, and that looks like it's. Is that Roston Chase on there as a substitute fielder? I don't know who's gone off, but it's Roston Chase showing his experience, the experienced 12th man today. And he came running in from the boundary and judged that really nicely, took it comfortably. Oh, well, maybe not that.
He took it.
But he held on.
Took it. I'm not sure it's comfortably.
He took it.
No, he held on to it by dear life. So it is all out, England. Keeping up that pattern they showed in the early stages of the World Cup, but this time they used up the 50 overs. 325 all out. How do you see it, Bobby and Jason?
I think England are probably 65-35 ahead.
Yeah, I think England well ahead. Yeah, personally as well. It looked, as I said earlier on, Dave, like England might get 400 after the first 3 or 4 overs. But that was kind of the best of the pitch, I suppose. Then it went a little bit too paced, and it's continued to be a bit too paced. I think spin's going to be important for England, pace off. I expect the likes of Sam Curran to get his box of tricks out as well, lots of slower balls on a pitch like this. And yeah, England very much ahead in the game. What do you think, David?
I have to agree with that. I think that drop catch that when Crawley and Brook were building a partnership, drop catch went down at long on. West Indies conceded at least 20 runs with some sloppy ground fielding early on as well. And it's those games are won and lost on those margins. And, well, West Indies batting looks weak, I would say. They're going to be relying on Shea Hope, Brandon King, and
Hetmyer.
Well, will Hetmyer be able to reproduce, the form that he's shown in franchise cricket? Can he do it at international?
Wild talent.
Jury's still out on that.
Talking of franchises, we were talking about Shafane at Rutherford earlier on, and on the one has reminded us that Shafane has played in the IPL and the PSL as well. So an experienced cricketer in that regard, making his one-day international debut today. But maybe he's got something.
It's good to see some of the 20 over players making it through to 50 overs, because West Indies tend to put people into boxes and you can't get out.
Well, the game's got to meet in the middle somehow, hasn't it?
Absolutely. It's very profound.
And well, wasn't meant to be. I do apologise. Right, we're going to have a little break here, everyone. It's been great to be with you. Dave, we'll see you in the second innings as well, I think, at some point.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Jace is going to choose us some recording to put on.
I think we're going to go for the highlights of the World Cup final.
What's wrong with that? Nothing at all.
And we'll come back in probably about half an hour or so when the second innings restarts.
Sweet.
So see you.
Thanks for your efforts, David. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Right, where is that cursor? Over there, over there.
Make match days easy with Google Pay. Journey across town? Tap in and save time. Pub gone cashless? Just tap and save stress. Fast, safe, simple. Match days made easy with Google Pay. Add a card to your Google Wallet.
Everyone loves a great Christmas movie. And nobody does Christmas better than Disney Plus.
That was epic.
Stream Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny straight from the cinema.
I've been looking for this all my life.
Alongside festive favorites like Muppets Christmas Carol,
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Home Alone, and Die Hard. Yippee-ki-yay. Streaming this season from $4.99 a month on Disney Plus. Auto renews unless cancelled. 18+ subscription required.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Oh, if you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Gorilla Cricket. It's the final. It's the World Cup final. It's at Ahmedabad, the Modi Dome. It's got 130,000 people. Mike Atherton couldn't hear because the Indian Air Force were driving around in jets in the sky. It looks crazy. Pat Cummins has won the toss and he is deciding that they're going to bowl. And Rohit Sharma is going to have to face up to this, well, what I think is a pretty good bowling attack from the Australians in the final 2023. The teams are unchanged. We have for India batting Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Surya Kumar Yadav, Ravindra Jadeja, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj. And for Australia it's Travis Head, Dave Warner, Mitch Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Josh English, Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. I am joined, I would be joined in the weather cave by Messi in Perth and Anindo in Singapore. Tell me what the weather is, Messi.
Well, beautiful day for cricket. 33, humidity around 40 to 45%, so not too oppressive. Just perfect for cricket. There won't be any rain. There may be some dew late tonight, but that's about it.
Rohit is going to face up to Mitchell Stark to start with. Should give him a jingle too. First ball into the pads, big appeal, not out. It's going down the leg
way
side.
down the leg side.
Going way down the leg side, indeed. That all went rather quickly, and there is no run. Down the track comes Rohit. That is the first boundary of the day. He comes down the track at Josh Hazlewood and smashes him through the covers all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. India move on to 9 for none and they're off and running. Well, that's the first 6 of the day. That has been lamped over mid-wicket. Morning, Tony. It's the first 6 of the day. Of course, it's hit by Rohit. It was too short. Wasn't short enough and got battered over the boundary for 6 runs. They move on to 26 for none. Oh, out! First wicket. Gill.
What the hell was that?
That was a horrible shot. It was a cross-batted hoik. I think he was probably trying to get it down to Cow or over the top of mid-on. But Shubman Gill has shanked that straight.
It was a nothing shot.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot. Straight to mid-on. The first wicket goes. India are 30 for 1. It is only 4.2 overs and you can lose a wicket in a power play. It was onto him a little bit too quickly, I think. He was trying to get it squarer than that. Is that Davey Warner at mid-on?
I think it might have been Zampa, actually, wasn't it?
I can't see who it was.
There was no need to hit that shot. Rohit gives him a look. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Rohit was doing all the scoring and Gill had absolutely no reason.
Well, that's
Completely
probably
immature.
it. Probably got to him. It was Zampa. He's out for 4. Stark is in. That's 2 wide, and Rohit has got all of that. Whoa. I don't think he hit it as nice as he wanted to, but he certainly got enough of it. And it's gone over long off for 6 more beautiful runs. 37 for 1 at the end of the 5th. Mitch Stark comes in to bowl to Virat Kohli, who drives that nicely and does beat mid-off, who's pretty wide, but he can't. He sprawls to try and stop that, but he can't, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And that 4 brings up the Indian 50. They're 52 for 1. 6.3 overs gone. Rohit's 32, and Kohli is on 13. Rohit
That
for the
goes a
second
long
ball.
way.
It's gone a long way up and a long way back.
Yeah.
And it's over the boundary.
It was always going to go the distance.
Yeah. 639 sixes for the tournament. 72 for 1 are India. Well, down the track comes Rohit again. He's skewed that. Oh my word, that is an absolutely fantastic catch from Travis Head. Rohit has gone to work that over the top again. He's skewed off the outside edge. For all the money in the world, it looked like it was just going to get out of the grasp of Travis Head, who was running back from cover. And at the last minute, he dived out and caught it just above the ground, and it stuck. It so could have easily fallen out of his hands. But Rohit goes for 47 off 31. India is 76 for 2 after 9.5 overs. 4 overs, sorry. That was an absolutely fantastic catch. The last ball of the power play is punched by Shreyas Iyer, gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. That does end the power play. India are 80 for 2 after 10 overs. Crawley is 23 off 20. Shreyas Iyer is 4 off 2. And going on nicely.
20 overs.
Oh, Cummins is in, the keeper's gone up, they like it, and the umpire, well, I don't know if he likes it, but he's given it out. Shreyas is caught behind. We'll wait and see. The Virat just turned his back on him, saying, don't ask me, mate, on your way. And that's another big wicket, and suddenly, in the space of 4 balls, this game has flown towards Australia. Shreyas is out for 4, and it's 81 for 3. Punch knocked along on by Crawley off the back foot. That's going to bring up 100 for India. They are 100 for 3 off 15.4 overs. Crawley is 34 and KL Rahul 9. That one's clipped into the leg side, but it's a good over from Marsh. Still nothing but a single. No boundaries in our 10 over stint and no wickets, and just not much happening. But India advancing the score by 35 runs in those 10 overs. They're 115 for 3 off 20.
Zampa is going to bowl. It's a rank long hop, which Crawley smashes only as far as long on. Now there is now
there it is though.
A pause as 120,000 people all stand dressed in the same colours. You would think they'd think differently. And Crawley is 50 not out. Ninth time he's reached 50 in this ODI tournament.
Incredible.
Absolutely
11 games.
Incredible consistency.
That
a
might be
premeditated lap over the corner.
Oh, Lord.
Tony hit the blue button.
Good
Because
Lord.
for the
Does it
first
still
time
work?
in what seems like eons, that ball's gone so far down fine leg that that's 4 runs.
So many choices. I'm going to play this one.
I had visions of you accidentally playing a 6 jingle.
No.
Cummins in again.
Oh, he's out!
He's bowled him!
Oh, my Lord.
Crawley is played on, and look, well, all I can imagine is that there is no air and no noise.
Funereal silence.
Ahmedabad.
Well,
148 for 3 is one thing. 148 for 4 is a whole new ball game. Zampa will bowl the 30th over. Rahul plays this ball, which did look to hurry Rahul for pace down to long off for a single. 150 up after 29.1 overs.
He's up onto his toes. He drops the bat. It's out towards short point, but he will scamper through. And his 50 has come off 86 balls of well batted KL Rahul, and his team have needed a bit of solidity, and he has duly delivered it. Hazelwood. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. That has taken the edge, and that has gone.
That is out.
And Jadeja, well, he got away with that one, and we were all laughing. He's not got away with that. That was a legitimate edge. Through it went to Inglis. He had absolutely no doubt this time. The 5th wicket's gone down. It's 178 for 5. Jadeja has gone for 9 off 22. 188 for 5. Last ball of this Zampa over. It's been another good tight one. Oh, that's beaten the man though at backward point. Hold your breath. Hang on a moment. It's a boundary. I think we might just have tipped over the hour, but nonetheless, it's another one. Well, I say another one. It's a rare one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Zampa in again and pushed onto the leg side towards the boundary rider for a single, and blue button, Tony. That is 200 for India for 5.
Yep, after 40.5 overs.
So Stark on his way in. Prodded at and taken behind That is
Gone.
out. Gone for 66.
Gone.
Yep.
Oh, that seems to be definitely an important wicket.
Shelley straight into her work. Well done, you.
Oh, God.
Well done, Shay. That's great work. It really is. Wasn't
The amount
expecting
of
you.
times.
You know, you had a lovely warm up over, and then poof, 9 balls in. Well done.
203 for 6. Yep. What did you go for, Shelley? 62?
I thought 66. I thought I saw
66.
before they changed.
Yeah, caught behind off the bowling of start by Inglis.
Stark coming in. Shami is facing. And a big heave-ho and got an edge and gone. 211 for 7. Shami is the wicket.
He is indeed. Another one has bitten the dust, which would sound like the perfect cue for a wicket jingle, so let's use it.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Zampa in to Bumrah.
Oh, surely.
Big shot.
Surely.
Big shot. Stephen will take your money.
Well done, Shelley. She's done it
There we
again.
Unbelievable stuff.
Is that Bumrah? It is. Bumrah's
Yes, it
gone.
is.
1 off 3, 214 for 8. Goodness me. Well.
And again,
And that's out.
definitely out. There was a slow ball bouncer, attempted hoik over the keeper. This time gets the glove and out.
Yep, 226 for 9. Surya Kumar's gone for 18 off 28. And we're halfway through the 48th over. My goodness me.
Hazelwood in for the final ball. And again, slower ball bouncer, but this time got some bat onto it, onto the leg side and falls safe. Should be running back for 2 and
out.
run out. So just 1 to add to the total. So that should be 240 for 9 after 50 overs. And that is it for India. It must be enough.
Do you want to just talk us through some of those the key points, of which there were a few?
No, definitely. I think the way the Indian innings started looked really very much trying to follow on that dominance that they were trying to put in for the rest of the tournament. Didn't quite come off as well. Australia were bowled really well, fielded fantastic today. The catch of head really highlighted that. But also at key intervals throughout the innings, they were able to take wickets just as India were trying to put on the accelerator. And I think probably slightly, if not quite a bit less than India would have wanted, but hopefully it's going to be a really good competitive second innings and a really exciting game for all neutrals. So yeah, really good, I think, in terms of entertainment. And yeah, let's have a look what the second innings brings.
Let's see, who's the pick of the bowlers? We should have a quick look at that.
Pick of the bowlers is going to be Pat Cummins with 2 for 34 off 10.
Yeah, not at all bad. 355 from Mitchell Stark, 2 for 60 Josh Hazelwood, 1 for 35 Maxwell, 1 for
Lord
44
Zampa.
Lord Zampa. Nothing for Marsh and Travis Head, but they were both very economical. The 4 overs they bowled between.
And we will do some jingles in one moment. And that's the, oh my goodness me, what a start to the innings. Warner followed that ball, which kept deviating away from him, and he flicked at it, and it went between first and second slip. Not really catchable, but 4 of these. That's full. It's swinging away from Travis Head, but it's effectively a half volley, and he smashed it wide of mid-off for 1 of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
4.3.4, perfect start for Australia. I don't know what archaic system separates out 2 bowlers who finished on the same number of wickets, whether it's boundary count back or what. Oh, and he's out! He is gone! David Warner has gone following a ball wide. He flicked it much as he did the first ball of the innings. It's gone straight into Virat Kohli's mitts. The first wicket has fallen off the in the 1 ball into the second over. Australia are 16 for 1. Shami in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for his 6th, but only his 4th legitimate ball, which is launched by Mitchell Marsh
over the head of the man at cover point, and it's gone very rapidly for one of these. And he comes again, Shami. Launched high into the sky. There won't be anyone under that. That's gone 15 rows back from Mitch Marsh for one of these. Massive hoik at that one. They think there's a little edge, and it's been given. The second wicket has fallen. Mitch Marsh is out for 15 off 14, and Australia are 41 for 2, 3 balls into the 5th over. Bummer of him for his last ball of the over. It bowls it over the wicket, and he's been given. This is a big moment in this match. Steve Smith has been given by Richard Illingworth. Maybe it looked a touch high. If it isn't, he's gone for 4 off 8, and Australia are 47 for 3. I think he's walking off. Yes, he's not even going to review it. That is a very significant moment in this match.
Is indeed.
Yeah.
I thought he might have, just in the circumstances, given it a review. I mean, it's probably out, but...
And that's a catastrophic bit of fielding by Raoul, because that was a slower ball. It bounced just in front of him and missed by Brumman. It's gone through for 4 byes.
Extra's top scoring now.
By a bit. Well,
quite possibly, and that's quite in keeping with this innings. That brings up Australia's 50. They're 51 for 3 in the 10th over.
That's defended off the back foot. We're a bit more informal in Australia. I've got a lumberjack shirt on. And that is the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play. Australia 60 for 3. It's been great fun doing the World Cup with you. And I'll hand you over to our next commentary team.
And Head opens his shoulders for the first time.
Goodbye.
For him in this game. It's not the first 6, but it is a 6. Picked that one very nicely up over. No, we don't need that, Jason. We picks it up nicely over cow corner. Kuldeep is in. It's driven by Labuschagne. It beats cover. It's going to go up to long off. They'll get through for 1, and that's going to be 100. Labuschagne on 14 and Head on 43. 100 for 3 in the 20th over.
Something else. Hold on. Round the wicket.
Wow.
That's a shot by Travis Head. Round the wicket, Siraj, into the pitch. Travis Head likes it there. Pulls it hard out to deep mid-wicket. And he gets himself 4 runs. 4 valuable runs. That's punched out by Head, out to the man on the fence at point, who is Sky. Head gets to his 50 of 58 deliveries, and Australia are 111 for 3. Well, he's come back into the attack, and his first ball is dispatched unceremoniously, I should say, straight back over his head. Glorious shot for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And the score moves on to 126 for 3. First ball of the next over, Shami, the man who's in there to take the wickets and change the game. First ball is round the wicket to Labuschagne. It's too far across him and it's too full, and he's able to drive that sweetly out to the boundary for 4 more runs. Shami around, pulled by Travis Head. Oh wow, that's gone like a fucking laser bullet. That is a magic shot. It's gone really quick and fast down behind square. Rohit looks really angry. 9 off that over, and 4 more to the score. 144 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Poked out to cover, and there's no run because, as we said, they're not winning this. They're not winning this by a single. They're not winning this. Yeah, sorry, a single. They're not winning this by reducing runs. They're winning this by bowling them out, basically.
Correct. You need 6.
That's the 100 partnership.
That is the 100 partnership. Well batted, these two. Labuschagne 34 off 61, Head off 70 off 73. Australia are 147 to 3, and that is the 100-run partnership between the pair. Well batted. Oh, now that could be it. That could be it. No! Oh, Bumrah's back into the attack. Bumrah is back into the attack, and he bowls it into the pads. And I don't think Head got that correctly, but he got it in the right part of the field because he got it out to basically cow corner. And there was someone out deep mid-wicket. It was aerial. It bounced just inside the boundary. If it had gone to the man instead of the space, because he was completely done for pace, to be fair.
It was a slower ball.
Yeah, it was a slower ball.
he bunted it away into in a vacant region, and luckily for him, it went
found
to
a
the
gap.
boundary.
Oh, by the way, that last shot brought up 150. Sorry, Australia moved to 152 for 3 with that 4 by
With every
Travis Head.
boundary.
Oh, now there's an appeal for ODI. Oh, that's not bad, you know. Angling. You think it's I'm not sure. It's
Bumrah is saying, Rohit
I thought it was reasonably close. My first impression was that was pretty close. He was trying, you know, Labuschagne. That's fine. Labuschagne plays around his front pad, and he did play around his front pad. I thought it hit the shoe, and I thought it was in line with about middle and off, and it was angling in towards leg stump. That was my first impression. You might have a different one, Andrew. What do you say?
Now, first impression is it's going to go hit the 4th stump. Having been given not out, the advantage is with the batsman.
Right, here we go.
It has to hit the stumps.
We got the replay. No,
I reckon it's umpire's call on leg.
Yeah, it's closer than I thought, but it's not.
Yes,
It's hit him in.
it's closer than I thought.
It's hit him in line with middle and legs. Probably going on to hit this. Messi says.
Outer half of leg stump.
Yeah.
Outer half of leg stump is the best I can think. Otherwise, it's fantastic. They've actually picked it well. They're probably going to retain the review.
Yeah.
So it's worth the review. It's worth the risk.
Exactly. If you think you're going to retain it, it's worth doing.
No, whether you retain it or not, it's worth the risk now. If you can't break through now, it's
well,
over.
that's there is something to say for that. Well, Bumrah was convinced. I thought it was close when I first saw it. The umpire saw it different.
It pitched closer than I had anticipated to the
Oh, actually, the more I look at it, the more I think it's out.
Yes.
Well, Ultra Edge says no. And it's a question of where it hit him.
There was a
really.
gap.
I mean, this is the thing. It's also where it hits him.
I think he was hit in front of middle, I think.
Well, it's in line. It's umpire's call on leg stump. Well, India retained the review. It was worth going for. Oh, the wheels are coming off for India here. That was short, and it was pulled once more. Back with a square. Plan this all wrong.
It was telegraphed.
Yeah, well, exactly. It was really telegraphed, and India losing their cool a little bit here. It's 4 more to Australia. They move to 162 for 3.
Defended. He's going to take a single. Oh, he's had to think about it. The throw's coming in. It doesn't hit the stumps. How close would it been if it had? But Travis Head, well played him. Came in with Australia. Well, he opened, but he watched wickets fall early doors. He has moved to 100 of 95 balls. He's taken Australia to within 56, and it's been some knock from him. As this one is pulled high, handsome, magnificent, all the way over mid-wicket for 6 of the finest. And that brings up 200 for Australia.
It does indeed. 203 for 3 with a 6. 36.3 overs.
Lovely shot.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. Indeed it was. Clipped away by Labuschagne. That'll be 50 up for him. 53 off 99 balls for Labuschagne. It's been a very different kind of innings to Travis's. In some ways just as important. They've been a terrific partnership. Well done him. 225 for 3. 53 off 99 for Marnus Labuschagne. That's out. Travis Head has given himself away. 2 runs acquired. India need an absolute miracle, but Travis Head has given it away. 4 down. 239 for 4. He has gone trying to win it with probably a 6. He's gone for 137 off 120. It's a match-winning innings. And, you know, he gets to milk the applause, actually, before the end of the game, because he's given it away and he is out. But he has won the game for Australia.
He's still cross with himself.
Yeah, well, look, I'm sure he is. He wanted to be out there at the end. But at the end of the day, he's out and he's won the game.
He wanted to
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, Maxwell's facing up to Bumrah. And he's loroped it. Out behind square.
It's going to go, is it?
No, it's going to be fielded. They're going to come back for 2.
Surely
it's going to be the game. They've come back for 2. And Australia are world champions. They all come running out. Inglis has got his pads on because he was next in, but they're all ecstatically happy. Australia, the green and gold, has won once more. The hometown heroes of India are crestfallen. And 140,000 people inside the stadium are absolutely, desperately upset. But that's the way it goes. That's sport, unfortunately. And I always say it's very difficult to win a tournament. 9 games out of 9. You've got to lose somewhere, and the game you don't want to lose is the damn final. And unfortunately, they cruised it. Let's face it, they looked absolutely.
To be fair, a few people have said that all the way through for India. You know, if you're going to have a bad result somewhere, don't leave it to the final.
Well, I've been saying it since the beginning. Don't I? I mean, I have a real hoodoo about that sort of shit. I just don't really believe you can go through a whole tournament without having a bad day, and you don't want it at the end. And unfortunately, they've had good days all the way through. I mean, they've looked like they were going to storm this tournament from start to finish. Looked like it was up to someone else to beat them. And Australia, being bloody Australia, they're really bloody minded, and they're Australian, and they're really annoying, and they do it all the fucking time.
2 teams that have gone through a tournament without losing a match, and that's Australia in 2003 and Australia in 2007.
Yeah.
So no, the odds are against it.
Massively. It's it's a game of there's a certain amount of luck involved, isn't it? And a lot of the teams are pretty evenly matched.
If you're listening in Mooney Ponds, chaps,
we are.
Well, you are. Oh, are you? Where are you?
Do you want to join us? Come on,
jump on and join us. I'm just going to do a couple of quick social messages while you sort yourselves out there.
Oh, we're ready to go.
Oh, you're ready to go?
Of course you are. You're fucking ecstatically happy Aussies, aren't you?
Well, we'll save
this
the
over
session.
with because it's bedtime.
Yeah, all right. Come on in.
How many of you are left there?
All of you.
Just the 2 of us.
Oh, just the 2 of you left. You and
you haven't got bored of the victory and just thought that we're going to win this and went off home, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Most people went home at half time.
Half time. Honestly, you must be cock a hoop, aren't you? And your boys deserved it. There is no doubt about that, surely.
Look, I don't think it was the greatest tournament Australia's ever played, but he certainly deserved the final. Head's innings was fantastic, except for trying to run himself out on 99. That was one of the better innings we've seen in this World Cup, and it's certainly in a final.
And I can see Messers in the weather cave. Is there any special celebrations in the weather cave?
And we're back, and we've missed a run. In fact, we've missed 2. Athenaeus has got West Indies off to a reasonable start. He's out there with Brandon King. And Sam Curran is bowling, and ball by ball will be taken up by Andy.
Thank you, yes. West Indies chasing 326 after quite the burst at the end of that innings from Bryden Cars and Sam Curran. England looking at about 280 at one point, but a little bit of swing there for Curran. Played into the covers, and there's no run.
I was going to jingle up this particular
do so.
batsman, but we haven't got him there, seemingly, for some strange reason. God, my throat's terrible. Well, I can tell you that the other batsman is this man.
Curran left arm over to the left-hander. Got 2 slips and a little bit of swing, but he plays it to mid-on. Mid-on's quite close, so they're not going to get a run. No, I'm glad we're onto these lights. We're kind of getting warmed up here. It's very cold here in London.
Still freezing in here. It's much colder in here than it is in the kitchen.
Yeah. And we're watching all the stuff, the adverts and stuff in the green room, and this advert comes up with a lovely bath with steam rising on it, and there's a beautiful woman in the bath, and I'm still going, oh, look at that bath. It looks so warm and nice. Yes. Torturing us. Of course, it's should be reasonably nice weather out in Antigua, although the sun seems to have gone in. That was Brook picks that one up in the leg side. There's no run. And it's not particularly new look England side. They haven't made a lot of changes for a side who bombed out of the World Cup.
This is pretty much the side that they tried to. Well, it's the remnants of the side that was so rubbish in the World Cup. Plus,
Crawley,
most of the side that played Ireland.
Yeah, Crawley and Duckett have come in for Root, and of course Stokes, who's had his surgery and everything. Curran is in again. He's going to be 35, and he's still going to look like a 15-year-old bustling up to the wicket.
And
does beat the bat that time though, and there's no run.
The rested Bairstow and
Root's not playing.
Wood, I think, was Root rested as well.
Yeah.
Now, according to Chris the Choir on YouTube, the BBC are covering this as well, but presumably from inside a bunker somewhere.
Yeah, they'll be in the Manchester Furor bunker.
There's been a no ball, so he's got a free hit. That might get him to kick-start the innings. I I can only imagine that was for front foot. So Athanase,
I think.
Athanase. He's got a free hit and he hoiks it over long leg for 6.
Lovely shot.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you sexy thing.
I was just trying to think of the West Indies flair and panache which he deposited that over the boundary, who that reminded me of. I think it's either... Who's the opener? Evan Lewis.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Yes, Evan Lewis. Another man who's disappeared, really.
Curran again, and that's onto the pads, and it's flicked past square leg. Long leg's going to come round. Gus Atkinson should pick up a couple.
Remember that Evan Lewis game at the Oval where he actually got
170
on
odd,
and had
yeah.
to retire hurt, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he also score 16 off 35 in a T20 World Cup game, and then that was the end of him?
Really?
I think that was him.
Okay.
Or was it? No, that might have been someone else. Anyway, end of the over, 11 off it. Good start for West Indies.
Yeah, very decent start. Carty, Hope, Hetmyer, Rutherford, Shepherd, Correa, Joseph, Moti and Thomas to come. A couple of unfamiliar names there for me.
Someone on tweet?
I think it's Jason.
I'm waiting for them to refresh. I don't think there are any at the moment.
Well, the reason I was going to talking about the BBC doing this because Crystal Choir says lovely mispronunciation from Norcross summarising England's innings. West Indies spawned 3 chances. Not a pretty image unless you're the GC radio porn bot. So you can hear it in 3 places, 2 of whom are nowhere near the West Indies.
Well, you can take the boy out of guerrilla cricket.
That's true. That's true.
Right, King's going to face his burst ball. We'll get a jingle for the bowler in just a second. It's onto off stump. It's driven mid-off. It's going to get there and reels it in somehow. Livingston, I think. We'll get a single, and this is the bowler.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Bit of swing there for Atkinson. Just a little bit of shape.
Little bit. Do you county aficionados know what Gus is short for?
I think it's Angus, but I'm not absolutely sure.
Could be Augustus. Like the ex-Arsenal defender Augustus Caesar.
Oh, yes.
Who was not an emperor. Had a dot ball there through on the offside. We're having a look at some of the variable bounce in the first innings. Certainly the one that got Livingston, was it?
Oh,
yeah, that one. No, not that one.
That one.
That one. Yes. Shot along the ground, about a foot underneath his bat. And he wasn't too happy about that one. That one is guided past point to go down to third man. Pick up a single. And that's what I guess these pacers are going to be looking for. Didn't seem to be too much lateral movement in the first innings.
No, I think it's going to be a similar innings to the England one. I think it's going to be easy. This is possibly the easiest time to bat.
Yep. Hard ball, coming on, make the most of it.
Off in the way, yeah. So King's going to face up again. And it's driven nicely. And the fact he's found the gap, and that should race away for 4 through extra cover.
Very pleasant indeed.
Now, we were saying early on we thought the West Indies didn't have a sponsor, and we thought that CG United might be the kit, but if you notice it's also coming up on the scorecard. Maybe they're sponsoring the series, but not the whole West Indies. Now they've disappeared it just to annoy me. Atkinson again, that's too far down the leg, but he gets away with it. Off the pad into the leg side, there's no run.
Yeah, right into the knee. That could hurt.
Indeed.
And you try and flex it later on.
A couple of very pleasant shots that he's played already.
One through the gap for 4, one had mid-off scrambling.
And as I said, I was impressed with what I saw of Athanase during the West Indies-India Test series.
Atkinson's going to come in to complete the over, he will hope. Top of off stump defended into the ground, end of the over, 17 for 0 off 2.
And we're still waiting for people to realise that the game has restarted on
Often,
X.
often like that after Twitter. You don't have to call it X, because actually Musk was doing some interviews the other day, and even he was calling it Twitter. So
That's ridiculous. X, I mean, what's that mean?
X.
It's just a brand name under his control, but Twitter was a brand name under his control.
I can't believe that no one had ever had the word X.
No, they did. There was an X.com. You had to buy it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
What a strange thing to want to buy.
Yes, very strange.
Would you give
Mind
them
you,
gorilla-
it's-
you're going to give them Gorilla Cricket.
I mean, everything of it is having rapid unscheduled disassembly at the moment.
Yes, the cars, the rockets. Yep.
But at least it went further this time. They got to actually separate before it went to...
Yep, they're doing that 1 billion a throw, those rockets, to blow up. That one is clipped nicely down to fine leg by King, and that's his... Oh, no, it's Athanase. He's got 4, and he's on to 15.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
Has anybody else seen the comparisons with the England innings with Athanase as Salt and Jax as Brandon King?
Well, 21 off 13 balls.
Curran's in again, takes a little step forward. They have gone up quite confidently for that. He's full and down the leg side. He missed it. He went for the leg glance. We saw a few of those in the World Cup. Butler took it down low, but just a bit perfunctory shout, really. No one's really interested in a review.
Well, I think they've got what they wanted, which is not to be called a wide.
I think
Well,
it's
that's
flicked.
off
I think
It
it's
has
flicked
flicked the pad,
flicked
yeah.
the pad. Yeah.
Basically, Butler will appeal for anything at the moment.
Well,
Cricket's just not going for him.
3 off 12 is just a continuation of his
Horrible, wasn't it?
very poor World Cup form.
I should say, of course, although it's freezing in here, we did spot the last living wasp in the country.
2 of them.
2 of them. Well, there are 2 of them.
Yeah, because there was one in the tee, and then that one was still flying around on Fred's hat. Clipped a square leg by Athanase. There's no run.
And to be fair, I think that's the fastest we've seen Fred move to go to the toilet to see where it was.
Yeah,
That was actually that was possibly the funniest thing I've seen for months. Was Fred getting up out of the chair trying to get a wasp off his cap in the middle of December.
So maybe some of our many biologists on social media can help us out. If wasps only live 20 days, then how do they not die out in the winter? Like go extinct? At least in England. That one's played down the wicket for no run. Answer me that.
Do wasps migrate? Question mark.
Well, the Queen lives a year. That's the thing. The Queen lives for a year.
Oh, okay.
So she
But
just
does
needs
it
to
hibernate?
I don't know. We need someone who knows that sort of thing. There must
Or-
be a wasp expert out there.
Or someone who will just say they do and
Yeah,
don't.
I
That's
know.
what usually
Yeah.
happens on the
or
internet.
look on Wikipedia, basically. Which is what we've done already. So don't look at Wikipedia.
Curran's going to come in again. Just one slip now. It's
Ooh.
full. It's not a bad shout if he didn't get an edge on that. I think maybe he did, though. It was arrowing into middle and leg. He tried to hit it away to leg side. Again, they don't look too interested on the DRS. I think he might have hit that one, which is probably why they're not too excited about it.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it could be clipping.
No, they've taken the thing off because it looks obvious that Butler is not going to appeal that.
I don't think he did get an edge on that.
It did move in a bit. It probably is going down leg. It's
Maybe, yeah.
not the worst shout you've ever seen. Perhaps a bit of encouragement for Curran. He's going to go and complete this over, just the one boundary off the first ball. And that's full outside off stump. That's going to be another one, though. He's arrowed that one between point and cover point and rattles into the sponge for 4.
You can't really bowl that floaty length and just expect it not to be whacked in this first power
No,
play.
if you're lucky, it'll go straight to a fielder, but that was good placement. And it's 25 for naught.
Oh, he stayed with the pose, didn't he? Athanase, beautiful shot. Oh.
Yeah, that's right under his eyes. Beautifully aimed between the fielders. He's only got basically the ring to beat because there can't possibly be a man out there at this stage.
Yeah, he's not had to hit it too hard, has he? Because he's just it was the placement rather than anything else.
Yeah. Right, here comes Atkinson. That's too far on leg again. That should be a wide if it didn't clip anything. It is indeed.
England are quite attacking. Have they got 2 slips in? I thought they had 2 slips in there.
They've got 2 now for Atkinson. They cut down for what to 1 for Curran. We're not seeing a lot of movement, but there's maybe just enough to keep them interested.
I think the West Indies had 2 slips to start with, but not for very long.
Well, they still got them now for Atkinson. Bowling to King. And that's top of off stump. It's played up to mid-on.
They
But
do.
quite a crooked bat, though. Yeah, that's the way he wanted to do it. So often.
And they've got that fatal thing for slips where they've got their hands on the knees, not ready to...
Well, it worked for both of them, but...
it did work for both of them, but then he's a freak.
He has very fast reflexes. Let's see what they do this time. Atkinson, yeah, they do have their hands on the knees. Duckett is quite crouched at second, and he's already quite low. That one's played down to backward point. There'll be no run.
I should remind people that the bucket...
Ducket.
The bucket
Ducket hat
is still available at about 20 quid and £15 postage. Funnily, we haven't shifted too many of those.
It's supply and demand thing. Demand being 0. Here's Atkinson again. A little bit of swing there again. King tries to drive, but doesn't get any of it. Just goes down into the ground to cover.
It's better length. It's not a drivable length, really.
Yeah.
No, that's hit halfway up the bat. So, no, you can't really play a shot through the covers with that.
Yeah, shot of Will Jacks there. Once again, got a start, got into the 20s. He just hasn't done a lot that's really substantive in ODIs, has he?
He got a 90, didn't he? He got a
I think he
90
did
there.
get one. Yes.
90 against Ireland,
Yeah.
I do believe.
That's better timed by King, but it goes straight up to mid-off for no run.
But you can see at this stage how much better the timing is of the batsman. Because the ball is coming on at the moment. And it will gradually, as it gets softer, it'll get more difficult for them to play. They're going to have to sort of make some of the pace on the ball themselves.
Later on, yes. England, I think, got about 70 off first 7 overs.
That's right, yep.
Salt and Jacks went off to a very quick start, Salt in particular. Atkinson's in, that's some swing, and that's a lovely shape on that ball, and King had it wafted straight through what he thought was the line, and the ball just left him. He was wafting through empty space.
He's got a really good seam position there, hasn't he?
That's all the movement you need to catch the edge. There's good length as well. Atkinson to complete the over. He's just had just the wide off the first ball, and that's going to be driven to mid-off for no run as well, so that reasserts a bit of control for England. It's 26 for naught off 4.
Old Fart at Play has finally tweeted us. It says, the Infinity Monkey Cage do an episode on wasps and bees. It turns out bees are decedents and part of the wasp family. It does also tell you where the queen goes in winter, but I was drunk and can't remember.
Oh, well, thanks anyway. Perhaps if anyone else saw that, they would remember. Showing us another spa with a beautiful warm-looking pool.
Yeah. Yes, in one of these buy me something for Christmas adverts.
Yes. Meanwhile, winter is coming here in South London.
Has come, surely.
Probably, yeah. Right. Here's Curran. Slip's gone a little bit wider. Searching for that swing, but he's too far down leg again, and Athanase clips it past short fine leg, who might have done a bit better, and picks up 4.
He's got a really nice touch, Athanase.
Yeah.
Well, you can't bowl there to an international
really.
batsman. You shouldn't be able to.
No, I mean, the only thing is that it's because he's got a man up inside the circle. It might just have only been a single otherwise.
That was near a yard away and a yard short of being a brilliant decision, but you can't. You've got to be lucky to get a catch there.
Here he is again. Athanase just steps across a little bit. I think maybe a trigger movement. He might be doing that every ball. Clips that one into Duckett at mid-wicket. No run.
So you reckon they might be targeting that because he does have a trigger movement across, too far across potentially?
They might be, or Curran's just chucking it down leg.
In which case, Curran would do his usual go round the wicket and aim at his leg stump to stop him from moving across quite so much.
I don't think you can do that when you've got a slip in at this stage, are you? I think.
Pick one or the other, yeah.
Well, a slip's kind of useless. You're going to throw everything at the leg stump.
It is. That's another one, and that's clipped nicely through the leg side. It beats mid wicket. Again, dives over it a little bit. I think deep square's going to come round. In fact, it wouldn't have reached the boundary anyway. Probably got a hand on it at mid wicket there. Brook picks it up, and they should have got through for 2. Growing a bit of stubble there, Curran. That's probably about 4 months worth.
He's got a willy night, hasn't he? He's got a little willy beard there.
No, that just
he's not quite ginger enough, though.
I just don't think that works, Sam. I have to say.
No, I've never ever considered a beard. I think it would take me a year and look terrible in between, and B, I just don't have the right shade of
most
hair.
people who have beards do look terrible with them.
Oh, most people, yes. But if you get a really good sort of black beard, a satanic kind of beard, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Yeah.
Piratical.
Piratical,
yes. Not too shaggy or anything like that. That was punched out to point to set back a little bit. It's no run.
It needs to be well groomed.
I mean, almost all sportsmen have terrible facial hair nowadays.
Yes.
It's the norm rather than... Look at Josh Butler. What's that supposed to be?
Yeah.
Designer stubble.
Yeah.
Bad designer stubble.
Curran. Long run up for someone who doesn't bowl particularly quickly. It's right at the edge of the circle. Slower ball indeed, and that is pushed past point to go down to third man. Rayan Ahmed fields, and that's another single.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the opening bowlers in this, well, certainly on this pitch, are unfortunate to be opening bowlers. I feel like
yep, it wasn't a great World Cup to play as an opening bowler either.
No, true.
Yeah, normally on a bit of a hiding to nothing unless you were Indian.
Well, they were just good for most of the tournament, except the game that counted. Although, to be fair, they did take a couple of wickets up top.
They tended to bat first and bowl when at dusk when it was moving around a bit more as well.
Yeah, they had a couple of games they really rolled the team batting second. Curran is in, it's full, it's a full toss, but it doesn't really get hold of it. Goes out to mid-wicket, there's no run. It's the end of the over, it's 33 for naught.
And we have no more tweets.
Nothing on YouTube by the looks of things as well.
It is 6 p.m. in the UK, so people might be having dinner at this point.
Sunday dinner.
Oh, someone just conjure up a roast in the green room.
Anything for warmth.
Grubby, how are you feeling?
Yep.
Well, Grubby, to be fair, has been outside and been to the
chicken shop.
naughty chicken shop.
He went to the wrong sort of chicken shop.
Not going to get a roast there, no.
Are you going to get chicken there? That's
well.
A good question.
There is the urban myth that they changed it to KFC because they couldn't legally say it was chicken anymore. It's down the leg side from Atkinson. He's got either that's flicked the pad or the umpire wasn't looking, one or the other, because he's got away without a wide.
Well, I think that must have shaved leg stump almost. He walked across, and I didn't think that was very far away at all.
He seemed to just be nodding at someone as if to say yes. It just flicked something. I don't know why. Otherwise, he might be nodding his head.
Atkinson in again, bowls it across. Athenaeus point is down. They should have got a run there, but they didn't.
No, not Ahmed. It was
Salt.
Still Salt, yeah.
Salt.
No, doing a swallow dive on the ball.
Now, once you look at it, they've all got this nasty little week-old stubble.
Is this a November hangover?
Pulled by Athenaeus, but he doesn't get hold of it. Straight to Jacks at square leg. Short ball from Atkinson, probably stopped in the pitch a little bit.
Just wondering, I mean, talking about the troubles that Joss Butler's been having, that with Phil Salt, if he's going to be a regular member of this side, if that's the way they're going to go,
keep, potentially.
Can they make him keep as well? And then gives Butler a bit of, frees him up a little bit?
I think Butler's not a great wicket keeper, but he's probably better than Salt. I think Salt's a bit of a stopper. Atkinson's in again, it's good length, and it's played again down to point. Diving stop by Brook.
Yeah, that's a better length where he has to play off the back foot slightly.
But this seems to be a team in limbo. They haven't really rung the changes as yet. Not sure why, given us 4 years to the next ODI World Cup.
There's 1 year to the next T20 World
That's
Cup.
the thing. They seem to consider them as being the same squad, which I'm not sure is the right thing to do.
I think, after this ball.
Yeah, because he's got hold of that one. That cut flashes past backward point and wraps into the sponge for 4. That's short and wide, and a left-hander is going to feast on that.
Yeah, had to reach a long way for that actually, didn't he, to get it in the middle of the bat?
Well, they don't tend to move their feet very much on these shots nowadays.
No, the consensus I think from the World Cup was that 50 over cricket is more like Test cricket. It is like T20.
It's going to depend where you play it. It's certainly in between the two, but that one's cut down to point for no run.
In terms of being able to build an innings and recover from adversity.
Yeah, that was the impression you got from the key games. There still were a few 400 games. Anyway, that's the end of the over. West Indies are 37 for 0 off 6.
And no tweets.
They're all watching Man City Tottenham. Or having dinner.
Or both.
At the same time. Quite possibly. As we watch
small children getting themselves covered in mud.
But having a great fun doing it.
They do look like they're having fun, yes.
To be 7 again.
Wasn't all
did
that.
anyone say that?
To be 17 again, now you're
well,
talking.
Yeah.
Well, to be 47 again.
57 again.
Curran comes in. A little bit of swing there into middle stump. It's played to mid-wicket to Crawley and there's no run.
Do you think Curran's just starting to swing it, which is why they've stayed with him, I think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah,
there's definitely a bit of tail back in there.
Yeah.
And the King timed that really well to mid-wicket. That was a sharp pick-up. I think a yard either side, that was gone to the boundary.
And you might have looked at 3 overs for 26 and think we'll get him out of the attack for a time being, but I think maybe they just sense that's happening.
Here he is again. Oh, and that's an edge, and if that slip had still been in, he would have been in play. As it was, Butler couldn't get to it, and that's run away for 4.
Yeah, it's hard on Butler. I mean, he's gone one-handed at it. I don't think if he got both feet underneath him and gone for a dive, he would have got anywhere near it either.
I think that's out of his reach.
That is first slip's catch.
That's first slip, and they got rid of the first slip. Well, they had 2 slips at one point for Atkinson. They did.
No, bit of encouragement for Curran maybe. And King on to 9 off 13. Curran's in again. That's Fuller, and that's driven, but it's straight to cover point. Harry Brook.
He looks a bit impatient, King, doesn't he? He looks annoyed about that. I mean, I suppose you would be. You played a decent shot like that, and it's.
I think he sees his partner on 30 off 28, and he thinks, "Why is that not happening to me?"
Well, you've got to tell yourself firstly, because I've faced half as many balls. He's only faced 14. Hafnars has had 26.
Well, it was the same with Salt and Jacks, wasn't it? Salt was well ahead of Jacks. I think it was 18 out of 19 at one point.
Yeah. Just for the work out, it's a partnership. You're working together.
Yeah, it happens sometimes when you're opening. That one comes back into middle and off. It's defended. Ben Duckett at cover.
No, and you know your role in the side, and one of your role is to go 200%, and the other one is to go 125% for a while, and then up it.
Well, that's largely what I was doing in the summer. I was usually opening with a guy who scores very quickly and is great to bat with. So he is almost that. I start to score quite quickly, but he was usually going like a train, and I'd be happy to give him the strike. He scored 200 in a 40-over game.
Wow.
It's good going. That is really good going.
Yeah.
Was the pitch a bit like glass?
The pitch was nice, actually, yeah. The pitch was a nice pitch to bat on. We got 320. They didn't. Played up to mid-off. There'll be no run.
Yeah, just start to come around the wicket now.
Yes, he's come round the wicket just to see if he can get anything going that way.
But if nothing else, I think it cuts down the angle a little bit and forces them to play more shots at balls that they wouldn't necessarily play a shot at.
Yeah, more so you'd say that about Test match, wouldn't you? But certainly to a certain extent, yeah.
So West Indies not got off to the same electric start as England, but they're doing okay. Run a ball, no wickets down. That's a nice shot, but again, Duckett is able to dive across and field. End of the 7th over, 41 without loss.
We have a tweet. It's from On the One. He says, "I'm here. Just
Hey.
a nervous watcher when West Indies bat."
Ah, right.
Crying
Understood.
face.
Understood.
And
while waiting for another tweet, I will just say, to me, it doesn't really matter what standard you're playing at. I think anyone who scores 200 in any form of match is doing pretty well.
Yeah, you don't see it too often.
But you don't want to be the one who scores 200 in a match and then loses, which happened to one of my teammates.
Oh, really? Wow.
Scored 200 in a score of 270, I think.
Wow.
And then the captain declared, and everyone said, "You declared too early." And yes, they chased it down for two down.
Youch.
Which looks bad, looks really bad, and your guy is spitting feathers.
That one's played out to cover by Athenaeus. There's no run.
Is he a hitter? The man who got your 200?
Oh yeah, I mean he's not. I wouldn't call him a slugger, but if you give him any width outside off stump, he really puts his hands through it, through cover and places like that. We were on 175 for naught after 20 overs. I had 40.
Oh, and Darren's had me giving batting advice now, having given bowling advice earlier.
Yep, past the outside edge that time by Atkinson. We've only seen a couple of those. We beat Athenaeus there. Not that it was a great ball, but it was just a tricky length to score off.
A little bit of left, but it was wide, and it just climbed over the top of the cut shot.
Yeah, it was a bit closer to him than he thought, I think.
And at this stage, England was 75 for naught, so they are steadying the ship. But
this is when England lost a wicket or two and slowed down, though. That one is a slower ball, it's well bowled into the hip. Couldn't quite time it or even hit it. Athenaeus, and it's dropped into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean they lost 2 quick wickets, didn't they? Salton and Jackson
lost the openers
fairly quickly.
Then had the other openers.
Yes, that's right. The test openers came in at 3 and 4.
The test openers who come in 3 and 4 for the ODI team.
Yeah.
Atkinson's in again and defended off the back. Well, off the front foot, but it was a back of a length ball. Defended into the offside for no run.
I mean, I'm just thinking about it. In the England top 5, if you allow for the fact that Joss Butler, when he's more himself, basically you've got 5 openers in the top 5.
6.
What if you put Brook in as well?
Well, Brook batted 5 today.
That was Brook 5. Sorry, I thought I meant 6 then.
You've certainly got 6 players who have opened.
Yeah.
In various forms. That one's pulled, but he doesn't get hold of it. Bounces down to Jackson. There's no run. I think West Indies hit quite a few shots straight to fielders. I mean, you're always going to get some, but they may be more than average here, and they might be a bit annoyed about that.
There's just a starting signs of people getting a bit frustrated with hitting fielders all the time.
Yeah, it can build up pressure.
Well, 5 dot balls in this over.
Yep. And he's doing pretty well, Atkinson. 0 for 11.
Did we have any maidens in the first innings? I don't think we did.
Not many. You don't tend to get too many of them. There's not going to be one here, but it's only carved down to third man for a single. And that is going to be the end of the over. 42 for 0 off 8.
I've got a YouTube contribution, not mine. It's from Kieran Roseblade. He says, I didn't even realise you guys were back on. He slaps face emoji. Delighted to turn on to YouTube and find this. And the cats are gone. Win-win today, lads. Yeah, the cats are having a little bit of a rest. They've been overexposed to the limelight.
Those giant cats.
Yeah, Kitten Kong has gone to sleep. I did see the Sydenham cat as I was walking up to the front door.
Oh yes, the little tabby. Well, there's 2, isn't there? There's tabby and the black and white.
We're talking about the black and white one.
Right.
Not the black and white. Sorry, the torty one. Who shot off because that's the more nervous one.
Yes.
Well, a lot to be nervous of when the gorillas are in town. Going to be a change of bowling. First change for England. A man who certainly contributed with the bat towards the end of that innings.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a-calling, all your players will be falling. Stick it all right up your bribing cast.
Inside half of the bat with his first ball, goes out to mid-wicket, there's no run.
I don't think I've ever heard that jingle fully.
No? Well, it was like is like, 1 to 100 that what the rhyming scheme was going to be on Bryden Cast.
Kieran comes back and says, no one likes an overexposed... no, wait, I'll leave that out for the pawn bot.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. We know where you were going.
Car's right, I'm over to the left-handed Athenaeus. It's short again, or back of a length. Punches it into the offside, and plenty of fielders there to scurry around and pick it up.
You thought that it was rhyming with bowler's arse?
Well, just something with arse. I mean, could be anything really.
He's too lanky, isn't he, to have a proper fast bowler's arse?
Bryden Cast's bowler's arse. It sounds like something out of Viz.
It does.
Maybe we should start a new cricket Viz. Not Crick Viz, but cricket Viz.
Well, yes, exactly. Crick Viz. Win Viz makes people laugh, but not when they meant to. No. It's Cast. It's too far on leg stump. He's got away with it. Rattles into the pad. They may get through. They do get through for a leg bye. And King is the one who's struggling a little bit. 9 off 17, and 4 of those was an edge past Joss Butler.
Yeah, he started quite nicely. He was playing a couple of decent drives.
A few net shots straight to the fielder.
Yeah. In the net, you say that's gone for 4. In real life, it's hit a fielder.
Yep. The batsman's playing with 4 fielders and the bowler's playing with 20 in the nets. Cars is in again, back of a length again. He's asking him to do something with that, and he didn't do anything but just play it down to point.
Yeah, I have to say, I think my aggregate of runs in the nets was quite phenomenal.
Not according to the bowlers.
Oh no.
Unless you hear the death rattle, you're not out in the nets.
Those wretched 2 extra covers.
Yeah, I've got a man there. Deep square leg, I've got a man there.
Cast is in again. And it's gone way up in the air. That must be an easy catch for mid-on. No, it's looped over his head. He just got enough of it. Livingston with a rather frustrated-looking throw. I felt something like I was just going to say, Cars is putting it back of a length and saying, what are you going to do about it? And that's what they did. They got 2 for that, but it wasn't very convincing. And I initially thought I was going to be caught. Mind you, towards the end of England's innings, I initially thought one had gone straight up in the air and went for 6. That weird one in the
the Ray and Ahmed one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was weird. He was looking for it at mid-wicket and it had gone dead straight.
Cars again. That's shorter. That's genuine short ball, and King probably thought it was coming onto him a bit quicker than he did, and he span right round like a record baby, hit him on the back.
Was it on the back or was it the bottom edge of his bat?
One or the other, or both. Decent over from Cars, 2 plus a leg bye, 45 for naught.
And YouTube is again, and X is again quiet.
Quiet on X.
It's all quiet on the X front.
On the X front. Going to have a change at the end of the over. Who's going to come and join us? I think I'm going to stay in and do something.
I'm going.
I think it's Grubby and Dave.
Right, okay.
It's somebody and Dave, because Dave's on for the next 30 overs. In various guises.
You lucky people.
So we might need to let him in.
Virtually. Can't see him. Oh, there he is, yeah. Right, a slower ball from Atkinson, driven back by Athenaeus, but Atkinson gets a paw down and stops it from being a run.
I suppose what's interesting is going to be when the spinners come on to see what they do on this wicket.
Yeah, Ahmed in particular.
And whether or not they get attacked by these 2 opening batsmen straight away.
That was another nice shot for no. He timed it nicely straight, but Atkinson managed to get a hand down. Here he is again. He's still got that wide slip. And that one is chopped down to backward point. There's no run.
I feel that Athenaeus may be just a little bit too correct.
Possibly.
As I say, he did have quite a in a poor series for the West Indies. He did play quite nicely against India.
She's saying he's a new Lendl Simmons.
That's the guy I was thinking about who scored the 16 off 35, because he was the coach's son. He was Phil Simmons' son. Doesn't get hold of that. Up to mid-off, no run.
Needed to use his feet a bit more there, I think.
Yeah, he's not really... The bowlers have settled into a length. He's not really done anything to hit them off it.
No. Yeah, that's why he reminds me a bit more of Evan Lewis, where it's all bat speed and not a lot of footwork.
To ask Dave about Evan Lewis, what the situation is with him when he comes on.
I'm sure Dave will be happy to tell us.
Sure.
Atkinson's in again. Short again. It's up in the air. It's over. Fine leg was up. If he'd been back, fairly straightforward catch, but it loops over Rayan Ahmed and dribbles into the boundary for 4. Also an unconvincing shot.
The Jersey Jinglers with us says it's nice to see a bit of old school 3 blokes in the same room GCing today. Just need a bit of crack to bear. Well, he's not in today. To make it complete. We want crack. We want crack.
Yeah, well.
You don't want crack to bear.
Atkinson's in again. It's assault with the fielding. If I should say this or not. Oh, well, go on then. Speaking of cracks, I had a waxing yesterday.
Oh, what?
Yes.
Well, I'm on with you to tell you.
Yeah.
For what purpose?
Yeah, I just felt like it. Clean things up down there.
And a buff and polish to finish.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got me. I'm going to have to cross my legs now.
Yeah, it did hurt a bit.
Oh.
Atkinson to complete the over. Short, and he's got hold of that one much better.
Goodbye.
That's way over backward square leg, over the scoreboard, into the field, onto the road, halfway down the M25. That's 6. And that concludes the power play. Good way to finish it off. It's 55 for naught, so a bit slower than England's, but no wickets down and a reasonable platform, you would think. Can you let David in over there, Paul?
I'm in.
Hello.
I'm in, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're in. Okay,
Hello,
good.
Grubby.
Yeah.
And alongside us is Andy, so staying on, of course. Andy, spare us any further details, won't you?
I will. Yes.
I was going to say exactly the opposite because I've just joined, and all I was going to say is no wonder he's wearing those cotton trousers.
Yes, exactly.
Well, it's up to the Twitterati if they want us to investigate.
Right. Well, who's on what here? Who's doing what?
I think I'm describing the action.
Yep.
And I think that you are on socials, Andy.
I'm on social.
And
Okay.
will be analysing the situation and providing comment and analysis.
Sounds good.
It's very difficult to use the word analyse in the wake of the recent story, I think.
Recent. God, I can't think of words. Revelations.
Pass me into. King gets that one away. Been too many dot balls from Brandon. You'll be getting a bit frustrated out there, but otherwise, decent start from West Indies. It's been a bright start from Alex Athanaze, the man from Dominica, who was. I mean, he was very successful at under-19 level, captain of West Indies under-19s, and he made, as Hendo said, reasonable start to Test cricket, and very highly thought of in the region, as they say.
Yeah, he's looked good.
They're going to build one of the players they're building their team around in the reset, followed their exclusion from the last World Cup cast, and that's nicely glided down the leg side. There's a man down at long leg to take a single, but feature of his game is that little flick off the legs, and the way he put that 6 away in the last over, he's got a lot more shots. I know
it's a glorious
shot.
shot.
Saying he's quite conventional batsman, but he can go through the gears, as they say.
Yeah, no, he looks good. But mind you, if you keep getting bowled leg stump half volleys like that previous one, then you're going to score, hopefully.
Well, yeah, and Cullen bowls some real beginnings to him as well. Carstlow has been impressive with the bat and now with the ball he bowls, and getting some decent bounce. King gets on top of it. Plays it away for a single. I mean, Cars has looked like he could be a real mainstay of this England reset team, Grubby.
There's a lot to like about Cars, I think. Again, I'm no sort of bowling mechanics person, but I do worry a little bit about his little tiny steps at the top of his run. I think he could maybe look at that and maybe lengthen his run like Mark Wood did, for example. Obviously, it works for him to an extent, but I'm not sure it's a sustainable action or run up.
Cars get some movement off there. That's very interesting in terms of bowling dynamics there, Grubby, that you said you weren't an expert on them and proceeded to give some expert remarks.
Well, listen, we've discussed at length, haven't we, for many years, how cricket is a game for lots of different styles and approaches, and so whatever works for you is often the mantra. But he's a big lad, and the way he sort of tiptoes in at the top of that run,
Minces.
It's a mince. Yeah, let's call it what it is. I'd like to see him do it differently, personally.
Resembles in a moment. Bowles hits the crease, tucked off nicely by Athenaeus, down for a single. I'd like you all to nominate a bowling cast resembles for those worth watching without pictures today. Whose bowling action would you say most resembles? Anyone you can think of? I've got a couple.
You've got someone in mind, obviously, Dave. You want to start us off?
And holding it back for the moment.
Okay. You want to see what other people think?
Their name.
Let me look. Yeah. Right. Not Fred's won a bet, and he's delighted about it. I was in the green room. He was cheering Tottenham on. Such was his bet.
Defensively, King. Oh yes, of course. We'll be prepared for an increase in social activity now, Andy, as all the Premier League part-time cricket supporters join us.
Well, they haven't so far. On the One and Armchair Cricket podcast, both point out, of course, that Phil Simmons was Lendl Simmons' uncle, not father. I'm sure you knew that too, David. And Ajit also adds TMI about my coiffure. He's also in the no further details camp.
TMI, got you.
Too much information.
It's all right.
NFD. No, NFI.
DFC.
Got there in the end. So Cars has had a good match so far. 2 overs for 6 and batted really well. Hit 2 decent sixes just when they needed the acceleration. Because at 2:30, it was about 250 for 7. I thought that it was West Indies got right back into the match, and then there was that partnership probably between Sam Carr and Bright Cars.
They had. We also got a change of bowling here, so I'll just do jingle up and then we'll chat further.
Is a mission from the original squad was to guard re-enactment from dubious jingles.
Oh.
Yes, Rian Ahmed into the attack. First ball is victim of some buffering at my end. It ends up at long on. What happened, Grant?
It went straight through extra cover, whoever's there. Also, David, can you turn yourself up a bit at all? Or get closer to the mic or something? Yeah.
Yes, can. Thank you very much for the production note there.
That's from Nestlers on Twitter. I think you are a little bit quiet.
Right.
Not something that's often levelled at you, Dave.
Well, change man. King on 13 to face Rian, bowling his second ball. No, it's pulled out because there's a late fielding change, I think.
Oh yeah, can you do the video as well?
Nope.
Oh, is Dave not on video?
King, and that's defensive.
Are you on video, Dave, or just audio?
Well, I've got video at my end, but whether it's coming out your end or not, I don't know.
So to speak, yeah.
Jace?
I think I can do it. Hang on, no, carry on.
Rian drops short, and that's drilled fast, but along the ground to extra cover. There's no run, so King just looking a bit frustrated here. He's going to play another big shot, and he could get himself out, which would be a waste of 25 balls. He's on 13. Rian Ahmed, is he going to get him now? Goes for the sweep. Hill for LBW. That was close. Gregory Brathwaite turns it down.
I think that was close, Dave.
I think, Robbie, you got a better. I'm not sure what you're talking about, because you seem to have a very good view of the stereo that we were mentioning earlier.
It might have just pitched outside leg. That's the only thing about that. It's straightened markedly. I think it was going on to hit the stumps. Maybe just pitched outside leg, but well bowled.
And this one is a quicker ball. Certainly was on my screen, and it's drilled down to long on for a single by King. He'll be relieved to get off strike because pressure's been on him a bit. Although he's the senior partner of these two, he's been the pretty much the junior partner in run scoring today, as the younger Athenaeus has caught the eye. Rian tossing the ball between one hand and another, runs up and bowls a nice ball, turns in, and it's through the mid-on. First misfield from England, and not sure who that was at mid-on. Anyone catch that? Was it Sammy Carroll?
Don't worry. I was just going to ask you, obviously you play a lot of cricket. You're very active during the English summer in particular. I don't know if your talents, though, extend to leg spin bowling or indeed googly, but have you ever in your life bowled a googly in the nets or anywhere else?
Nope.
No, right. Short conversation. No, it must be an incredible art to perfect,
yes.
I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that watching Ryan Ahmed bowl one there, because it does
incredible contortion on your wrist.
It's ridiculous. It seems who would invent such a thing?
Well,
Mr. Bosanquet.
A mad Englishman, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, not Reginald Bosanquet, a Bosanquet.
Yes, as in one Bosanquet.
Bryden Cast, that's on the spot, and another slight missed field. You'd expect England to stop those in the inner ring. That's gone under the feet of, looks like John Crawley there, might be mistaken. That's Athena's up to 46. We can get a half century today. That will go down as another positive for West Indies, looking to reset after their failure to qualify for the World Cup. Hendo was asking about Evan Lewis. He's really dropped out of consideration. He's restricting himself to the franchise circuit. Couldn't be coaxed into playing Test cricket when he got that after he got that one-day international century at the Oval. Back foot, King really phrased that away. He's grateful to that short ball. He shows that he's got some leg side shots as well. And it's gone all the way for 6. It's flat batted over mid-wicket.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Decent shot from Franklin Rose, who I've backed 4-1 to be West Indies top scorer, Grubby.
Have you?
Yes. So that's why I'm unusually appreciative of him today, and unusually critical when he doesn't score many runs.
Well, he's given up a 26-run start to Athenaeus, but he can pull it back.
Sorry, King or Athenaeus you backed?
I backed King, unfortunately.
King. That's all right. Well, early doors.
And that's King that drills it down to mid-off. Yeah, but King's been a little bit more skittish. He's had trouble getting the ball away, so every so often he has thrown the bat at it. But we saw some sumptuous shots from King early on through the covers, and he does like it pitched up outside the off stump.
Well, don't we all? You're not always going to get that, though.
Athenaeus, no. But King showed that he has the pull shot as well. That one away nicely.
I certainly did.
Response from Cast here. That's the first boundary off Cast. Rolls. That's going to be a wide just outside the tram line. Surely
I thought that might have sneaked in, but not quite.
But they were being quite tough on them today. To be fair, there was one in the England innings that was that Romario Shepherd really wide inside the tram line.
Oh yeah, that was a shocker though. That was definitely just inside the tram line. Whereas this one that we're seeing now, it's marginal. It's right on the line. What is the directive if the ball passes just over that blue line?
3 sticks away, Mac. Probably that was miles away.
Well, that's very old-fashioned of you to say that, as an umpire might do on my village green back in the day. But I'm talking about what the rules are.
I am very old-fashioned. Here's Cast bowls, and that's tucked away by Rick King. And I think they run a single. No, they don't run a single.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
Athenaeus on 46, King 21, 71 for no wicket, and we've got 1 ball left. This over. I thought it was about to be the end of the over, but in fact it's 2 balls left.
2 balls.
Yeah, 2 balls left. It's lost all track of time.
I must pick you up there, David. I think you have some old-fashioned values, but you're very progressive in your views on the game in many respects.
Thank you. Here's Athenaeus waiting for Cast. I suppose in today's terms, with the introduction of the 100 and the culture wars within cricket, I would be seen on the traditionalist side of that argument, only because I didn't like the collateral damage it's doing to the rest of cricket in the UK. Played out into the offside and no run.
But in terms of how the game is governed and various management structures, I think you have some pretty progressive ideas, which people can be availed of elsewhere. Not here.
Pass outside the off stump, and Athenaeus gets on top of that, plays that to the cover point. There is no run, so it just might as well have been the end of the over after 4 balls, because after 6 balls it's the same outcome, 71 for no wicket off 13 overs.
On the one says that was a West Indies-esque piece of fielding by Curran, as I went through cover a couple of overs ago. Another request for you to turn yourself up, David, from the Jersey Jingler. Pokey Bumfinger on YouTube, calling Tech Tony. Things haven't got that bad. And Dan J says England bounce back after World Cup. Well, we'll see.
Going to get the headset microphone out in a moment if I get a third comment.
We might have a good game on our hands here. this might get to be quite a close affair, actually. 13 overs gone and 71 for no wicket, chasing 326. Could be on.
Yeah. Well, some of us have taken the money on West Indies 3-1 before the start of this match. That's a single to King. A little bit of sentimentality there, but more the fact that it's a 2-horse race, and if one team is 3-1, the other one's 1-4 on, having just performed really badly in the World Cup, only arrived 2 days ago in the Caribbean, whereas the home side, good record against England, they've had a 2-week boot camp. Outside the off stump, that's played by Athanaze. Oh, they run through for a quick single there.
Yep.
And so a good bit of running between the weeks. Haven't seen enough of that. Too many dot balls, West Indies. They're still playing that dot ball game a lot of the time. But Darren Sammy, I think he's going to make a difference as the white ball coach. He's a much better coach than I think already than Simmons was. Outside the off stump, that's swashbuckled away by King on one knee, and it ends up around sort of wide mid wicket area. Gets 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a good shot because he's allowed the ball to go outside him on his offside, so he can sweep in front of square.
That was a good shot because there was no one back there. So where are you listening to us from? We'd like to hear from you because Andy's waiting for your socials and they're beginning to dribble in now the football's over. If you've been a football fan and now you've turned on cricket, let us know. If you don't like football, let us know. If you're in somewhere exotic, let us know where it is. And if you're not anywhere exotic, that's traded away by...
definitely not anywhere exotic here in Sydenham.
Well, it's got its charms. Cut price booze and fags being one of them. Down to mid wicket, and there's 1 run.
Relatively cut price. Nothing's actually cut price in England these days.
No, well said. And that's played out defensively by King. And that's the end of that over seemed to fly by from Rian Ahmed. There was a 4 and a 1 off it, but it wasn't a bad over.
Well, I think that is one of the things if you're a spinner in 50 over, 20 over cricket is get through your overs quickly. Jadeja's a master at it, we know. I think that immediately, and I hate to use this phrase, but immediately sort of transfers pressure back onto the batting side if you're getting through those overs quickly. So fair play to him for doing that.
You could have said that in a Yorkshire accent, would have sounded really good.
What, fair play? Fair fucking play.
Exactly what you said. I can't remember what it was now, but it was a good Yorkshire aphorism. New over. It's Cast again. This one's short, fade away by Athanaze. He's going to get 4 runs for that. He found the gap and climbed into it, got on top of it, played it away nicely.
That's his 50.
50 runs. 50 runs too. That's his second ODI 50 and his 13th if you include first class cricket. Well, no, sorry, 6th if you include List A cricket. Scored 5 tons at List A. And still only 24 years old, left down bat from Dominica. And I must have missed a ball, I'm telling you all that. No run if they did.
I just drove that to extra cover, no run.
Make it sound so easy, Robbie.
I wish I could make it look as easy as Alec Athanaze is at the moment. He looks all right, doesn't he?
He does. He impressed in the Test match. As Endo said, wasn't much to shout about for West Indies, but this guy looked very confident from the word go. Can he move? Can he get on? Can he build on this? Get past England's individual scores. The highest one was Harry Brook with 71. Cast is coming round the wicket to him. Now it's short. He's rocked back and he's got hold of that nicely. He's played it in front of square. And that's going to beat the fielder. Another 4.
Got a super chat from Hattie the Batty.
Oh, thanks, Hattie.
Cheers, Jason. She says, finally changed YouTube name from Harriet to Hattie after years of not being called Harriet except for the chat facility. That deserves a super chat. Yes, it does. £5. Thank you very much. Cha-ching.
Super chat. Thank you. That's much appreciated as ever. Thanks, Hattie.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Hattie. And we've seen two very nice shots from Athens. That's the third one there, and he leans back and plays that away. If I'm not mistaken, that's his third 4 in a row.
3 and 4 balls.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his land.
Well, something for West Indies cricket fans to cheer about. At long last. Something to cheer about for long-suffering West Indies fans who've had to watch while their team not only excluded from the World Cup, but it appears to be excluded from the Champions Trophy in 2 years' time as well. So then no wonder they're rebuilding for 2027 is the intention. So a few young players on display. Athens plays that one for a single. He's moved up to 61. He's really impressed today. He fielded beautifully as well. Darren Bravo wouldn't have stopped any of those back to point. Those people who want Bravo in the team.
Just a single off that last ball. But David, I rarely pick you up on things, but being excluded from something is quite different from not qualifying for.
However, I don't think it's unreasonable to say they've been excluded from the Champions Trophy, because I certainly had the impression that the ICC made that up halfway through the tournament to try to make it interesting for the bottom teams.
Yeah, not like it. This one from Cars is well directed onto King's leg stump. Not quite so comfortable. There plays it to leg mid-wicket. Carry on, Andy.
No, that was it. That was my point.
But it did. I'm not sure that's strictly true, but I don't know. But it is weird that if you don't qualify for the World Cup, then you have no chance of qualifying for the Champions Trophy next time round.
Well, especially as you didn't know that beforehand.
Yeah, the England coach did not know it. He did confirm that. But Josh Butler claimed to know it.
Josh tried to style it out, didn't he? Yeah, of course I knew. Of course I did, yeah.
Of course I did.
Well, England did eventually qualify for that Champions Trophy, so great success.
Yeah, it was a very successful World Cup for England by dint of that.
Well, there's some nice prose here from James Knight, who's messaged us to say this is a West Indies team with something to prove against a tired and unimaginative England side. Well, James, that's been a little bit harsher on England than I intended to be. That next ball is drilled down by King for a single. And there's new players in this team, but it is the same tired leadership of Josh Butler. We're seeing him quite weary behind the stumps.
Do you think he should have resigned or been removed, David?
One of them, either Butler or Mott, should have got down.
I think so as well, yeah. Someone should have taken responsibility.
Yes. Down to long on, and there's no run. I was very unimpressed by Mott. Don't think he knows the England setup. If he did, he wouldn't have Carl Hopkinson as an assistant coach, who is a second 11 fielding coach.
Well, let me put a counter argument to this, because it's been rightly so. Hang on, after this.
And that is well pitched up by Athens. By Rian Ahmed. Athens doesn't try anything ambitious, just down to mid-off for no run.
I'll come back at the end of the over, maybe. Let you get through this over and spin.
Yeah, he's getting through it so quickly. This one is driven to extra cover, and there's no run. Literally, Rian Ahmed, he just turns and bowls. And got to have your wits about you here. And no time for walk to square leg. Just take your guard. Have another one. Here he comes again. And this one's well directed. Spins back into the pad. Was just turning it away from the left-handed Athens. He's not really getting him away. Only 2 off this over. And Rian's doing well. This is his third over. He's only gone for 13. Just looks instantly comfortable in international cricket. One of those young players who you just feel belongs. And the word goes. So the sooner they phase out the 2 incumbents, the better. Down the leg side, and there's a single. Please, no more recalls from Owen Ali. End of that over. 94 for no wicket, 16 overs.
So I was just going to say, there's rightly a lot of negativity about England and therefore the leadership and the management, captaincy, coaching, whatever. And people do have to take responsibility, I get that. But, it was only a year ago that England won the T20 World Cup. That was also Matthew Mott and Josh Butler in charge.
That's what I was saying at the time, but they looked so stale at 50 overs.
They did.
And the Key said, I just thought it was going to be fine once we showed up.
Key tried to take some responsibility for it.
The basic problem is you don't know who takes final responsibility.
Yeah.
Who does the buck stop with?
I think what we can say
We
is
don't
that
know.
they performed dreadfully, and we need to do something different next time round. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling here. We can come back to this discussion, as I'm sure we shall. It's going to be this lad who has really disappointed for England in recent years.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Tony spins it both ways. Which way is this one going to spin? It's down the leg side, I'm afraid, and it's a 4-ball. And Brandon King helps himself to that one. Bits and pieces players in international cricket. Discuss.
Well, that was the thing when he first came into the squad, Dave. He was a very exciting player, wasn't he? He could bang the ball miles, and I was so excited about him being in the England setup. And the fact he could bowl was a bonus.
This one's short and it's well fielded at cover point. Who can we, or in covers, I should say. Who's that? Decent bit of fielding. Unfortunately, unacknowledged by the camera director of the feed that we're watching, which is Whisper Production. Forward defensive goes Brandon King. It's on 32 from 39. If you're just joining us, West Indies 98 for no wickets. Decent start from them, off just 102 balls. And here's Livingston. That's short, and it's played off the back foot down to long off for a single. And the victory target is
326, yeah.
26. So long way to go, but decent start. And as probably was saying, could be a really, has the makings of being an exciting match between two teams. You'd have to say we're seeing at the moment evenly matched.
So far, yeah. I think the thing with Livingston is, I think he's a bonus bowler, and he's really got to live on or die on his batting.
Yeah, agreed. And that's why he's been so disappointing.
Yeah.
He's chipped in occasionally with some bonus wickets.
His numbers aren't good enough.
They're not.
Across this whole England career.
And he looked like he could be an absolute worldie.
That's the frustrating thing, yeah.
Slower ball outside the off stump. Athens plays too early, and there's no run.
Especially in T20, I still think he's got some value in T20, but...
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's whether he can step up to 50 overs. I mean, not most of the T20 only players in the World Cup, and he didn't do well at all. That one is swept nicely by Athens. He's going to find a gap there, and that's 4 more to him. So Livingston goes for 9 off his first over, 17 gone. 100 up for West Indies, 100 partnership, 103 for no wicket.
Buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Well, we've got no tweets for the moment. Can be a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, do you count Maxwell? Because he had a really good World Cup, but do you count him as a T20 only player?
No.
I'd have had him in my test team if I were an Australian selector.
Sorry, Grubby, to talk of.
No.
I was just saying that there is someone that plays all formats, plays Sheffield Shield, played 2 seasons for Lancashire in the county championship, didn't just come over and play T20, played all formats, and he was desperate to get back in the test team. He absolutely does not disprove my point at all. Ahmed, I'm talking about that's defensive by King, no run. Oh no, they're going to get a single. Bit of a tired piece of fielding there by whoever that is. Ben Duckett didn't really make much of an effort to get that.
Oh, we dived full length. He's only little.
Full length Duckett is only half a Bryden pass. Athens on 66. King, it's Athens facing Myanmar. That's tossed up. Played one-handed down to mid-off. They're going to take a single. No, they don't, even though it's only half stop. But it's one-handed shot. The bottom hand came off that one.
Also, we've got the odd wasp in the studio here. So if either Andy,
very odd wasp.
If either Andy or I leap off our chair, hang on.
Bad shout.
For LBW, he's given him. That's a wicket for Rehan Ahmed. Athens is not going to review. Is he going to review this? Well, he might as well. He's got 66, so his wicket's worth preserving. But
yeah, but it's pretty straight. It really does look very straight.
He's going to walk off. And so good cricket awareness start there by Athens. He used that straight, not going to waste a review, but he's done well for his team. 66, Rehan Ahmed getting the breakthrough. He's looked good today. You know, in his 4th over, he's only gone for 14, and he deserves that first wicket.
Another one bites the dust.
Nice.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I think he's been bowling flat and quick, Rian Ahmed, and it seems to be working. It's difficult to get away.
My COD analysis earlier in the piece was that with a slow pitch like this, where as a spinner you might get significant turn but slow turn, maybe you do want to bowl a bit quicker. And I know nothing about spin bowling, but Rian has definitely been bowling quicker than perhaps he might ordinarily do. He does like to fire it in there occasionally. But anyway, I think he's adapted very well. And has also whipped through his overs, so not only is he bowling quickly each ball, but he's bowling through each ball very quickly and getting through his overs quickly. I think that has brought its own pressure.
What he's got is great cricket awareness. He's got this cricketing nous that everything about him looks right on the cricket field. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And also, his body language there. He just looks like he's running the show. He's owning it.
Yes.
He's only a young foot. Is he 19 still? He's like, I'm the man. Yep, I'm in charge. I'm the governor.
Well, that's the exuberance of youth, isn't it? Maybe.
Can be. Can be.
Who we got here? Akil Chowdhury says the problem with England batsmen nowadays is they're trying to score fast, but at the same time losing wickets, not thinking about building partnerships. Well, as I said on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, there's a million ways of saying score runs and don't get out.
I can confirm that Rian Ahmed is still only 19 years old. So, big future for him in England colours.
Hope so, yeah.
Yeah, no, Andy, you make a very waspish point, if I can say that, but it's absolutely true. Yeah, score runs, don't get out. Score them quickly, but don't take risks. Of course, that's the game is built on being able to do such things.
Well, I'm surprised to see ex-Grange Hill and EastEnders actor Todd Carty coming in 3, but let's see what he can do.
Nice.
Are we jingling him up?
Yeah, we will be in just a moment.
Casey Carty we're talking about.
So new is he that he's not in the cart?
He's not in the... no, he could do the EastEnders theme.
Or
indeed. And then you finish it with dum 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 dum.
And if you can imagine in your head the sausage on a fork.
Sausage on a fork.
Yeah.
Was there a teacher slapping a kid
Possibly.
like that? Or did I just misremember that?
Pow! Bang!
Umpires call on hitting wickets but smashing into off stump. Yeah.
Good decision not to review.
And that would have been the other one, wouldn't it? Because turn like an off break from round the wicket by Rian. That would have been the googly from round the wicket. So very well bowled.
Well, Casey Carty.
This will be my first look at Casey Carty.
Yep. He became the first. Well, he was certainly the first one from his island of St Martin to represent West Indies when he made his debut in 2022. I think he's from St Martin. It's unlikely cricketing Ireland anyway. Need to double check.
Must be if he's the first player in the whole West Indies history.
Martin. Yeah, first one.
Well, Dave, I was saying earlier that imagine if you're from Antigua and Barbuda, but you're actually from Barbuda, and so many people just refer to it as Antigua, and you'd be there going, and Barbuda. Thanks very much.
Yeah, absolutely right. It should be A and B, just like Trinidad and Tobago is TNT.
TNT, yeah.
Ahmed Takati. Oh, that beats him. It spins and beats his unconvincing. Wasn't even a lunge. It was just propped forward by Carty. Made a couple of mistakes in the field. He'll be looking to make up for those. But Rian Ahmed's doing well here. As Grubby was saying, just bowling with a bit more pace, perhaps than usual. Although he is quite flat bowls, and that is played out defensively. So top over this from Rian Ahmed. At the end of this, it's going to be 4 overs, 1 for 14 if this is a dot ball, because he's done really well. By far the pick of the bowlers so far. The bowls, and that's driven flat batted by Carty straight to extra cover. End of the over. 18 overs gone. Carty is on naught. King 34, West Indies 104 for 1 wicket.
No, nothing on socials from me, so I'll volley that one back.
That's all right. Three balls late, but the one he bowled in the middle of that over was one of these. Always quick on the button there.
Yeah, we're not that desperate to play jingles from 3 balls ago, Grubby. We can talk about my theory.
It's getting through. What is your theory?
Well, we were just discussing it, and Andy questioned me about Glenn Maxwell. I was saying that the people that performed in the World Cup, hardly any of them have retired from first-class cricket. The ones who have gone white ball only were the ones who were exposed during the tournament. Down to mid-long on, and there's one run there.
That's not many people, though, is it?
Oh, well, that's a different argument.
I mean, does that apply to anybody outside of England?
Yes, it does. There's quite a few I can think of from outside England, and I'll come back to that in a moment.
Please do,
Or maybe
yeah.
longer
Please do,
if I
yeah.
can't think of, maybe take me a bit longer if I can't think of it. And that's played out. Carter's going to be off the mark. Squirts it out unconvincingly. I've seen better number threes for West Indies on the evidence of the first 2 or 3 balls.
The man this stadium's named after, for example.
Yeah, he was all right.
Man on the Eastern Caribbean $2 banknotes that were issued last week. Brandon King on 35. Can he take over as the senior batsman? No, that beats him. That was a decent ball from Livingston. Beats him. But pushed that one through. It went on with the arm.
Toppy.
Okay. Oh, was it not? What?
I don't know. I'm just guessing it was a toppy.
Yeah, he's bambooed some
Carty. Oh, bowled him. Yeah.
He's bowled him. Yeah, he had Carty, had the measure of Carty there. Looked very unconvincing.
That's King, David.
King,
I'm afraid
mate.
your bet's
Sorry.
gone down in flames as well.
It's Brandon King. That's my bet down as King goes. And I'm a fiver lighter in the pocket. Grubby, I hope you're up after yesterday at Newbury. How did you read that little contest there between Livingston and Carty?
Well, not much to say. Full, straight, swing, miss, out.
Yeah, it wasn't a great. It was a poor shot. Right, so that's just 2 openers removed, and a bit of a rebuilding job to do for the West Indies middle order.
You don't like a real rebuild, though, Andy, do you? You don't believe in that.
They can't take too long over it.
Because the total is significant.
They need 7 and over, even if it looks a fairly good. Well, it's 7.02, even if it's a fairly good pitch.
Yeah.
It's going to be Shy Hope.
It is. We'll jingle him in just a moment. But, you know, talking about rebuilding, you can take 10 overs in the 50 over game and you've still got enough time.
Provided you score 50 off them, not 20.
Yeah, sure.
Trent Bolt, Andy. Took me a while, but there's a...
Yeah, it did take a while, yes. Okay. He did an OK World Cup, didn't he?
Really? Very expensive in the semis.
That seemed to come off inside edge and his ankle and everything. That was just the wrong ball to play that sweep shot to.
Well, I think ankle's telling, because it didn't get up very high, did it?
No.
That was one of the least convincing innings I've seen from a West Indies number 3.
It's Carty still in, David. That was King.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to pass over now to Andy to take over the comment.
No. We can see better. It's. I know it's difficult at home sometimes.
Yeah. Carty's still there. He's got to go on and score 50 now. It's Shay Hope, the West Indies captain. Did we just jingle him up? I couldn't hear anything.
We did.
Yeah. A triumph of hope over destiny.
Ah, indeed.
Hope.
Yeah.
Livingston bowling to him.
Ooh.
And just about gets a bat on that. Livingston would have gone up for that one as well. Great over from Liam Livingston. I'm going to go and eat some humble pie. 2 overs for 11 runs. Oh no, I've still got another over to go.
I think the batsman made that look a bit better than it was. I mean, he got the wicket and fair play to him, but, you know, it's a slow, low pitch. If you're going back in your crease, you're a hostage to fortune, I'm afraid.
Well, it's wise words there.
It's very wise. Very easy to say those wise words from here.
Well, if you're quick with your remote, you can have Shy Hope on one channel and Destiny You Doggy on the other.
Shay Hope, the one who completed his schooling at Bede School under the coaching of Alan Wells, was then turned down by Keith Greenfield at Sussex in the academy in favour of people who didn't make it. Plays that one out until long to the onside. Keith Greenfield no longer in that position, but he still seems to be very active. Sussex cricket, greetings to him, who's listening. Rian Ahmed, defensively by Carty, who plays that in a convincing number 3 type manner down to long off.
He's out to prove you wrong, David.
He's growing on you, I can tell.
Yeah.
Richie Richardson, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Next, the latest in the production line of A-list batters, number 3 for the West Indies. Rian Ahmed bowling really well. Bowls to Carty, sort of squirts. No, it's Hope.
It's Hope.
I'm really not getting these. It's my picture's so. It's actually so buffering. I actually can't see very much at all. He says weekly, looking for an excuse.
No, it happens. It happens when you're at home.
Should have come into the studio, lad.
Well, you'll be warmer where you are.
Yeah. Defensive by Carty. So the run's drying up now for West Indies. Trouble here with Carty taking 7 balls to get to 2. I've already had him walking back to the pavilion twice, but he actually hasn't done anything wrong yet. He's on 2 from 7 balls as Rian Ahmed pulls that one. Can he turn it away for single? Yes, he can. And Rian Ahmed's going to be very pleased with these figures. So change after this ball in the commentary box. We've got, I think, Grubby staying on. Grub?
No, I believe the lineup is not Fred, Hendo, and your good self summarising, Dave.
Last ball can describe it. Beats the outside edge of Hope's bat. And the end of that, another very impressive over from Rian Ahmed. 109 to 20 overs. And Grubby, we're passing over to
not Fred's coming in. Not Fred's coming in. Hendo's coming in, and you're staying on, I believe. If you're all right to do so, are you?
I am. No, it's on the rotors. I was expecting that, and I just hadn't seen whether or not I was going to be graced with a slot with not Fred before. I was enjoying not Fred's comment earlier about. I wonder what you were going to say when West Indies or Slotman and Livingston. That's played out quite pleasantly by Carty. They're going to get 2 here off the first ball of this over from Livingston. With what you said, not Fred, about the West Indies first names. I can't know exactly how you put it. But,
well, they do insist on having people with unique first names. They don't pick anyone with a first name that's of somebody who's played with them before. As somebody's bowling, who is it? It's Livingston. Who's doing? Am I supposed to be doing this?
Yes.
And it's been turned out to back and square leg, and then Hendo walks across the screen. I think that's a single. It probably is. The score is 111 for 2. If people of West Indies persuasion who have English superstitions should lift at least one of their feet off the floor. Don't lift both at the same time, or you may find yourself falling on your ass. How are you, David? It's been a while.
Very well, thank you.
This next ball is played to short mid-wicket. No run. It's been a while since we run together. As Livingston bowls a little bit shorter, and he should have done something better with that Carty. And he's just come in, and all he could do is angle this out to backward point for a dot ball.
What have you made of the West Indies batting so far, Fred?
I'll have to be honest with you, as Livingston bowls, and this is flicked round the corner by Carty. I had a couple of big bets on the Spurs-Man City game, and that was taking up most of my time in the green room. I have to be honest with the listener. I believe there was a big wicket for the first partnership, and Athanaze scored a few. Every time I looked up, he seemed to be hitting a boundary, so he's a bit of a find as Livingston bowls again, and this is well-directed, nicely flighted delivery on leg stump. Defended to cover by Hope. That's the end of the over. 112 for 2 of 21 overs. Hendo has taken his seat on my right, and is going to find himself in charge of the special iPad with the messages from the listeners.
Oh, except I've lost the page now. Bugger, find it again.
Okay. Keep talking, Dave.
Oh, yes. Well, I was going to say that I don't know the results of any of those Premiership matches. Do you think our listener will be waiting for match of the day, or can you tell us?
Well, there were lots of goals in the Premiership today. That's I'm not giving any spoilers away in case anybody doesn't want to know what's happened. But good results for the Arsenals. This first ball of a new over from Rian Ahmed is very full, almost Yorker length actually, and Carty tries to drive, gets an inside edge. It dribbles back towards the bowler, no run. So after a big opening...
What about those of us who do want to know what happened?
Okay, this next ball is a googly outside the off stump. I'm not sure that Carty read it as it came back into him, and he just got a bit of an under edge onto it. If you want the scores, I'll tell you the scores. If you hold on for 1 second, I shall multitask in terrific fashion. Bournemouth 2, Aston Villa 2, Chelsea 2, Chelsea 3, Brighton 2. The next ball is another googly, which is defended by Carty. Liverpool 4, Fulham 3, West Ham 1, Crystal Palace 1, Manchester City 3, Tottenham 3. Was the late game in the Premier League, and all sorts went on. And the most important thing is that I won a couple of bets as Ram bowls and he goes past the outside edge. That turned not very much, but just enough to beat the prodding forward defensive of Carty. I don't know very much about Carty. Dave, what can you tell us?
First ever player from St Martin to represent West Indies.
Wow. Where St Martin?
Where is it?
Yeah, in the Leeward Islands. Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh.
Is it a country or no? As Rayan bowls, and this is again a fizzing leggy end at leg stump, and Carty goes back and defends. One ball left of this over, and it's been a runless over so far from the first 5 balls of it. The target,
26 years old, Fred.
and his first name is pronounced Casey.
Casey, as in Casey Jones.
As this one again beats the outside edge, a quick leg break, and that's a maiden from Rayan Ahmed. That's a very good figures he's accumulated. He has 1 for 17 off 6. That's the end of the over. Hendo, what are people saying on the Twitter sphere?
They're saying absolutely bugger all. It's as dead as a dodo or other things that are no longer parrots.
YouTube comments? Have we had any?
Did we have the Hattie the Batty super chat?
We had one earlier.
Well, there's one there from at some point. I don't know how long ago it was.
Was it 99p or something?
No, it's £5.
Oh,
£5.
wow.
Finally changed YouTube name from Harriet to Hattie after years of not being called Harriet, except for the chat facility. That deserves a super chat. So if that wasn't already read out, it is now, and we thank you very much for your generosity.
Absolutely. That is available to all people. As Livingston starts a new over to Hope, we'll come back to you in a minute. Tony, and he just nudges this a backward point. No run. So Shea Hope, I was somewhat surprised to see, has 15 ODI international hundreds, which is a hell of a lot. Oh, this ball confuses Hope. He lost it slightly. He played an inside edge round the corner. It's fielded by short fine leg. It's actually very difficult to bat at the moment against the spinners, with Livingston and Rayan Ahmed bowling pretty damn well, I have to say, on a pitch that's helping them.
Yeah.
Especially against the new batsmen, as Livingston's in again. This is floaty, but just pushed at by Carty. Extra cover fields, and they're getting through the overs at a hell of a lick. Even Gary Naylor would be impressed.
We'll be home by 8.
We've heard that one before. Livingston bowls a little bit shorter. Could have tried to play a more aggressive shot, Carty, but didn't. So we've only had one run off the last 10 balls, and the rate is climbing. It's now 7.79 required, as in comes Livingston. And again, it's another dot ball.
I described him before, Fred, as the least convincing number 3 West Indies have ever put out.
Wow, that is quite quite a hot competition as well, as Livingston bowls again, and it's driven up to wide mid-off. They are going to take a single. And that is the end of the 23rd over. 114 for 2. Hendo, is anyone saying anything yet?
Not really. I think the only thing you can say is that is there still a ball to go?
No, there isn't.
No. Okay.
So Tony, whilst the World Cup was going on, I understand the
Tony, do you mean Dave?
Dave, sorry. You're not really that similar. They had the domestic
yes,
one-day competition in the West Indies. I'm presuming all the international players of the West Indies were at that tournament?
That is correct.
Because I've noticed some are at the moment playing in an Abu Dhabi T10 tournament. As the first ball of a new over from Rayan Ahmed is squirted out on the offside from Carty to backward point, no run.
There are 3 West Indies teams in action. Well, 2 other West Indies teams in action at the moment. The A team were on tour of South Africa, where they won their first Test match under the leadership of Joshua De Silva, and the emerging players are playing a series as well.
This is down the leg side, and finally they break the shackles slightly as a sweep by Carty beats the man who was up at short fine leg, and down to the boundary for one of these.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it
There's a wayward delivery from Rayan. This one's back on track on middle and off stump, and it's driven up to long off for a single. So, if Josh De Silva was captaining the A team, does that mean he's not the number one keeper at the moment?
Not in white ball cricket.
I mean, it's a white ball tour, or is it a red ball tour? Oh, okay, right.
Well, they won the first official test.
Right.
Entries from the two bishops, Teddy Bishop, and the other one.
And the other one, as this one beats the outside edge of a prodded from Hope's bat.
Teddy and Joshua.
Joshua. Well, we finally. So there's a Josh De Silva and a Josh Bishop. We had two people with the same first name in the same team. Has that ever happened before in the West Indies history? As Rayan Ahmed bowls, and this is squirted away to point. They're going to take a single. They need to get there quickly. They do. One more to the total, one more to Hope. He has 4. The total is 120 for 2. The target, if you're listening for the first time today, is 320. Even if you're not, is 326. And the required rate is just shy of 7.9. This is another googly from Rayan. He bowls a lot of googlies. It's defended by Carty. He seems to bowl Hendo about as many googlies as he does leg breaks.
Well, it just means it's not a wrong one. It's not a right. It's a right one. Occasionally.
It's just an un.
On the one, we do have tweet. A tweet.
Hooray!
On the one says Jason Holder didn't play in the 50-over competition, and I'm not really surprised because Jason Holder just seems to have been playing non-stop for about the last 8 years. He's just always somewhere. He must be exhausted.
And he does a lot with the bat and the ball, so he has doubled the workload in some respects. 120 for 2. They are still 206 runs shy of their target, and there are 26 overs remaining as Livingston starts a new over, and this is driven sweetly. He took a step down the wicket, did Hope. He swung through, hit it pretty straight, just to the leg side, or just to the onside of the stumps and down to the boundary for 4. He nearly brained his non-striker, actually, who had to take some evasive action. He went one way, the umpire went the other, but it was sweetly hit. It never got very high. It was a pretty low, flat hit, bounced a couple of times over the boundary. Let's see what Livingston's response is. He bowls a floaty delivery on leg stump, may have even have got there on the full. But Hope can't beat the man at short mid-wicket. No run.
I think West Indies' hopes of reaching this target depend on a decent innings from Hope.
Yeah.
This one is a good leg break on off stump, and Hope dances around slightly, but just prods it into the offside. No run. I haven't done this ball by ball for many months.
You're feeling a bit rusty.
A little bit, as fortunately no one's listening. As Livingston bowls again, and a gap is found in the off stump, on the offside, as Sam Curran goes after it, thinks about not going after it, and eventually decides that it is his responsibility. A single to Hope. He has 9 from 14. Carty is the man now on strike. The run rate approaching 8 now. As Livingston bowls, and it's going to go a little bit higher because that's a dot ball as it's pushed straight back to the bowler. We've got Shimron, Sherfane and Romario, the next 3 to bat. It's never happened before in world cricket. As Carty to face the last ball of Livingston's over. Ooh. It's a bit short and it's a bit filthy, but Carty does not take full toll of that poor delivery. He finds the man at short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, incredible control from England's spinners. West Indies struggling to score at 2 runs and over since Liam Livingstone was introduced into the attack. At this rate, he could end up doing a reverse KP Smith and end up a full-time spinner for England in ODIs. Ooh.
KP Smith?
KP or Smith, I think.
Oh, I see. I wondered who KP Smith was.
Steve Shipcott says, please don't feel despondent, guys. I've been here all match, but as ever, I can't think of anything poignant to say. That said, I still appreciate you being there.
One of those type of games, isn't it? We will have all forgotten it by 9 o'clock this evening.
If not already. I think
I
may have already forgotten.
I don't know about that.
So, Dave, you're our inside man as far as West Indies cricket is concerned. The fact that they didn't qualify for the World Cup, has there been any soul searching, or is it just the same old from Cricket West Indies?
Well, I think there's a definite reset going on, to use the fashionable term, and the selectors have got into some controversy, including our own Roland Butcher, by picking some of the younger players, leading out Darren Bravo. in favour of this man. This man at the other end, actually, Casey Carter. But I think there's some young players who've made really good claims in this match.
Sam Curran is back into the attack. His first ball is short outside the off stump, and it gets what it deserved because it was short and filthy, and it was pulled away to deep mid wicket for 4 runs. Neither.
What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
That time for a new Sam Curran jingle. If you're listening, jinglers. He's in again, very wide of the wicket, crease. As it's in at leg stump, and Hope can't beat the man at short mid wicket. No run.
I suppose the answer to your question, Fred, is that West Indies cricket has hit rock bottom, really. I mean, the fans, are very disillusioned with West Indies not making the World Cup. So there is a sort of cycle of negativity around the team.
Cycle of negativity. Great band. Roland Butcher, as you say, has been appointed as selector. A lovely man, I think we can all say, as this next ball is on leg stump and turned to deep, fine leg for a single. Looks like they're coming back for 2. No, they don't. They wouldn't have made it halfway. There's a good bit of fielding out there. Roland is a lovely man. Of course, he never played for the West Indies. He played for England. And I don't know anyone who's got a bad word to say about him, because he is the sweetest chap you could ever hope to meet. But you need quite a thick skin to be a West Indies selector. And I'm hoping, for his sake, that things go well, because I'm not sure he's quite got the thickest of skins. He's a sensitive chap, as this next ball from Curran is bang on target, zeroing in at middle and leg stump, and a jerky defensive shot by Carty, who has 11 now from 29. Not really a great scoring rate for a number 3, especially after that good start.
Well, Roland has been in Barbados for 3 decades.
Yes, and he was the head of the Cricket West Indies, the University of the West Indies cricket setup.
Yeah, and he's also been on the board of the BCA, Barbados Cricket Association. So he's well versed in the local politics. I think he's tougher than you might suggest.
But still a lovely guy. I think we can agree on that. As his next ball is driven to extra cover, no run.
I mean, Fred, there's been a lot of criticism about the makeup of this team, especially the exclusion of Darren Bravo, and I don't think Roland's let it affect him. I mean, Desmond Haynes takes the brunt of it as the lead selector.
Yeah. Are there any non-Middlesex batsmen involved?
I don't think you ever gave a place to I can't remember his name. The other bloke name in that selection panel. I'm going to come back with his name in a moment.
So the demon-faced Sam Curran bowls a slower ball, an even slower ball, which is just nudged behind square on the offside. There are a couple of men there, no chance of a single. The end of the 26th over. West Indies are 130 for 2. They need 196 runs from 144 balls.
Hendo, can I just interject quickly with the name Miles Bascombe? Not a name that's on the tip of my tongue. Didn't play, only played a couple of times for West Indies. He is the 3rd selector.
Maybe he played for Middlesex Twos or something.
Along with the coach Darren Samming and the captain Shea Hope.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, West Indies cricket, similar in some respects to. Well, okay. West Indies. There's always been some tension between the various, organisations that make up the West Indies. The big names of Barbados and Jamaica, and nowadays Antigua, and some of the smaller ones like St Kitts and Nevis and other such places. As his first ball from Livingston's over is just defended into the offside, no run. There's always been seemingly people assuming that their people aren't being selected when they should be because they're from the wrong island. This is short and it's heaved into the leg side. Is there a man there? There is, but he's well wide of that, and that's gone a couple of bounces over the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
4. F-O-R.
I was not sure how you spell it. That got what it deserved, actually, because it was a long hop. And Livingston, who's bowled pretty well, just dragged that one down. And Hope was not going to miss out. He has 18 now off 19 as Livingston bowls to him again. Much better length. It's turned into the leg side. They take a quick single and they set off quickly and made it easily. So what I was going to ask David is whether that is still a strong that still happens in West Indies cricket.
Yes, it does. I'm absolutely convinced of that.
And Desmond Haynes is a Barbadian as well, is he not?
Yes.
So you've got 2 Barbadians at least out of the 3-man selection committee. Is this one
And
short? And cut out to deep point for a single.
Shea Hopefull's being third.
Right.
He's on the selection panel, Barbados captain.
Yeah.
The vice captain of T20, or the captain of the T20 team, and was vice captain, Rothman Powell, hasn't been selected for this squad, so Jamaican left out after a poor 50-over tournament.
Next ball is full, and it's driven square to the offside sweeper by Hope for a single. He has 20 now, the score 137 for 2. 1 ball left of the 27th over. So if you are from Trinidad or Jamaica or from various other places of Guyana, is there the perception that their people aren't getting a fair look as Livingston completes the over? It's a good ball, and Carty defends. No run, 137 for 2 off 27.
Well, the Guyanese would have a tough job saying that. They've got 3 in this team with 5 and 6, Hetmyer, Rutherford and Moti for bowling. So they'll be okay. I mean, Jamaicans might say they're getting a raw deal, but then they didn't win a single match in the Super 50. Cricket's in trouble in Jamaica through lack of resources and the popularity of track and field and soccer. Doesn't affect the same degree in other countries. Barbados has got a lot more resources than the other islands. Tends to be overrepresented, if you like. But ultimately, it's about picking the best team. Yeah, Darren Bravo was the controversial one, but he hasn't done much for West Indies in recent years. And if you remember, he was virtually scoreless, couldn't get the ball off the square when he played against England in the last series.
Start of a new over. Sam Curran bowls full and outside off stump and driven out to deep extra cover. The sweeper has to come round from deep cover, so it's an easy 2. If you're wondering why you're not hearing much from Hendo, he's got a bit of a sore throat, and we're trying to ease the pressure on his vocal cords because he's going to need them, because tomorrow night he's going to be shouting for his team AFC Wimbledon, who host, who is it?
Ramsgate
in the second round of the FA Cup.
4th tier v 8th
big game in English football tomorrow.
The only game in English football tomorrow.
Yes, that's why it's the big game. As Sam Curran bowls short, and onto the back foot goes Hope and just prods this up to long on for a single.
I was going to actually...
my team's got back into the FA Cup, Fred, having been beaten in the first round.
Oh, somebody got kicked out for playing an ineligible player. Was that against your team?
Yes.
Who was that? That was Barnsley or somebody, yeah.
My team...
Horsham.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
What are Horsham called? The Whores? No, I think they're called the Hornets, isn't it? Because Tony was complaining that Watford also seem to have proprietary rights over the name Hornets, but Horsham had it first, possibly. Anyway, let's see what Sam Curran can do as he bowls to Casey Carty. It's a short ball. He goes back to pull it, and he doesn't time it at all. He just drags it down. It finds its way to long leg, and they take a single.
I don't want to be harsh, Fred, but this innings from Casey Carty could be costing West Indies the match here.
Well, I'm not saying they were walking it before he came in.
They had a good start. They were scoring 5-6 and over. It's just since the wicket's fallen.
Yes. Well, they lost two. They lost 2. They had 2 new batsmen at the same time. This is Carty's debut. Is it?
No.
How many games has he played?
One-day match against Netherlands in 2022.
Okay, so I mean, it's asking. I'm not saying it's asking a bit much. It's his job, but I mean, let's not get too down on somebody who's playing his first game against a full member. Let's put it that way.
Well, no, he's played more than he's played. I'm saying it's the first game since Netherlands, but he's played more than that. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. This next ball from Curran is defended into the leg side by Hope. No run.
Yeah, sorry, Fred. He's played 16 ODIs. I didn't mean to miss.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the ignorance is all mine. It's always a pleasure to hear you give us your insights into the internal machinations of West Indies cricket. Because I will be honest, it's not something I follow to any great depth. And our listeners, I'm sure, are delighted to hear your opinions as Curran bowls again. And this beats the outside edge. Hope just played a wafty shot outside the off stump. That got up a bit, didn't it?
That really did.
Yeah. Curran is not a quick bowler by any stretch of the imagination, but that beat the outside edge as much by bounce as it did by movement.
Came from nowhere. What on earth happened there?
Maybe it hit a rock.
See, Fred, West Indies are too quick to jettison, players. Like Johnson Charles was recalled, did well, and now he's nowhere to be seen. I'd rather have seen him at number 3 today. Someone with an ODI centuries against Australia.
Let's see what little Sammy Curran can do now. And that's, again, it's a good ball, a little bit quicker than Hope may have expected, and he just drops this into the crease in front of him. Wasn't quite sure where the ball was. Curran knew where it was, and he ran up there as if Hope might leave his crease and he could kick it onto the stumps, but Hope didn't. At the end of the 28th over, 141 for 2, 185 runs required from 132 balls. Hendo, are there any tweets?
There are a couple. Jersey Jingler says, I hate to sound like a boycott, but add 2 wickets to this score and it's a different game. Well, I don't think you even have to add 2 wickets to the score, actually, because been quite a slow partnership between these two so far. Spicy Golden Duck says, good evening, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. What do you think the attendance is for this match?
Well, in here there are 2 of us. A couple in the green room. Oh, well, you mean at the ground? It doesn't look in any way busy, let's put it that way.
Maybe a couple of thousand?
Oh, maybe.
What's it hold? 20 plus thousand?
20,000 I don't know. I'm fortunate enough to have been at the ground a few years ago. Many thanks due to David Brook, who exacerbated, is that the wrong word? Probably. That is the wrong word. The fact that I was there, expedited. As the first ball of Livingston's over is a dot ball, and the second ball now to KC Carty is also a dot ball, as he pushes that to extra cover. Yes, David, thank you again for your help in getting me a gig in Antigua in 2019. A wonderful time was had. Unfortunately, England could only last 3 days in that test match, so I had the difficult position of having 4 days to kill in Antigua with nothing to do. Problems, eh?
I've got a strange feeling that Dave disappeared. Are you still there, Dave?
Yeah.
He's gone.
Oh, maybe he's had enough. Or that was a shorter ball from Livingston. It was cut out to deep point. The throw comes in. Butler can't take it cleanly. No shock there. But 2 runs are what has been taken. Livingston has 1 for 30 and he's halfway through his 7th over. They are very good figures, albeit on a pitch that is helping the spinners. He bowls again, getting through the overs really quickly as this is turned round the corner. They've taken a single and they took it quickly. Who's that, Rayan Ahmed there? I think it is, at square leg. Couldn't pick up the ball cleanly. I don't think even had he done so, there would have been a chance of a run out.
I was going to ask you, Dave, about Dominica pulling out of the World T20.
Hosting it, yeah.
Hosting it, yes. Yeah. What are your feelings about that? Is it?
Well, it's the ICC insisting on new stadiums, new buildings. The work not going to be completed in time.
Right. Okay.
Next ball from Livingston is a well-directed leg break just outside the off stump. A sprawling Sam Curran at cover prevents any run.
You know, West Indies paid a heavy price for the following the ICC stipulations.
2007.
Stadiums. Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
Well, as the Chinese paid for all those stadiums, didn't they? As this one is a good, well-flighted leg break on middle and leg, which Hope defends the end of the 29th over, 144 for 2. Dave, do some talking.
Well, they did get some sparkly new stadiums, although they lack the atmosphere of what was there before.
Well, I mean, Trelawney, they built a stadium on the northwest coast of Jamaica in Trelawney, and some idiot actually bought a place nearby thinking they're going to have international cricket at the end of their road. There's cows grazing on the outfield.
Yeah,
well, a cow corner.
A white elephant.
There's going to be 1 over left of this particular commentary trio.
There's a white elephant at cow corner.
And we're going to have a change of bowling. And it's a large South African who's coming into bowl, although he's playing for England.
Can you narrow it down?
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bride comes a calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your bride and cast.
Well, I can't tell him apart from Elbow, as this is a ball which is absolutely rolled along the ground and has been given out LBW. It was a short ball which got up less than stump height, even though it pitched in the bowler's half. What a shocker that is.
That's dreadful, isn't it? And not that you feel sorry for the batsman, apart from the fact that he's actually so slow that he's probably putting West Indies out of this game.
And Shea Hope has told him not to review as much because of the match situation as anything else. But Carty, his struggle has come to an end. He's out for 16. I don't think there was any way of any batsman playing that delivery.
No, terrible.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, it may have been missing leg, actually, or maybe clipping the outside of leg, but it was a short ball he went back to quite legitimately, and it's got up halfway up his shin.
Well, it's not unlike the dismissal of Livingston earlier in the game, but that's even worse than the one that Livingston got.
Well, when your bowler of the height and speed of Carse is bowling at you, there is no way that you can play a ball that rolls that low, I'm afraid.
But, in the longer term, Dave, maybe that's a good thing for the West Indies in this game.
Well, in terms of... In what way?
Well, the fact that Carse has been... that
16 or 38
he's
balls,
been
that
struggling,
sort of way.
yes. So.
Oh, yeah, maybe that experiment will be over and they'll change the side to the second ODI.
Well, hang on a sec, Davey. You were talking about getting rid of people too quickly, and now you're saying he should...
Well, no, he shouldn't have been picked in the first place.
Ah, okay. Well, Shimron Hetmyer is the new batsman who's come in, and when Hendo can be bothered, we will play his jingle.
Oh, yes, okay.
You say, while he's doing that up, Shea Hope was said on your way, son, we need the next man in. We wouldn't have been asking him to do a review.
Absolutely. We're going to have a look at some point at the Hawkeye of that dismissal. It looked pretty much out. Well, left-handed Hetmyer has come in. We've seen him play some remarkable innings in one-day cricket, and something remarkable is really going to be required.
Well, it's a nice 20-over setup. He's got 20 overs and 5 balls.
Sounds like an Israeli president.
Yep.
Well, left-hander. Is this the first left-hander we've seen? Possibly.
Yes. No.
Second.
No, second. As around the wicket comes. Carse is chipped in the air, only just over the head of the man at short mid-wicket. Is that Sam Curran? It may have been. That was very close to 2 in 2 from Carse. This one didn't roll along the ground. It was just worked into the leg side, but uppish, and it was Duckett. A man of normal height probably would have caught that in front of his neck, but it was 4 or 5 yards over Duckett's head. He made every effort, to be fair. He did get a big leap in, but he's only 2'6". This is what's going to happen.
I mean, Hendo, if I could make a pro-England point here, I think Bryden Carse, as much to like about him, ticks a lot of boxes, can bat really well, hit 2 sixes today, hits the ball from a big height, born in South Africa.
Oh, indeed.
He ticks all the boxes.
And another one in the squad, John Turner. Who we've yet to see.
He's in again, Carse, and this is full and straight, and Hetmyer defends. Probably a little bit relieved to see that last delivery just clear the diminutive head of Ben Duckett. We have a looking at that LBW decision. It was only, as I suggested, clipping the outside of a leg stump.
Once it's given out, Fred.
Yes, it would have stayed out, but they would have retained the review. But
Carse, if this series is going to, highlight those players that are going to really cut through and make the first choice team, I'd have thought Carse has got a really good chance now.
Well, I'm going to throw in another thing into the mix, but there's no point actually, because I'm going off commentary in a minute. As this next ball is flicked down to deep backward square leg for a single by Hetmyer. What I was going to say is, it's ODI cricket is turned a little bit like rugby, international rugby, where the only thing that matters is the 4-year World Cup, and you sort of work towards that. And it's very difficult to look 4 years ahead or 3 years ahead in terms of the players' form and fitness and everything else. Are you just going to jettison everybody who you don't think is no good going to be in 4 years' time? It's a difficult call. But there's no other tournaments that really... there's the Champions Trophy. Is that 50 overs?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Anyway, Carse is in again. Short ball. This could be another LBW. I think it's a little bit high. He's gone to pull a short ball as hope. And the umpire has turned down the appeal. I don't think England should review this. Again, a ball that did not get up anything like as high as it ought to have done from where it pitched.
Therefore, they have to review, Fred.
I think that's straight. I think that's close.
Have to review. It didn't get up.
Well, it didn't have to get up very far to going over the stump. They are not going to review it, which probably means that they probably should have, because Butler gets everything wrong, let's be honest. So hope is retained by the West Indies. Don't know about that.
Fred, but don't go without telling us what went wrong for England in the World Cup. I'm dying to know what you think.
I haven't got a fucking clue, mate. I didn't watch any of it. We're looking at this review. What would have happened? The impact was in line. It was going over the top. Yeah, it was quite clearly going over the top. A ball and a half. Is that the end of the over? I'm not sure. Either way, Grubby is...
You can finish with the words, told you so, Fred.
Yeah, no idea what happened in the World Cup. Can't be asked. I don't know what I'm watching this game for. As Bryden Carse comes in and bowls, and this is... stroked quite sweetly through the offside, but there is a sweeper, of course, at deep cover. The end of the 30th over. West Indies are 148 for 3. 178 are required from 20 overs. Hendo will be leaving us. Grubby will be coming in. I think David and I are retaining our positions.
Ah, okay. Well, I'll just tell you that your next tweet, whoever is on, is Leah.
148 for 3 of 30 overs. And we shall welcome... who's doing what? I should really read this. Grubby's doing ball by ball. David, you're on socials. And I am providing the high-quality summaries. Hello, Grubby.
Hello, not Fred. And hello, Dave again. How are you?
Hello again, Grubby, as well as I was last time.
Good. Well, you might have improved or
that good or
deteriorated. We don't know.
No, just stayed constant, regular. Movements regular.
Even keel David, they call him.
Just passing Hendo's phone. It's Livingston going to start a new over. Clipped into the offside by Shea Hope. Can't quite get a single. So the West Indies 148 for 3. One ball fewer than 20 overs remaining in pursuit of what now looks a fairly daunting total of 326. This one's driven into the offside, fielded extra cover, and there's no run again.
Well, you say that, but they've got two people in that they would actually want at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Hope with a pedigree, and Hetmyer has had many innings in international cricket that can win this from here.
Hope loops this one up, aiming it through the offside, but it winds up at long on. They get a single. Some tattooed people being interviewed on the outskirts, on the in the expensive seats. It looks like an expensive area. It looks like the VIP area on the outskirts of the ground there. I think rum has been taken, we might suggest. Nice place to be. Nice place to watch cricket, lads. You'd all agree.
Well, we're sitting here in temperatures of about 1 degree Celsius.
Pretty cold. Hetmyer drives this one to extra cover. There's no run. He's taking his cap off. He's batting bareheaded. Rog Pineapple, if you're listening.
It's great to see.
Mother cricket as a play. Livingston comes in round the wicket. Hetmyer drives this one defensively to extra cover again. Can't get a run.
Oh, that's what he looks like.
Never seen him without a hat
It's
on.
very difficult to tell nowadays because cricketers are always got hats on in the field.
It's like him and Zebedee. Never seen what he looks like without a hat on. This time he does beat the fielder at short extra, and he's going to get a single.
Zebedee from the Magic Roundabout.
Yes. How many other Zebedees do you know?
There's one for the teenagers.
150 for 3 from 31 overs. What have you got, Dave, or anyone else?
Just give me just a touch longer.
Of course. Yeah, you carry on.
Teed up here.
So yeah, 150 for 3 is the score. 176 required from 19 overs. Pretty steep ask. 9.26 is the asking rate per over. England very much in the driving seat. West Indies are very much second favourites, but you never know. Only 3 wickets down. 2 experienced campaigners at the crease here, Hetmyer and Hope.
I don't watch a lot of ODI cricket for that read almost none, but I seem to recall Hetmyer scoring hundreds for fun in ODI cricket over the years.
I think he did when he first came onto the scene.
Particularly against England.
He was a prodigious talent, wasn't he not?
Well, yes, he was, and maybe some of it, and to a certain extent, has been squandered in the intervening years.
Another one who's been mismanaged, possibly. Carter's starting a new over here.
Let's not take away the... Sorry.
And Hetmyer just defends it back to no run, yes.
Mismanagement is the type of thing that people say about players that they like, who they want to find somebody else to blame for. You know, I mean, batsmen and bowlers in cricket, it's very easy to look at their numbers and...
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
He has to take responsibility for, like, he missed a plane, for example. He didn't make the last tour.
Oh, that's shocking.
The plane, boss, the plane. Another one for the kids there. Cast going round the wicket to Hetmyer, who drives this one quite nicely, a little bit outside edgy. He's going to get a run to wide third man where it's fielded by Rehan Ahmed.
He died young, that short man, didn't he?
Did he? They often do.
Yeah.
But he has got 5 international ODI centuries. Fred's right about that, Hetmyer.
And how many against England, whilst you're looking things up?
3.
Oh, right. So.
No, I'm guessing.
Oh.
Dave?
I thought you got me off the hook there.
And Shy Hope, of course, scored a wonderful 100 in what's become known as the Gary Naylor game at Headingley in, what about 2000?
It's just impossible. It can't happen.
Yeah, it won't happen, and it can't
Hope
happen.
faces up to Cass, who's come back over the wicket to the right-hander, and he just can't get a run as he attempts to turn it to the leg side, but can only bunt it back to the bowler. No run.
175 from 20 overs, is a stiff T20 target,
Yes,
isn't it?
It is. Can be done
when you're starting 3 wickets down. Let's not just say that West Indies are in any way in a good position, but it's certainly not an unrecoverable position.
Yeah, they'd be a 8-1 shot, I'd say.
And Hetmyer would be used to playing 20 overs and getting this sort of target.
Cast bowls to Hope, who is, well, he plays an unconvincing pull shot. He is going to get a run. And that's
like,
the best I can say about that, really.
Feels like Hetmyer's been around for a long time. He's only 26, you know.
Yes.
And, yeah, he's got a big reputation on the back of those 5 ODI centuries. He didn't have a great Super 50. He's got 1 half century, so it's almost like the selectors really want to see him. And he said himself in the press conference, forget about the past, you know, it's a reset.
That's the word of the week, apparently. He's only 26, though.
Yeah.
Interestingly.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have made him much older than that. Well, 29 possibly. Anyway, a full delivery, which he drives at, doesn't time it, finds the man at mid-off, there's no run.
Betfair in line with Grubby think that West Indies are 8-1 to win this game.
There you go. It's easy to be a bookie, isn't it, apparently?
Well, it's gone out to 9 now they've heard you.
9-1 or 9?
9-1.
9-1. Yeah, well, a couple of balls have passed since then, since I made that remark.
It's just all our listeners listening to you and then going the other
Doing
way.
the opposite, yes. Bryden course into the wicket now, round the wicket. Short delivery, misdirected really down the leg side, and Hetmyer takes advantage of that. Not fully though, just going to get a single down to long leg.
So that's the end of the over.
Is it?
I'm still having trouble with getting the right tweets. I do apologise to everyone.
Don't worry. But Dave, you are in some sort of music studio, or you were earlier today, were you not?
I was earlier today.
Would you like to tell us about that at all? I think our listeners might find that interesting.
I'm recording songs in Spanglish.
You see? I did not see that coming.
1 second. Are you? We'll just get some money on for the Christmas #1 here on Betfair.
No, it's a New Year release. Right.
Is it Gilberto Sullivan again? In Spanish.
Gilberto O'Sullivan.
No, Gilberto Sullivan.
Yeah, it's David Gringo. I go under the name of David Gringo now.
David Gringo.
Oh, is that why you've grown the tash?
Did you paint on a moustache?
I like the tash, by the way. Anyone who can see our live feed, you'll be able to see David's newly acquired tash. Mine's been around for a little
while. The idea is to take classic songs but little known in Spain from the 60s and 70s and Spanglify them.
Y viva España.
Livingston is round the wicket to Hetmyer, who pushes this through square point.
Tell me
gets
when
a single.
will you be mine? Quando. No es posible.
Cuando.
That's almost the right notes there.
Instead of it's impossible. Ask a baby, do not cry. No es posible.
This is a niche that you're mining to great effect, I'm sure.
Ask a baby, do not cry. Livingston bowls to Hope, who's got underneath this one. I think he's smacked it down the ground. No, it's gone all the way. It has gone all the way for one of these.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Will you ever dream of me? Quando.
He's got a lovely, delicate voice, hasn't he, not Fred? Hope is facing up to Livingston. He's got 32 runs. He drives this one through cover point and is going to get his 33rd.
Don't get. I'm trying to get a gig with David's band. It's a bit
Well,
like
I think
Murph and the Magic Tones.
Yeah, but quando.
That's what Murph and the Magic Tones were singing in the Holiday Inn in Blues Brothers when he went there to try and put the band back together.
Don't think the reference was lost on me, Fred. You've got yourself a place harmonising with me.
Excellent.
A full delivery from Livingston, driven back to him by Hetmyer, who grins a grin as broad as the Thames back at him for some reason. I don't know what was funny about that. It was just a full ball driven back to the bowler. Anyway, here we go again. Bowls once more. Another full one. This one is whacked back over his head. Just one bounce for one of these.
I pity something, Grubby. If you let me know when the jingle finishes.
It's finished.
That's what every West Indies fan wants to see. Hetmyer playing shots like that back in the West Indies shirt.
A word about that West Indies shirt after this ball, Grubby. Ooh.
Shorter this time from Livingston, just tucked round the corner to the man at backward square. There's no run. Yes?
They don't seem to have a sponsor on the front. Is this another example of the...
They've got Dafferbat on the back, though.
They've got something on the back, but the main area, and Shimon Hetmyer's shirt, let's be honest...
They've got CG United on the top.
That is a decent area for advertising space in the front of Shimon Hetmyer's belly. There is nobody there. Is this another example of BCCI, well, failure in some respects?
Don't know, but they're sponsored on the back and on the front at the top, so... But maybe this is why earlier on I was saying how much I like their tops.
I mean, I think putting a positive spin on West Indies cricket, they have got an A team doing well at the moment. They've got an academy team doing reasonably well. They are making a real effort to nurture a whole new set of players and new talent through the system. So it's not all bad by any means.
Well, 161 runs required from 102 deliveries. This first ball from Bryden Carr should be called a wide, is called a wide. As it was down the arse of hope.
Which is your poetry anthology, isn't it?
So one comes off that total required. 166 for 3, 33 overs gone. He'll have to go again here, Carr, starting the 34th over afresh. And it's on off stump and just nurdled down to third man for a single.
Any plans to go to South Africa or India this winter, Fred, to see cricket?
South Africa? What's in South Africa?
South Africa versus India tour starting shortly.
Oh, yes. Not at the moment, but you never know whether things may change. It's always a lovely place to go in the English winter, South Africa. I've been there many number of times and have enjoyed it every time. Have you got those tweets working yet, David?
Hetmyer is going to face up to Carr, so he's coming round the wicket to him, the left-hander. A nice free-flowing swing of the bat there as he digs one out. Quite a full delivery to long on, and he gets himself a single. Hetmyer's moved to 12. Hope has 34. It's 168 for 3.
The answer to that is no, not Fred. I don't know if anyone can help me out. Just get me started here. Title tweet.
Fred's pointing at me, but I'm both doing commentary and the jingles. So
but I'm down a summary, so it's the union won't allow. The stands looking sparsely populated, but the bank's a little bit more so at the Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium.
Hope gets a short delivery, which he swats around the corner. He's going to get one, I think, as Rian Ahmed comes round to do the fielding from long leg.
Gets it in quickly, good strong throw.
He's looked... There was one phrase that really annoyed me that I heard on the TV particularly.
Is it the line that belongs to the umpire?
During the World Cup. No.
It should be.
No, it was... oh, yeah.
Work in progress.
No, it was... Oh, yeah, they look up and about today, up and about. The Australians are up and about today, up and about.
We know they can't speak English.
Fucking hell, up and about. It was just... I'd already been annoyed about this, and then the very first over of the World Cup final, yeah, Australia look up and about today, said punter. Our friend punter. I thought, you've let us down there, Ricky.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking your fucking wine now, mate.
I thought punter had a poor World Cup. His limitations were exposed.
He still owes me one bottle of wine, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. Bryden Carr round the wicket, and Hetmyer goes for a massive old swing at this one. It's going to drop between two fielders, it does indeed. He gets a fortunate single. He really threw the kitchen sink at that one.
Oh, that was a poor shot from an international player. Shouldn't be playing a shot like that, not with 17 overs or whatever to go.
No, he should be having a look, shouldn't he?
Well, he was actually trying to whack that over cow corner.
I thought extra cover, actually.
No, he was seeing the replay. He was looking to whack that over the onside, I think, and it sort of skewed away over backward point.
So
lucky to get away with it.
What does throwing the kitchen sink at it actually mean? Talking of phrases which don't make any sense.
Come round my house, I'm cleaning out, I'll let you know.
You throw sinks at people?
This is Under-Edged by Shea Hope. And
it comes from the idiom,
just
Fred. Yeah, it comes from the idiom to throw the kitchen sink, meaning you've brought everything. Have you brought the kitchen sink with you?
To throw at somebody.
You, including the kitchen sink.
Yeah, I think there needs a bit more work. This
a visitor, for example, arriving to spend the night with you, bringing in 6 suitcases. You would say in that situation,
he's brought everything but the kitchen sink. That was the expression, but the kitchen sink. In other words, he's emptied the whole house, so he couldn't take the sink with him. But where does the throwing the kitchen sink come from?
Well, that's a pottery term. A short delivery from Carson. Hetmyer gets hold of this one, and he does. Beats the 2 fielders who were converging on it. They weren't to be seen, and it's gone for one of these.
I have to say, West Indies look up and about today.
Yeah.
Oh, they're up and about, the West Indies. Oh, yeah, mate.
Well, Shimon Hetmyer is work in progress. He's working hard. Been working hard on his game. It's been a journey for him. That's the Ian Bishop type summation of any match.
They're in and around it, I have to say, at this point. You know, they're not out of it, so they must be in and around it.
Yeah, they've been up, they've been down, they've been left, they've been right, they've been north, they've been south.
First of 2 games at Antigua, the 3rd ODI and the first T20 will be in Barbados, then 2 in Grenada and 2 in Trinidad.
Nice little trip.
Well,
Grenada,
yeah, it's quite.
Where West Indies famous ambushed England on the last tour. Do you remember where they produced a fast track for the 3rd match and ambushed them with a victory in the last test of 3?
Honestly, Dave,
when
I'm
you say ambush,
no.
When you say
I don't remember that.
England didn't play very well. Liam Livingstone is going to start new over, and Shea Hope is back in his crease and getting himself in a bit of a tangle and just nerdling it out on the offside. There's no run.
Am I right that West Indies are coming to England this coming summer?
Indeed, they are.
West Indies and Sri Lanka are the 2 test touring teams?
Indeed. Yes, test match is not starting until after the World Cup's finished, so no test until July.
Livingstone bowls a full delivery, knowing that Hope wants to play on the back foot, and that's good bowling, I think, and Hope can only just get that out to point. There's no run.
In previous tours, England have sort of sent West Indies to Durham in May, where they could barely move their arms because they couldn't feel any extremities of their body.
Livingstone in again, another leg break. Hope flays that through the offside.
Flays eternal.
Hope flays eternal.
Hope flays eternal.
And it's going to come back for 2.
They were also the target of England's day-night experiment, putting them in Birmingham on 2 degrees. And Jonathan Agnew had the temerity to criticise the West Indies fielders for having their hands in their pockets. I mean, it was 2 degrees. Day-night.
Well, it really doesn't look good, David, for these West Indian fielders to have their hands in their pockets. This is turned into the onside by Hope. Just going to get another single there. Do you want me to read out some tweets as well? I'm doing everything here.
Considering you're holding the tweet computer.
Well, yeah. Did you get Diana Patterson saying it's nice to hear your voice, Fred?
No, I didn't. I've always always nice to hear that.
Leah says stop making fun of Duckett for being short. I mean, it's fair game, surely. Ombre Nuevo, David, why have you not lent your voice to the jingles yet? Good question.
Oh, good call.
Good question. Livingstone coming round the wicket for the left-handed Hetmyer, who is back in his crease, playing it a long on for a single.
I've recorded one jingle, actually. There is one jingle that features me.
Yes,
so is Grubby.
Oh, I've done a couple. As well, you know, they don't always get played, though.
For good reason.
I never get played.
Mainly featuring the Pakistan touring team from 2016.
Well,
because that's when I was enthusiastic. Back in his crease goes Hope, and squatting down and playing this flat batted through extra cover to get another single. End of the 35th, it's 180 for 3. What you got to say, chaps?
More enthusiasm than tunefulness, I believe. Were the marking on your report card on your jingles?
It was inferior production quality.
That as well, yeah.
How very dare you?
But I have to say that the words were excellent.
Yeah, 15 overs to go, 146 required. They're up and about.
They're in and around kitchen sink.
I'm going to wish I'd never said that, aren't
I?
Well,
Ian
it's
Matthew Hayden and Shane Watson in the World Cup.
I sort of didn't notice either of them particularly. I think Watto's okay. Ian Smith's always good. He's become the kind of the wise old uncle, isn't he? Almost to the point where he should probably retire. Ian Bishop is becoming ever more didactic. Don't really like him.
To be the coach, I always think, ever since I saw him remove his belt during a commentary stint on a West Indies match, which he intended to administer to Nicholas Pooran.
Yeah. That's quite funny, actually, but still.
Peter Roback liked that sort of thing, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm loosening my belt, his words. And he was.
I'm loosening my belt. Right, now we've got a change of bowling here for England. It's going to be this lad coming back into the attack. Here.
Harriet Atkinson.
He said filling the gap.
Gus Atkinson is coming on to bowl. And he bowls the first ball on Midland leg, turned through the leg side by Shea Hope. Nicely done. He's going to get a couple.
Oh, what an Atkinson. I love a bowler with that lovely Atkinson.
He's got a lovely bowling Atkinson.
Jingles on the fly.
So Shea Hope's moved up to 42 from 46. He'll have to up that run rate if he wants to get his team near.
Well, yeah, because they need 10 and over, don't they?
Yeah, sure. Hetmyer 18 from 18. The little steps I was talking about before of Gus Atkinson at the top of his run, which annoys me, just defended back to him by Hope, and there's no run.
It's like a cartoon character, isn't he? Preparing to run off a cliff.
Yeah, the weary cynic would say that. I forgot what it was.
A real cynic would say lots of things.
Oh, sorry.
It's like this. Now, there's not been a four, but it's like this. Imagine Gus Atkinson's legs going and this music. It wasn't four. I was just illustrating the
point. You could have stopped it before the four bit.
Didn't bother. Hope knocks it round the corner for a single.
I remember what I was going to say now. The weary, cynical West Indies fan would say, right, this game will end with West Indies 40 runs short and Hope an unbeaten century.
Yeah.
That has happened more than once.
Yeah, with only 5 or 6 wickets down. That would be the most disappointing result, I think. You're in a competition, you're in a game. Someone's got to win it. You've got to try to win it. If that means that you fall short, then you fall short.
At every stage of the proceedings, you have to say, well, what do we need to do to win it from here?
Yeah.
And you make a plan based on that. Sounds basic.
Hetmyer gets a slower delivery, I think, which died in the pitch from Atkinson.
Wide.
I'm not sure it should be. It just died
quite wide.
Hetmyer couldn't get it away. He's now waving at the dressing room. Needs some more gloves. Needs some other equipment. Need a different pitch, probably.
He just wanted to go and have a word with the umpire and say...
he has asked for the umpire's permission, unlike Angelo Matthews. He was timed out.
It's not a wide, is it? Because it's well within that line.
Yeah.
Did you see the Angelo Matthews timed out incident, Robbie?
Well, yes. I did. And
it's not much to see, I wouldn't have thought. I mean, I didn't see it. It's just a bloke wandering out and then being told to get off, I would have thought.
I found the whole thing hilarious.
He just wasn't ready. No,
he wasn't ready in time.
No, he should have put his helmet
on. So it's fair enough, right?
We went out.
Yeah. There we are. End of discussion.
What flag are we looking at? There's been a whole assortment of flags. Is that the Antigua flag? I think it might be.
I was going to say St. Lucia. I don't want to be wrong.
Maybe TNT? Atto Bolden. Hetmyer drives this one to mid-off and there's no run.
And that good female sprinter was from Trinidad as well, wasn't she? I can't remember her name. Andy Ward would probably know. Anyway, 142 runs required from 86 balls, which is approximately
almost 12 and over.
14.2 overs.
Hetmyer gets the ball outside the off stump. He's really looking to be aggressive. It's gone through. Is that Sam Curran at mid-off there?
Sammy Curran got nutmeg.
It's absolutely gone through him, and it's raced away. It's at boundary.
And the camera focuses on Butler as if to say, oh, let's see what the captain thinks about bad fielding. But, I mean, Butler's the last person in the world to complain about ineptitude in the field.
Has any Premier League goalkeeper been nutmegged in that fashion this year?
Oh, lots.
Atkinson searches out the middle of the pitch once again. Hetmyer back in his crease and whacking it through cow corner area. He's going to get a couple this time.
Duckett is both small and far away at on the mid-wicket boundary. Did you see? I was on the Tube, which doesn't happen very often, and I saw an exhibition by David Hockney.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to look up what it's called because it's definitely Father Ted reference in there.
Well, David Hockney was on a boat once going over to the States, and my dearly departed father-in-law was on the same boat, and he got friendly with Hockney. And Hockney, he said, "Look, I've been doing these sketches. Do you want these?" And so my father-in-law, being a nice young, he was only in his early 20s at the time, he took them. And they were on this boat for however long. And after a while he thought, I don't want these. He threw them over the side into the sea.
Oh, dear.
So my wife, who was that man's daughter, regularly says...
what were the tax implications?
Well, I wish...
the David Hockney exhibition is called Bigger and Closer, Not Smaller and Further Away. I'd like to think that's a Father Ted reference.
Where is the exhibition, Fred?
It's somewhere in London, otherwise it wouldn't have been advertised on the
Excellent.
Tube.
So it doesn't narrow it down much, does it? Now, we've got another change of bowling here for England.
National Portrait Gallery.
It's going to be this lad coming back on.
21 quid.
Not only does he get through his overs quickly, he starts his overs quickly. This one is cut forward of square by Shea Hope for a single.
The Hope will give Hetmyer most of the strike now because Hetmyer's going to be the aggressor clearly in this partnership. Rutherford in next. He's a very aggressive T20 player.
Okay.
In his first ODI, so he'll be up for this too.
Good.
As long as
so he should be.
As long as it stays within 10 and over. He'll be up all that. He'll be up and about.
He'll be up and about. It's not stayed within 10
He'll
and
be
over.
in and around them.
It's nearly 12 and over, isn't it?
Is he bringing his kitchen sink with him?
Up and about, kitchen sink.
In and around.
Full hammer. Maximum. Hetmyer steers this. Well, he tucks into the leg side. It's not a run there though. There he is.
Stuck a double on Grubby. Hetmyer to be 100 not out at the end, and West Indies to lose. Not very good odds.
Hope springs eternal in your mind. This is full on the leg stump. Hetmyer drives it with, well, not so much timing, but gets a run to long off.
I want to know, have you ever seen the Rayan Ahmed?
Wasn't expecting that. 10 and over required, almost exactly.
I don't like Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Back in his crease goes Hope and cuts it for a single.
I can't stand the rain. Lots of rain in lots of songs. What's rain in Spanish, David?
Lluvia.
I'm doing it in Spanglish, not...
Spanglish.
Oh, right.
El Reino.
Only certain words are translated.
Round the wicket comes Rayan Ahmed. Takes him on the pad, Hetmyer, but it's going down leg.
May have got inside.
Weirdly, he's kept his helmet on. He took it off a few overs ago when he was facing spin, but he's kept it back on this time. Don't know why.
Shea Hope has scored 15 ODI centuries. How many in a winning cause, I wonder?
Well, that's something for you or someone else to look up. As Hetmyer drives a full ball to wide long on for a single.
Because Grubby's doing ball by ball and tweets.
Stuff.
There's a drinks break. Hooray, we can talk about lots of stuff. Or maybe play a sort of a fundraising jingle or something. No one's listening anyway, there's not much point. What's going on in the... David, fill the gap with some stuff.
Well,
fill the gap.
Tweeting, of course, doesn't mean that no one's listening. And they could be listening and not tweeting. Are you one of the people listening and not tweeting? Tweet us now.
Well, then they won't be the people who are listening and not tweeting.
Exactly. There was a lack of logic.
I'd rather have listeners than tweeters. Talking to Rich, Ombre Nuevo's been on. I apologise, David. Next question. Although maybe not relevant, is the jingle loaded and ready to play? What? Also, Leah's talking about wouldn't go to the ground when the minnows come to tour. Well, in world cricket at the moment, both England and West Indies are minnows, I would say.
Well, I like what you said this morning. 2 teams who didn't turn up for the World Cup, Robbie.
Thanks, David. Do you know what? I'm very glad you noticed that. I thought it was a good intro.
I mean, England had a disappointing World Cup, but then again, so did India. So it's a funny old game, the way you look at things. Any road up. We're watching some
A winning
some
run
adverts.
of 10 victories, only failed in the final.
Yes, and were they happy about it? I don't think so.
No.
So, who was happy about it? Australia. Yeah, look, they were in and about the tournament, and they threw the kitchen sink at the final.
They're the Germany of the Cricket World Cup. 6-time winners.
In so many ways. The scorecard, if you haven't been following, Athenaeus LBW bowled ran 66, King bowled Livingston 35, Carty LBW bowled Cass for 16 off 39 balls. The 2 batsmen in are Hetmyer, who has 26, and Hope, who has 45. And how many runs are required by West Indies at this point? Quite a lot. They need 132 runs in 78 balls.
At about 10 and over. Athenaeus sounds like a sort of nasal spray, doesn't it?
Yes.
That Mike Atherton
Are
has.
you suffering with a blocked nose?
Hello, it's me, Mike Atherton.
Athenaeus.
Get Athenaeus if you suffer also from blocked nose in the hay fever season. That was more of a Yorkshire accent. I do appreciate that.
Available from all good pharmacists. The
Wasn't
bowling.
it Arthur Atkinson was the character in the Fast Show?
He was, yes.
Where's me washboard?
I actually remember speaking to the writer of that sketch and explaining to him that he was making jokes about people with stupid catchphrases on a show which had other people making stupid catchphrases.
Yes.
It was a bit self-referential. Anyway, so I think England are strong favourites at this point, but with 7 wickets in hand and 2 set batsmen at the crease, there is still every chance of the West Indies at least making an interesting stab at these remaining 132 runs. Hetmyer dons his helmet again and is, for some reason, deciding to re-grip his bat. I know that's
No, come on, you've got to call that running repairs. That's what everyone has to call it, running repairs to the bat there.
Well, he's standing still. Why are they wearing white gloves in an ODI? It's a bit odd. And he hasn't done his glove up now. This is all very strange.
Oh, the David Warner. How many times in an innings do you think David Warner undoes his gloves, blows on his hands and puts his gloves back on?
Well, if Stuart Broad's bowling, about twice.
Atkinson to continue.
Oh,
and chops down on this. No interest there from Dave at all in terms of betting, but chopped down, and it's wound up at deep fine leg for one of these.
Yes, well, that shot you heard was from David Brook from the South Coast, who's a completely neutral commentator.
South Coast of what? Oxfordshire. Defended into the onside. Hope is about halfway down here, but Hetmyer's not interested in a run at all.
He's a man of Sussex and will always remain a man of Sussex, wherever he is in the world.
True.
Fair
Except
enough.
when Rob Andrew was CEO, but mercifully he got promoted to run first class cricket now.
Yeah, because he did such a good job at Sussex.
Did an amazing job.
Is anyone left apart from John Simpson, who's joined from Middlesex? Everyone else seems to have been leaving the ship, which is sinking.
An attempted Yorker length delivery, which is actually a full bunger, but Hetmyer can only find the extra cover fielder, and there is no run.
I have to say I missed the John Simpson signing, which I find curious, because they've got a decent wicketkeeper batsman in Ollie Carter. But
or maybe they want to turn him into an even better batsman.
Yeah, interesting.
Atkinson into the crease, over the wicket to the left-handed Hetmyer, who plays a rather ugly swipe towards Cow Corner. I think they're going to get 2 there. 2 fortunate runs, but they need this, and they're up to 200 here, West Indies. Still requiring 126 from 74 balls. Some generous applause from their teammates. Rather desultory.
I love it that the Brains Trust sit with computers, a bank of computers in front of them, as if, trying to work out how many runs 126 off 74 balls is.
They could just look at the telescreen, couldn't they?
Yeah, you could.
Atkinson over the wicket again. This is off the top edge. Is there anyone underneath this? Running back.
Good catch.
The catch is taken. Bryden Cast takes the catch. It's Atkinson, the little short stepper, who has the wicket.
Here comes the short stepper.
Thank you very much. Is that Army Kamosi?
I don't know. As long as it's not Chuckademus and Pliers. Who's the goalkeeper for somebody called Vlachodemus?
Anyway.
A wicket has fallen, and with it, West Indies Hetmyer.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, it was a good catch, actually, because it wasn't in the air for all that long, but he wasn't running towards it. He sort of took it side on.
No, he was rather running away from it.
Yeah, and those are the difficult catches.
Hetmyer giving his wicket.
Well, you've got to throw. I mean, at this point, how are you going to get the 11 runs per over or 12 runs per over without putting bat to ball?
We've got a few tweets in. The Jersey Jingler is in. Re-Spanglish songs. In the world language teaching world, we call that mixing up translanguanging.
Oh, good.
Right. Either way, those songs sound like a bloody terrible idea. And if you were in a pro studio, couldn't you have borrowed a decent bloody mic for your commentary?
Oh, that's God! Everyone's a critic.
Cut to the quick. We'll come back in a second while I've jingled up. After I've jingled up this fella, who is the debutant. And therefore we don't have... Oh, we do! Here he is!
That's a good catch.
Yeah. Because he was running not towards it.
He was sort of doing a half turn.
Here comes Atkinson again. This one is just banged straight back down the ground. Hello! Here he is. First ball. Bang.
Straight drive for 6 on his first ball in international one-day internationals.
Well, I think he joins some sort of elite club there by hitting his first ball in... He's played T20s, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But,
Yes.
okay, but his first ball in this form of international cricket... Bloody hell.
Mark Craig did it in a test match. His first
New
ball
Zealand,
in tests for 6.
New Zealand Mark Craig. Yeah.
New Zealand, not very good off-spinner Mark Craig.
Yeah. Anyway, fair play to you, Shafane. Banged it back over the bowler's head.
That's confidence, isn't it? I mean, there's something about Rutherford. I mean, let's see if we can get 5 overs out of him. It could be interesting.
Yeah, 206 for 4 after 38.
And then you'll have a go at him for throwing his wicket away.
A mountain to climb. Leah tells us that Warner Reid does his gloves once for every ball he faces in an innings. It does feel like that, I agree. And on the one says, why is the inside edge for 4 called a French cut? Well, it's called the Vatican slice these days here. Hope has banged this first ball from Rian Ahmed back over his head for another one of these.
Oh.
2, 4, 6.
The West Indies... whatever. Now.
It's still a big ask. Yeah. But and it also
living in hope of deliverance.
It looks like it's getting a little bit.
Once said.
It looks like it's getting a bit dark there as well. Ahmed in again, and back in his crease goes Hope. Whips it through the leg side, forward of square, fielded it wide long on.
That is the
for
40th time that Shea Hope has passed 50 in one-day internationals. It really is. He has been prolific.
Have you added the hundreds to that?
Oh. Yeah. No, the hundreds are in there, Fred.
Okay, thank you.
As it should be.
Indeed. Thank you.
Do you have to wear jewellery to be a West Indies cricketer?
I'm trying to think of one that doesn't.
Oh, that's close.
Rutherford is given out LBW, looking to sweep it. He reviews it immediately. It has been given out.
He's just got to the playing internationals. He's not going to turn down the chance of a review. Let's be honest.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Wow.
He's bowled really well, Ryan Ahmed, today, isn't he? I think he's been excellent for England. It was the Google. It's hit him. Well, he's down trying to sweep this, and it hits him in the bread basket.
I don't know whether it's
earlier.
flicked the thigh on the way. Possibly, it looks quite high.
It looks pretty high, even though he is obviously squatting down in that bread basket area. It was the googly, so he was coming round the wicket. Was Rehan pitched on and straightened in the manner of an off break, if you will. It's just the height. It's weird on this slow, lowish pitch that it might be not out on height.
That's the amount of revs you put on the ball, isn't it?
There's also that.
I think he's going to get away with this.
You think the batter's going to get away with it?
No, I think the batsman's going to get away with it.
Okay. Well, we'll see. It's been given out on the pitch. So
any clippage is gone.
Yeah.
The line looks good.
I think it is just too high. It is too high.
Yeah.
Well
good
done,
call.
Fred.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it would be great to be LBW for 6 off 2 deliveries, wouldn't it?
as soon as somebody hits their first ball for 6, I think, oh, go on, be out for 6 off 2. Anyway, that doesn't detract at all from how well Rehan has bowled.
Former Sussex cricketer Robbie Marler claimed once to have been sent in as night watchman and been stumped second ball for 6, but nobody could ever find it in the scorebooks.
Certainly not you, because you'll have looked. Now, he's back. He's tried to whack this for 6. It's gone high. It's going to be caught on the boundary.
That's quite an innings.
He's going to be caught on the boundary. And this time, he can't review that. He is out. And it's bye, 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 bye. We talk over this because it's quite a long jingle.
Yes, unfortunately, picked out the one guy from the boundary because he's well enough struck, but straight down the guy's throat, Harry Brook down there.
Yeah. Well,
got 6 overturned LBW decision caught on the boundary.
You got to admire his balls.
Well, that may have saved him in the LBW appeal, actually. So 6-1 dot wicket at this over. Eventful, I think it's fair to say, if you like things happening.
Well, he certainly kept up with the rate at Rutherford, but it was, I said, West Indies fans would have wanted him to stay there for 5 overs rather than 3 balls.
Sure, he's kept up with the rate if only they had 20 other batsmen to come after him.
I mean, the last well-recognised batsman would be Romario Shepherd. I mean, he's a bowler who bats, bowling all-rounder, but he knows where the boundary is. But as I say, Hope really needs to accelerate now and take control. The question is, has he got the extra gear, or will he be, the not-out batsman at the end?
Here's the new batsman.
It's all about Romario. It's all about Romario. It's all about.
He tucks it into the leg side, gets a single off the mark straight away.
Mixmaster Grubby.
Zup, zup, zup.
You won't waste any time wondering, Romario Shepherd.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't waste any time wondering was Shafane. He wondered not at all.
You're Shafane. You probably think this talk is about you.
There's
Not bad.
Don't you?
Go on, get that in.
Don't you?
Get that in GarageBand. Hope, who's the mainstay of this innings right now. Oh, that was going to be plumb LBW had he not jammed the bat down on it. But jam it down he did, and it squirts out for the offside, and there's no run.
That's been a terrific spell of bowling from him. He's got 1 over left. But
yeah.
It's been superb, and I hope he becomes, the first name on the team sheet moving forward for England.
Well, Ahmed, he's got a good chance, to be fair, if it's in alphabetical order. Unless Kyle Abbott defects.
Mohammed
Abbas. Abbott and Abbas, the opening bowlers for Hampshire. I mean, there's never been an earlier one in the alphabet in history.
Never
surely.
been a more alphabetical opening bowling partnership.
It's a bit like finding plumbers in the yellow pages, isn't it?
Aardvark and Aardvark. Yeah.
Right, Kariah, Joseph, Moti and Thomas to come. I've heard of Joseph and Thomas. I don't know who the other two are.
Well, Kariah has scored runs, does score runs, got a century. First class century to his name. Alzari can certainly hit the ball as well. Moti and Thomas
less so.
Yeah.
Right, we're going back to this little fella for England.
Chucky.
Here he is.
His face a study in concentration.
Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Well, whatever happens from here on in, it's fair to say this will live long in the memory, this game. Who's playing?
He's going round the wicket, Sam Curran. And this is driven to extra cover. There is no run.
And that one dot ball has just jumped from 10.18 required to 10.34 required.
Fascinating stuff.
Maths, isn't it amazing?
It's brilliant.
Brilliant, yeah.
Anand, very shrewd reader of the game, says it looks a touch out of reach at the moment.
Oh.
Armchair Cricket was wondering whether it might be a thriller. However, I doubt it. Couple of runs happening here.
You guys are certainly keeping the suspense.
Well, you got to give both sides of the argument, Dave.
In jewellery news, the new batsman Shepherd has 2 gold chains around his neck, replacing, I think, just the one from Sherfane.
Yeah, Not Fred is keeping a tally of all of the gold jewellery that we see. I'm wondering which houses to rob later on.
Do you think it's a decent investment in these turbulent times, sir?
Oh, that's not out.
Oh,
that's been given out, but that was missing legs, surely.
Got to admit, got to review that, Romario.
Well,
let's leave it to the ball-by-baller, who hasn't said anything so far.
Looking at tweets, that's what's happening there.
Well, that looked to me as if it was going well down leg side. The umpire gave it out straight away, but I have a feeling that it was missing leg.
Right, so Curran's bowled basically a leg break from around the wicket. It looked like it was missing leg stump to me. Hits him in front of the wickets, but I mean, Josh Butler looks like he's going down leg to me, and also
that doesn't mean much.
The ball looks like it's angling across him and down leg. It looks a poor decision on first look.
May just be clipping, and that would be horrible for the batsman. But
that would be awful. Yeah,
that's missing.
When that's missed by another set of stumps, a terrible decision.
Well, it depends where you put the other set of stumps.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in?
I mean, that frankly is a Joel Wilson. That's as bad. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, he learns his trade from Joel.
Who are the umpires in this game? Has anyone ever paid any
Gregory
attention?
Brathwaite and Umpire Brown, who I didn't recognise.
Umpire Brown. That's lucky. His first name is also his. That's nominative determinism, isn't it? In play. Shepherd's going to have a very well-deserved reprieve. He's got 3.
Is it a boy or is it a girl? It's an umpire.
Curran bowls a slower delivery. Great fielding by Rayan Ahmed, who's had a great game with bat, ball, and in the field. He looks up and about to me, and he whizzes this one in and prevents a single.
Positives for England. Rayan Ahmed, Bryden Cass, they're the 2 from this match.
Rayan Ahmed is my man of the match.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's all go home.
There's only 10 overs to go.
Hendo's come in with a hood. Andy Ward's come in with a ski jacket. It's all happening.
Ooh.
Hope's facing up to Sam Curran, who has been a bit expensive today. Round the wicket. Another slow delivery. That's going to be a wide. Down the arse.
I'd review that because that umpire's just given it wide.
Wide.
Oh, get on with
It
it.
feels like it's fizzling out a bit, this game. It
No,
doesn't
no
really,
kidding. It's felt like that for the last 4 hours.
Feel like West Indies can win it unless something mad happens. And Shea Hope, well, who knows? Shepherd might take the long handle to something in a moment. But anyway, Hope faces up to Curran, coming round the wicket to him, carves it through the offside for a single.
Yeah, you see, Hope will push singles until the 50th over. That is the problem. You know, you may get 70, 80, but
he will.
You just need to see an extra gear from Shea Hope.
Until the cows come home.
Yeah.
Whenever that is.
Well, until the cows come home and they've hosed down with the boots off.
Well, we heard where they're on the outfield at, where was it, Dave? You told us where the cows were.
Oh, yeah, Trelawney, they're grazing on the outfield.
Trelawney in Cornwall.
Isn't that
Dreadword at the Trelawney multi-purpose stadium? 2 Dreadwords.
a slower ball bouncer from Sam Curran? He can't do that much with it, Shepherd. Just gets a singles in.
We're
as
building
he
a multi-purpose stadium.
pulls it round the corner. And that's the end of the 40th over. It's 220 for 5. You're live on Gorilla Cricket with me, Grubby. Hendo's just slotted into the middle chair. Hello, Hendo.
Oh, it's nice and warm, this chair.
Not Fred's been in it.
It's had the not inconsiderable bulk of not Fred.
And Andy Ward also joins.
Pots and kettles, speaking on Gorilla Cricket.
If that's not the chip pan calling the salad bowl greasy.
Well, 220 for 5, it's almost all over. They still need 105, 106 off 60 balls. I mean, Hope's hit that lovely 6 down the ground, but you don't feel like he's going to have the range of blistering strokes.
So I did like Rutherford's innings though.
We all enjoyed that.
6 and out, reprieved by DRS, and then out.
He was very unlucky actually with that catch, because
in what way?
Well, in the sense the ball really, it was a poor ball, and it's just stuck in the pitch, and he got it on the toe end of the bat, simply because of the lack of pace. Really, he'd have put that rose back had he hit it anywhere near the middle. Here he is bowling again to Shepherd, who waftily drives at this outside the off stumps, beaten by it, taken by Butler. Phil Salt. He's also looking to take over Butler's position, isn't he? It's moving even closer. He's gone to slip now. Back goes Romario, pulls through the vacant mid-wicket area and get a single to the
Be quite funny if you saw Phil Salt just sidle up to him and just grab his glove, his glove off him
slowly. Shepherd has 6 from 8. Shea Hope has 53 or 54. And this is the final over from Ahmed. He rather reaches for that, prods it backward a square. You're not going to get there with shots like that, I'm afraid, as it's picked up at backward point. I mean, we saw what a good record Shea Hope has got in the ODI arena, but he hasn't got that massive power that you need to get 106 off 60 balls. He tries to sweep the next one that's outside the off stumps, beating him again. And Butler just takes the bails off for the fun of it.
I wonder how many not outs he's got in a losing cause.
That's a good point. He's Australia at about 70 odd. He pushes forward to this one, just gets his bat in front of his pad, plays it gently to mid wicket, and we'll get back for 2. Very cleverly played, but again, it's just a couple. It's not really enough. He goes to 55, 223 for 5. 103 required. Final ball of Rayan Ahmed's spell. But I wouldn't say that he would be man of the match, but I think he's bowled well.
Oh, he's my man of the match.
He's in again. He bowls. It's a leg break, and it's cut by Hope. Backward a square. Is anyone there? Oh, just about. Although almost falls over the boundary, and stopping that one does Brook. He manages to keep himself and the ball inside the rope, and they should have got back for 2, or maybe they just took 1. Did they? No, they did take 2. And so how's that? I thought that was going to be the last ball. Ooh, very close there, wasn't he? To being in contact with the ball and boundary at the same time. But I think he just did enough.
He's done well. You have to say he's done well.
He's done very well there. And that's the end of the over. So that is the end of Rayan Ahmed. 225 for 5, 101 required from 9.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. The way Rayan Ahmed has bowled at Rutherford shows a clear thought process backed by a lion's heart. Great attributes for a young leggy. Here's wishing he stays the course and becomes the first leggy to take 300 wickets in tests for England. Would be nice.
Very earnest.
Yeah.
Armchair.
Yes. Alec Patton. Hello, Alec. Back again. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Alec.
Just tuning in on your YouTube feed. Good to see you all again. And Leah says, has Ted Kaczynski been pardoned? He's a Unabomber, isn't he? I think so. She says, why is he in Sydenham? Well, he probably thought it was the last place they would look.
Well, in fact, it's a bit unfortunate now on the basis that that Guerrilla Cricket is now on Google Maps.
On Google Maps, yes. If you want to dox us.
We're not going really well under the radar, are we? Casts in, bowls pulled by Shepherd. Pulled pretty damn well as well, because that has cleared the man at deep backward square. He's a big man, is Shepherd, and he's put all of his weight into that one. 6 runs. Short side of the ground, 69 metres.
Yeah, Hattie points out again, we need rid of the window on YouTube. It's alright, I know how to do it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can do it in a minute. 231 for 5. Brings the rate under 11. 95 to go. In comes Cass again. Bowls, he offers that one up floatily outside off stump. Would probably have been given and wide had Shepherd not been able to lay into it, but he did and hit it square. Hit it hard, but straight to the man on the boundary. So just the one. Shepherd moves to 13. Hope to 57. 232 for 5 as we try and sort out your YouTube problems, or our YouTube problems. Cass is at the top of his run again. Sweat is pouring off Shea Hope. He's in, bowls, slower ball, but tucked away behind square. They're going to come back for a second. They start, but in the end it's turned down. And now they might get some overthrows, actually. So, what have they ended up getting there? 2 runs, I think. 92 required. Hope's on to 59 now.
Got the sense, just across the change, that the umpires felt the same way as we did. They're just trying to give everybody out to end the game. It doesn't work with DRS, guys.
It's a long time to sit in here with no heating. 234 for 5. 92 required. Shea Hope 59 or 59. Facing up to Cass, who's in, bowls fully outside the off stump. He drives way off a thick outside edge. Throw comes in as they decide to go for a single. And then again they're looking for the overthrows, but I think this time backing up has proved efficient enough. Ben Duckett was the man there. So, well, he was the man firing initially, and it was well backed up from the man coming off the boundary on the other side of the wicket. 13 to Shepherd. Hope has 60. Shepherd will face 8.2 overs remaining.
They can still do it.
They can still do it.
Why are they not going for it properly?
I think they are, actually. I think they are now. I mean, you do wonder about Shea Hope. You feel like he needs someone with the muscular build of Shepherd at the other end doing the heavy work for him. Here is Cass again. In bowls, goes back, clips through mid-wicket. I think just be the one on this occasion. Salt tearing in off the boundary.
Someone tweeted in a while ago saying it's going to be that sort of defeat for West Indies. There'll be 40 short, and Shea Hope will be there on 60 odd not out. And you think, oh, that's disappointing, isn't it?
Well, he's just reached 5,000 runs in ODI cricket.
Hooray!
Average of 51, very good. Strike rate of 77, not quite so good. It's casting again outside the off stump, a slower ball with a little bit of cut on it. Hope tried to launch himself at that one, but really mistimed it into the ground. And back to the bowler it goes. End of the over. Any tweets?
Well, Nestle Boys just sent us a picture of an enraged Erling Haaland bot who seems to have gone out of control.
Lord!
Oh, what happened there?
It's quite scary.
He's gone full Terminator on the referee. The goal bot has malfunctioned.
Loads of goals today, weren't there? In the
tons
in the football.
None scored by him though.
No,
for once.
No.
Yeah,
that's weird, isn't it? Athenaeus made 66. Looked pretty much the business, didn't he? Hope 60 not out. King made 35. Hetmyer 32. For England earlier, Brook was the leading scorer with 71. Crawley 48. Salt 45. And a nice little innings from Sammy Curran. He's not been in his best in recent months.
Well, he's not been allowed to be.
Got run out, didn't he? Got run out when he's going well, 38 off 26.
Yeah, and here he comes to bowl.
And he does, into his 8th over, and carved over the top of backward point by Shepherd, and that is going to bring West Indies a much needed 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man.
Down the wicket at him, wasn't he, there?
Yep, he just did well there. There's a lady on the TV commentary with a lovely voice, but she has been calling Sam Curran Sam Currant.
Currant? Has she really? I didn't notice that.
She should know that's his older brother. Curran T.
Indeed. That's true.
Yeah, no, we heard her twice calling that in 1 minute.
Yes, because we thought the first one might have just been us.
Benefit of the doubt.
Well, he's thrown his hands at that one. He was given a lot of width. Well, that has gone absolutely miles over long on. That's gone over the top of the stand. Massive shot. I'd love to see the distance on that. 112 metres.
That's a biggie.
That's huge. Well, he did give him the width, and he played it kind of cross-battedly. That's massive. Shepherd 24 now. Curran in again. Oh, he played that quite well because he came right across his stumps, and it was almost Yorker length from Curran, and he had to get bat on it. And not only did he get bat on it, but he timed it quite nicely out to deep mid wicket to pick up another single. 247.5. God, I'm tired.
He did play that well, but the previous 6, 112 metres.
I think that was bigger than anything we saw in the World Cup.
That is
I don't remember
enormous.
112.
Yeah, that was huge. I think they're about 106 metres was about the highest one we got in the World Cup, something like that. But a whole 6 metres more. So Shepherd has 25 off 14, but it's Hope's facing. Curran is in. Curran's probably quite happy to see Hope at that end. He chops this one into the offside. They'll run through for a single. Hope moves on to 61. 248 for 5.
Still doable.
Still doable.
Under 11 and over. 5 wickets.
Less than 2 a ball.
No, if Shepherd keeps going.
Yeah.
I seem to remember Shepherd having a good innings against us once before in the West Indies. Was it in a T20 or was it an ODI? Someone will be able to check that for me. Was it him and O'Shea Thomas who put together a really good late order stand? Curran left arm over the wicket, bowling to Shepherd. Shepherd advancing and now hauling that into the onside, and he's got hold of that as well. That's gone sailing over deep mid wicket, and what an expensive over this has proved to be so far for Sam Curran. It's 6 more to the score.
When Sam Curran was batting, he was saying, "Why was I left out in the World Cup?" And now Josh Butler's saying, "This is why."
This is proper long handle stuff, isn't it? It really is.
I've always thought about Sammy Curran, and I know it's a cliche that he is a player who makes things happen, but he's not making things happen. He hasn't been making.
Well,
things
he's making
happen.
something happen.
Well, he's making things are happening. That's true. That's very true. Good point. 72 required off 43. Shepherd 31 off 15. Smashes a full toss up to long off. Presumably someone will get there. They do. Livingston, and it's just a single. So Shepherd will keep the strike. He's on 32. Hope has 61. West Indies 255 for 5. 7 to go.
Nothing on Twitter. I can't see YouTube from here. Is there anything on YouTube?
Can't see really.
It's too cold. There's ice forming over the screen.
Pokey Bumfinger on YouTube says, "Listening, you thirsty fuckers."
How long ago was that though?
Oh, a while. I can't see a super chatter.
No, there's not been one for a while by the looks of things.
So it's not point.
No point reading anything.
No, exactly.
You're not going to super chatter, so we're not
Put
interested.
your money where your mouth literally is.
We've earned £25.47 today.
That's all right, isn't it?
Not bad.
Yeah,
Not bad.
yeah. What's that between 6 of us? £4?
4 quid.
That keeps the lights on.
4 quid each.
Which weren't on for half the day, so.
Did we not have the lights on?
No.
We forgot to put the lights on.
When you say we, it was me.
You.
I didn't forget.
But
I didn't realise.
The rest of us didn't notice. Maybe because it was light outside at the time.
No, Jason noticed.
Oh, did he?
And he put them on later on, halfway through the innings. The match.
I must admit I didn't notice it when we were on earlier.
Yeah, that 6, we've said, was in 112 metres. Straight enough, if you have to say, it was just over long on, I suppose. right into the top tier of this ground at North Sound.
I mean, he's really just pure muscling them. I wouldn't say he's timing these, but he's muscling them a long way.
Yeah, but he was able to get that swing, wasn't he? Because it was just outside the off stumps. He was able to get that arc of the swing.
Yeah.
The golf swing. Right in the zone.
Right, Gus Atkinson has 3 overs to go, 1 for 44 from his 7 so far. He's going to be bowling for Shepherd, and hopefully, from his point of view, avoiding the punishment that Curran was subject to in the last over. So, cross seam, seems to be positioning the ball.
Here he comes with his little baby steps to start his run up.
He is very much like.
I thought that was Cars.
No. It's Atkinson. I might have said it was Cars, but it's Atkinson.
It's a little bit like Morney Morkel used to be at the beginning of his run up. He's in, bowls,
Oh.
and it's a horrible leg side full toss, which Shepherd has no problem in swinging away to the long leg boundary for 4. You sexy 4.
It was 4, yeah. A frisky 4, not a sexy
Frisky
6.
4. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, this is what hitting a few sixes can do. It makes people bowl bad balls.
Yes. Sort of a collective falling apart.
There's
The
the
bowling attack.
rarely spotted Antiguan Viking on the sidelines there.
Again, this is into the thigh pad of Shepherd, who somehow sort of shovels it away. I'm not sure that he got bat on that. Certainly going to get through for a single. Indeed, I think that was a leg by. No, it was off bat. He goes to... oh, no, it wasn't. They give and then they take it away. Says leg by up there now. 36 for him from 18.
66 from 40 required. At what point did West Indies become favourites?
Well, if they don't lose wickets, they remain favourites. I think pulled by Hope up too long on, but he's had to make some ground to his right, Crawley, and then he's off balance as he gets the throw in, and they get back for a second. Hope moves to 63 at a run a ball. Shepherd is on 36, 2 runs per ball.
If they don't lose any wickets, I think they're going to get them.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. This rate.
England were 260 for 7. So they're actually ahead of England, and they've lost fewer wickets. Slow, clever ball from Atkinson, which Hope tries to drive, but he's completely foxed by the flight of that one. And it just runs through to Butler behind the stump. Is that Viv?
I think
That's
it is.
Viv, yeah.
I think it is.
It is, yeah. He's been there all afternoon. That was well bowled by Atkinson, I thought. No?
Yeah, it was very well bowled, yeah. Absolutely.
Little trick out the back of the hand or something.
And a brave thing to do at this stage.
I think it's going to be more effective against Hope.
Yes, definitely. Short ball, that might be a wide. Indeed. Josh Butler was trying to say well bowled, was just beginning to clap, and he glanced the way of the square leg umpire as he did so, and the eyes to heaven because the wide had been signalled. A little bit unlucky perhaps there.
You often say that and then see it side on
Yes.
and see it well over the batsman's head.
Indeed, onto the back foot goes Hope, just runs it down off the face to backward point, gets through for the single. 62 from 37 and 5 wickets in hand. Now I'll tell you, the criticism is going to reach a crescendo if England don't win this series, isn't it?
Oh, it'd be quite funny though, wouldn't it?
Be quite funny,
Yeah.
not perhaps for Josh Butler, but quite funny
maybe
in
not for
general.
Joss, no.
Shepherd then to face. Final ball. Oh, horrible one. Tries to push it wide outside the off stump to restrict where he can hit it, but he pushed it far too wide.
Why?
It's one of those. One of them. 61 required from 37. So what have we got? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 wides in this over. It's going to end up being an 8-ball over. So Atkinson comes in, hopefully to finish it. He tries to pull it, and he's been gutted by that one. Shepherd, he's taken that in the 6-pack, and he's got a pretty meaty 6-pack, but it's still found its way to discomfort him. It's the end of the over. 265 for 5. Shepherd 36. Hope 64.
2 tweets I agree with. Anand saying Shepherd making it interesting, and Josie Oak saying Sam Curran is rubbish.
You think Sam Curran's rubbish?
No, well, it is today.
He batted all right.
He batted very well, and
yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he can make things happen with the ball and the bat.
I mean, he may just be going through a period where things aren't really going so well for him. But
do you think maybe after maybe that one T20 World Cup where he suddenly started bowling at the end on a small sample size may have flattered him a bit with his bowling?
Undoubtedly. He had a stellar time in that short period of time. That was his his tournament.
Maybe international batsmen figured him out a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, he will have had a lot of exposure now. People will have had a lot of exposure to him. I suppose that he had this sort of element of surprise, and I suppose he is a slightly quicker bowler than you think he is. But
it wasn't that new then, though. I mean, they knew.
No,
but he was bowling in a different way, though. He was bowling at the end of the innings, which he wasn't doing before.
Well, he's bowled 8 overs. He's gone for 64. He's going to continue. I just wonder whether he doesn't quite look the relaxed, confident chap that he was a little bit.
Well, he's always quite intense.
Here is into Hope, who went way outside his off stump. He threw in the Yorker, but he dug it out, and they're going to run back for the second. Going to have to hurry. Almost a direct hit, but Butler drops the ball from the return, and Hope has got back for his second. He's gone to 66, 267 for 5.
Leah's going to upset the Surrey stands. He says Sam Curran is rubbish, but he is better than his brother.
Actually, Tom Curran had a good end to the season, didn't he? Last summer.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do domestically to overcome that 1 wicket in 18 months he took for England.
He took some time off, didn't he, as well? Curran in bowls, crunched by Hope up to long on. That was way outside the off stump, but he's not quite able to free the hands in the way that Romario Shepherd does, and so it's only 1 instead of 112 metre 6, and 58 is required from 34 balls. Shepherd back down to face. And Joss Butler looking a little bit pained at the moment. The England reset not quite going to plan. It's only a moderate reset. No, he's swung at that. He's got a top edge. It's flown away. Has that gone all the way?
Yeah, I think so.
2/3 man. No, it hasn't.
No.
It's gone for 4. But it was nowhere near where Shepherd was intending it, but he won't mind. Has actually gone diagonally opposite from where Romario Shepherd was intending it.
England have lost their composure bowling to Shepherd. They bowled a lot of full tosses and wides. And
is this reminiscent of the way they fell away against South Africa in the World Cup? A little bit.
Oh, it was just a collective brain boil.
7 runs the first 3 overs of this, 3 balls of this over. The next one is full, shoveled up to long on by Shepherd. Crawley does the fielding. They take 1. He's on to 41 from 21. 273 for 5. 53 needed from 32 balls.
I think I'm just making West Indies favourite now.
I agree.
Just about.
Yeah. I mean, a wicket, particularly Shepherd, turns it on its head. But till they get that wicket.
Now there's loads of open space for singles. Maybe a softly struck 2 in the onside, but it goes down on his knees, does Shea Hope, and he's got everything, just clearing the man at cow corner. He was trying to run back and take it above his head, but that has cleared him, and now Hope gets amongst the big shots. You feel like it took every ounce of strength that Shea Hope could garner to manage to get that, I don't know, about 4 yards over the boundary.
We forget, don't we? We mere mortals, how easy some of these massive lads and times of the ball can make it look. It's hard hitting a 6.
Driven out this time, just the single as a man from deep mid-wicket comes round to his left and feels it's the end of the over. 46 required from 30. 7, 8, 14, 15 from that over. Sammy Curran, 9 overs, none for 79. And West Indies 280 for 5.
He's got to bowl another one as well, because they've gone in with the 5 bowlers.
Yep.
Ben Duckett could bowl one.
Ben Duckett could bowl one.
Will
Josie Oak says, we're doomed.
We are doomed. 67 this partnership is now worth. 213 for 5. It looked like England more or less had it in the bag. We were saying, subside quickly so we can go home.
No, at least it's exciting now.
But now, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rayan Ahmed and Livingston both through their overs, both bowled quite well. But it's the pace bowlers that are taking the punishment. And it's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl his 9th over. Figures of 1 for 53. He's bowling to Hope on 74. The sweat is dripping off him through down his grill. And he waits for a slower ball and was very cleverly bowled and very bravely bowled. He's only managed to drag that towards mid-wicket, and Atkinson himself has gone across the field. They get through for 1.
He's got to be brave bowling to Shepherd now.
This is going to be fun, isn't it, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, will it be the back of the hand? Will it be the shorter cutter?
Will he bowl that similar ball he just bowled there, which is the equivalent of a spinner lobbing it up?
Indeed, Shepherd is just looking around. Intensity, and he bowls it wide of the off stump, and Romario Shepherd had made room for himself outside the leg stump and then couldn't reach it. So it was well inside the guideline for a wide, and no problem there at all, but he defeated himself a little bit there, Shepherd.
That was actually a good change of pace as well, because he bowled it wider, as you said, but quicker than the previous ball.
Oh yeah, a lot quicker.
So he did him for pace there. I know it was cross seam, but it did him for pace.
Yeah, couldn't reach it. Here he is again. Atkinson into Shepherd. Shepherd tries to pull, hit on the pad. Big appeal. I think that's probably going over the top. And no one really seems that interested. They run through for a leg bye. 281 for 5. We have, how many balls left now? We have 22 balls to go. England are still...
No, 28.
Sorry, 28 balls to go. England still persisting with this cross-seam attack. In comes Atkinson, bowls to Hope. Hope is hoping above hope that is a wide, but it isn't.
No, it's a good decision, that.
It isn't on this occasion. Was short, but it was wasn't too far over his head. 2 balls to go in this over, and then 24 more balls. Yeah, he's just gone down a little bit, hasn't he? Hope it was marginal, that one. Short again. This one just doesn't get up at all. He has to end up cramped up trying to play that pull shot. But he's got it away to deep square leg. They've got through for 1. 3 runs off the first 5 balls of this over.
Fabulous over so far.
If Atkinson can finish this off, and England will feel back in with a
it'll put a bit more pressure back on.
Yeah. What's he going to do? He's bowling to Shepherd. He bowls a short one. Shepherd tries to help it on its way. It's going to be signalled as a wide. And can you review a wide? Apparently
because I think you're pretty sure he got a bottom edge on it.
Is that right? Okay,
yeah.
so we're gonna wait and see. I can hear
and you
Fred shouting he's hit it.
You can review a wide, yeah. I mean, you still lose your review if it's a wide, but
well, Josh Butler was very quick to signal
how long
opposition to that.
Is the umpire saying you can't review?
I was going to say, how long have you been able to review a wide?
It was a thing in the World Cup, I'm sure.
Maybe it's not in these. Maybe it's not in the regulations for this.
It might not be. No.
In the playing conditions. So it's going to be. Hang on. The umpire's having to check.
He's checking as well. Yeah, they're on the radio.
This is funny. So a wide's been given. Joss wants to review it because he's convinced it's hit something on the way through.
Third umpire's desperately leafing through the playing regulations, and it appears it's going to be considered a wide. So, got to do it again. 42 required off 25 balls. Gus Atkinson is not happy in the least.
It might deserved a wide though. It was a foot and a half outside leg stump, and it's just because he.
Well, if it hit something,
bottom edged
didn't deserve.
But yeah, you know what I mean.
Full outside the off stump, just patted to backward point. Ben Duckett is there. Shepherd runs through with a single. That's the end of the over. Just the 5 from it on this occasion. 41 required of 4. Shepherd has 42. Hope has 76.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. While Azari Joseph can tonk it big, West Indies are favourites to get 46 off 5. As long as these two get that down to less than 10. 1 wicket is all England need, preferably Shepherd. Will Curran find the inner mongrel, or will Cars blast one out? And someone's had Sam Curran as their Twitter name, but I don't think it's him. No worries, Run Machine Cars has 2 overs left. Easy 20 to 25 runs from that 2 overs.
Well, I had forgotten about Alzari Joseph to come, and he does like to play shots. So West Indies 41 off 4, still very much in the driving seat, I would say, or slightly in the driving seat. Cars is back.
He's going to have to bowl 2 overs, and it'll be 1 each from the other 2, I think.
So he's going to have to switch Curran. Is he going to have to switch Curran to the other end?
Well,
yes, he is. He's going to change ends for Curran anyway.
Or get someone else to bowl that over.
Yeah, possibly. Here comes Cars. Right, I'm over the wicket to Shepherd. Oh my God, he's let go of that terribly. Got it awfully wrong. And it ended up being a massive full toss way outside off stump. That said, Shepherd didn't put it away with great aplomb. He just edged it, but the result is the same. It's 4 runs.
It's not completely out of bounds. That might be a no ball.
Yes, not far off, is it? It was a shocking delivery.
That said, if there'd been a slip, he'd have caught it. Which would have been extraordinary cricket all round. Cast again into Shepherd. Shepherd drives to the edge of the circle. They hurry through for 1. And he moves to 46. 290 for 5. 36 required from 22. In the twilight of an Antiguan day. How many did England get there? This would be the highest run chase on this ground by the West Indies. Here is Cars again. Another horrible full toss outside the off stump. Carved away. Brilliant effort on the boundary by Brook, but he's lost everything. Glasses, handkerchief.
Dignity.
Hope. And it's 4 runs.
4.
This is not good bowling.
No, it really isn't, I'm afraid.
Well, you know what he's trying to do, that wide Yorker length outside the off stump, but he's bowled a couple of full tosses. The first one, as you said, Andy, was very nearly a no ball, and that one was just easily carved away.
Cast again, in, short, pulled, and that's probably going to find its way over the boundary. It is. West Indies are romping to victory, I think, here. Hope has put that away. Big 6, 26 to win.
The number of
300
the
up.
day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
2 6s in the last couple of overs from Shea Hope, so even he is making sure that West Indies get over the line.
It's a remarkable turnaround. I mean, we
is.
all thought this was just a dead game with 10 overs to go.
Absolutely.
They showed us.
Indeed. Viv remains unmoved.
Impassive.
But beautifully in white. Cream.
Yeah, he'll be going nuts when they win, though.
He will, yeah. No, he's too cool to go nuts. 86 to Hope. He could get a 16th one-day international 100 here. If he gets 14 of these 26 runs required. 20 balls to go. 4-1, 4-6. Those are the 4 balls that Carter's bowled from this over. So that's, 15 already. They might do it with an over to spare. Here is Cars. What can he produce this time? He's bowling to Captain Shea Hope. Gets a low full toss but drives it firmly up to Livingston at long off. They will take the single. 301 for 5. Hope on to 87. Shepherd has 47. It's really been Shepherd's doing, hasn't it? And then Hope has grown in confidence, strangely enough, from what Shepherd has been doing at the other end.
Hope suddenly thought, actually, maybe we can win this.
Yeah. If I play a few more shots. Cars in to Shepherd. Shepherd drives. Low full toss again. Once more it'll be fielded in that long off position by Livingston, who hurls it in beyond the bowler to the other end as Butler takes it. It's the end of the over. 302 for 5. 24 required off 3 overs with 5 wickets in hand. You would think this should be quite straightforward.
Yeah, no more tweets. Either no one's watching or everyone's just engrossed by this finish.
Okay. Well, how are England going to look at this at the end of it?
Knives out.
Knives out.
Isn't it?
Is it knives out?
Just the way that Livingston fielded that ball, he fielded the last couple in that over, and he looks pissed off. terrible body language, and for all the talk of a reset, these things take time.
Well, that's true. It's going to be Atkinson to bowl his final over. He's coming into Shepherd on 48.
Really need an over for 4 or 5.
He's in bowls. Hits him on the pad. That's got to be close. It is. It's out. He's hit across one. Too many. He's going to review it, but I think that was pretty close.
I think that's at least clipping, yeah.
And that might be the crucial wicket, but I don't know.
Make it interesting again.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
I think that was out. And as you say, it makes it more interesting again, although I think Alzari Joseph is possibly going to be the next man to come in.
So they've reviewed it, but he's walking off. Yeah, look, I mean, it looks pretty out to me. Good game in the end, chaps.
Well, yes.
We were saying it's a foregone conclusion, and then looks like West Indies are going to win it easy, and you just never know now.
Well, look what happens when you actually bowl a straight length ball instead of a
Yes.
bunch of full tosses and wides.
Oh,
Yeah, that's taken out. Taken off out middle and leg. And the review is lost by the West Indies. Deserved a 50 though.
Hashtag deserved a 50.
On your bike, mate.
And it is Alzari Joseph who's coming to the middle. He doesn't mess around.
Maybe not the time to talk about this, but their kit looks like silk, sort of satiny silk
Does
sheets.
look
strange, yeah.
And your man Romario before, he'd sweated a bit and it'd gone all sort of
clingy
and wet.
Sheeny, yeah.
A bit like the Aston Villa tops that they were talking about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Well, same sort of claret, I suppose.
I suppose, yeah. Well, Atkinson will be happy with that. Second wicket for him.
Doesn't look that
He
happy.
didn't look too happy, no. Considering that.
Well, there's still a bit of work to be done.
I wish that had happened 5 overs ago.
Yeah.
So what's Joseph approach? Does he think, well, if I hit a 6 and a 4, then we'll probably win, or does he just try to leave it to hope and turn the strike over?
I'm pretty sure that Joseph will go for it.
This man.
Big hits, yeah.
Alzari Joseph.
I do like this jingle. Takes me
Alzari
somewhere
Joseph.
in the Caribbean, looking out across the azure seas. Joseph then will bowl
Seeing
back.
drunk English fans on pedalos.
Looking very, very red.
If it's not Freddie Frintoff.
24 required off 17 balls. Gus Atkinson to bowl to Alzari Joseph. This is bat aloft. He's waiting now for the Surrey paceman to come in, bowls and it's into him, and he plays it well enough out into the offside. Just an easy enough single. So Alzari Joseph is not trying anything too ambitious with the first ball, but he gets a run. 303 for 6. 23 off 16.
Well, he has played that quite sensibly there, Hendo. And I thought the way he lined up, he looked to have. He might have had a Red Bull or two before he came out. And the way he lifted his bat up, I thought he's going to swing. He's going to try and hit this for 6. But no, sensibly enough.
So Hope down to face Atkinson, who's in outside the off stump. He carves this through the offside. Good shot. Certainly will get him 1. Certainly will get him 2. So that Livingston, I think, coming round at deep cover. And they've got back for the 2. 21 off 15 required. That's not Livingston. Who is that? It's Will Jacks. So good shot from Hope.
Yeah, if they can get one more wicket, you've got a couple of guys coming in who haven't played a lot of international cricket.
Here's Atkinson again into Hope. Oh, and Hope tries to cut that off the front foot, and he's beaten by it, or he just hits underneath it, if anything. And it grubs through to Butler. So a dot ball, much needed by England.
Much better from Atkinson. Although wickets always gives you a boost in that kind of situation.
21.
He's bowled well the last few overs, actually.
Oh, no, there's 4 balls gone in this over. What's going
I'm
on?
sure there is, yeah.
He gets that one short, and a lot of effort for the little man, Hope, to try and pull that and get over the top of it at the same time. And he's done quite well. They've got 2 runs up to wide, long on. 307 for 6. 19 required off 13 balls. Final ball of the day from Gus Atkinson to come. Hope
And
onto
it's
91 now.
It's an important ball.
Very important.
Yeah. If he gets a boundary off this, tilts it their way.
Very much.
If not, it'll be 50-50, I reckon.
So he's in to bowl to Hope, and Hope just jabs into the offside. Thinks about a single. Joseph has almost committed himself to that, and then he's realised that his captain is not coming. He has to turn and dart back. Atkinson does his own fielding. It's the end of the over. 5 runs from it. This is fun.
Yeah, Josie Oak tweeting before that wicket, I think, said England showing why they did shit in the World Cup. Hombre Nuevo, knives have always been out for Butler. From me at least, nice eyes but crap captain.
Yeah, but what gets me about this whole thing about people beginning to slag off Jos Butler is that before he became captain, everyone was saying, what a great cricket brain Jos Butler has. And now we're finding that under pressure, it kind of melts a little bit.
People are like markets. Very quick to go either way, I find.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 307 for 6. Sam Curran in deep conversation with Jos Butler.
Really?
And he's got to bowl one, hasn't he? He's got to bowl one of them.
Yeah, are you going to bowl? They've got nobody else to bowl.
Cast is the only got.
I'd bring someone else.
Oh, really?
Duckett, Brook.
Yep. One of them.
That would be a fascinating thing to do.
Mind you, Sammy loves this. He's gone at 9 and over nearly. He's got to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. His last over. I'll show you. That's what we'll be doing.
We'll see. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Good opportunity for the West Indies skipper and his deputy to take West Indies home. They do well to play Atkinson out, even with 4 or 5 runs. Well, that's what happened. I think they got 5 off the over and that wicket.
Yeah, the pressure's going to be on Sammy Curran and Bryden Cass. They might even get 19 off this over, so it may not. We know it may not need another over from Cass. But anyway, we shall see. Joseph's going to face. Only faced 1 ball so far. He's got 1 run. Curran, left arm, over the wicket, past the umpire, bowls a horrible full toss, outside off stump. It's clattered over the infield, and Brook comes into field. They go through for 1.
I actually don't think that was that bad. Joseph came down the wicket at him and got it quite low on the bat.
Low full toss at this stage, as that was outside the off stump, whether he meant it or not, and he probably didn't, did he? But it was not the worst ball in the world.
I think low full tosses have become much more easy to hit than they used to be, and I think that's to do with the enhanced middles of bats.
Yeah, lower middles and a lot of them. See an issue that England have with Butler keeping him. He's had to run all the way across to Curran to talk to him. Doesn't help.
No, it can't really. Although I suppose it can break momentum if a team's batting really well. Anyway, 18 required from 11. Sammy Curran bowling to Shea Hope. He needs 9, and he needs only half of those to not only lead West Indies home, but also to pick up another 100. It's a full toss, and he smashed that. He's absolutely mullered it.
That's crap.
Over mid-wicket. It was fairly straight, but it was far too full, and that has brought Hope to 97 within 3 runs of a 16th one-day international 100. 314 for 6. Not a good day with the ball.
Oh, that's a stinker. It's like a knee-high full toss, and he put it anywhere he likes.
And he did. Over cow.
Yep.
Boundaries seem quite small today. Anyway.
But regardless, that was a shit ball.
It was poor. 12 off 10. Butler's come running up to Curran again.
Don't bowl a full toss.
He says stop being shit.
Stop being shit. I played with a keeper occasionally who would just shout his instructions at the bowler from 30 yards away, so everybody could hear it.
Yeah.
There are some miserable faces in that England dressing room.
Not surprised.
Wow. Oh, nervous. I think they thought they had this game wrapped up 45 minutes ago.
Yeah. And it just shows what you can do with a bit of beefy hitting down the order. Got wickets in hand.
West Indies favourites again.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Very strong.
Do it in 2 balls. Hope, 97 off 80. And he's waiting for Sam Curran, who bowls about 1 outside the off-stump. He aims a drive at that. Has missed it. Butler, just for a moment, I thought he was going to go up for the catch behind, but no. Much needed dot ball for England. 12 required from 9. Now, that's been a very good knock from Shea Hope.
No, tremendous. I mean, you say much needed dot ball. What they need more than anything is Shea Hope's wicket.
Yeah.
It wasn't that far away.
He was obviously expecting it somewhere else, because when it was that far wide of his off stump, he backed away, and then in lurching forward, he almost knocked himself off his feet, didn't he, trying to play that?
In he comes again. He's hammered that. He's got a hold of that. He's in great nick now. He's feeling it, and that has gone all the way. It's 100 for Hope, a 16th one-day international ton. We all stood here and said, "What? He's got 15 tons in ODI cricket," and he's got another one now. And propelled by the momentum that Shepherd gave him, he's now hit more sixes than fours.
And a very understated celebration, which you like to see at this time. You don't want people jumping up and down with, 8 needed to win.
6 required then from 8 balls. Curran has gone for 13 in his first 4 of this over. He's in again, bowls a short one. He pulls it. Is there someone to get anywhere near that? No, it's gone again. It's pretty flat, but it's found the space that they were looking for, and it is the winning shot of the match. Hope finishes it off with an over to spare and 1 ball. 109 not out from 83. Viv is up. He's still cool. He's still clapping, but he's, quite controlled about it all.
No, you called it. The one with an over to spare.
Well, that was an amazing knock in the end from Shea Hope, who had batted well, but you felt that he didn't quite have the range of shot or the range of big shot to get West Indies anywhere near this. But it was Romario Shepherd who came in and smashed it around, gave him the confidence to play a few more shots as well. And the West Indies have won by 4 wickets. An amazing turnaround.
Beautifully timed innings, you have to say, in the end by Shea Hope. And of course, he had that great support and brilliant innings from Romario Shepherd as well. Thoroughly deserved.
Sam Curran's gone for 96, 97.
Ooh, dear oh dear.
Yeah.
It's just, he's trying different things with every ball. It's almost as if, as someone was saying, players have got used to him a little bit. They've got used to his tricks.
I think one of his key balls is that sort of bouncer that sticks in the pitch, and that just didn't seem to be working today.
Which should do on the pitch like that.
You'd have thought so, but he didn't seem to have anything else much to offer, and I think it was England spinners bowl well. They bowled 20 overs for 90.
Do you think that they missed a trick, England, and we're talking about Butler's captaincy, don't we, that maybe not giving a couple of overs to Will Jacks at some point? A bit of extra spin?
Well, of course that was perhaps an option, yeah.
Yeah, there was Jacks, there was Duckett, dare I say, Farong. But certainly when Sam Curran's gone for 79 from his first 9 overs, and it's a tight game, do you bring him back for his 10th?
Well, I don't. I think if
you can't bowl like Jacks. I think fresh on the 49th.
No, you can't do that.
It wouldn't have gone worse though, Andy, would it?
Well, no, in hindsight.
Well, we're not with hindsight. Said at the time. Doesn't matter. Of course, it would have been a ridiculous, brave decision, but yeah. And Sam Curran will come again. He's a good enough cricketer to do so. He's had a bad day today. Anyway.
Yeah. Athenaeus got West Indies off to a good start with Brandon King. 66 Athenaeus made before he was LBW to Rayan. King made 35. Carty looks really out of sorts. First time I've seen him. Don't really want to see him again. 16 off 39, although he did get a horrible LBW ball that just shuffled on the ground.
England should have reviewed it again to keep him in.
Hetmyer made 32. Rutherford made 6 from 3 eventful balls. Shepherd made 48 from 28. That was the key innings late on. Hope 109 not out from 83. Joseph 2 not out from 2. 12 extras, too many wides as well, I suppose. 326 for 6 with 7 balls left. And great stuff. And a boost for West Indies cricket. Where does it leave English cricket, though?
Well, pretty much where we were, I think.
Still at the start of the reset.
Yeah, Sam Curran, if he'd bowled one more ball, could easily have gone for 100.
9.5 overs, no maidens, none for 98. Atkinson 2 for 62, bowled pretty well. Cast was a bit expensive as well, 9 overs, 1 for 73. Rayan bowled well, perhaps over-reliant on the googly, but 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 40. Livingston bowled pretty well, his mixture of leggies and offies. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50.
I thought Rayan Ahmed bowled really well.
I thought he was exceptional today. 10 overs, what was it, 2 for 40? He
Yep.
bowled the 1 maiden in the entire game, I think. He looked up and about, mate. And
why the Australian accent?
Because I just hate that phrase, up and about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been using it a lot.
Well, England have to come back to Antigua on Wednesday now in a day-night match to level the series at 1-1 before they move on to Barbados.
No, we think it's a day match.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
I've got it down as being starting at 5:30.
Well, no, that's what it was, but on CricBuzz it said 2 o'clock.
Oh, don't believe them.
I believe them over Cricinfo.
Well, I'm not sure where I saw that it was going to be 5:30. I
No, it
wouldn't
was
mind if it isn't
definitely
5:30.
originally 5:30, and it makes more sense. Don't know why they play a day-night game, so it ends 2 in the morning here. Anyway, a few more tweets. Josie Oak, I refer to my previous tweet. Current is shit. Maybe he's really shit. Hombre Nuevo also drank a lot of red wine today, so great fun listening to you all.
Hurrah!
Thanks again as always. Anand is happy. He says, wow, simply wow. With the pitch playing the way it was in the middle overs, did not expect this result. Wonderful from Hope. Top class innings. And we've got a couple more. Jersey Jingler. Back in the day, my father-in-law received a threatening letter from the Unabomber. Thankfully, no explosives were contained.
Why are we talking about the Unabomber?
Because
you look like
you look like the
Yes.
You!
What?
In your hoodie and your
okay.
stubble.
All right.
The game could do with some more explosive batting. Well, it got it. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Take a bow, Shy Hope. A beast in ODIs, a skipper's knock, a solid base of 50, and then accelerated towards 100.
Yeah.
Spangly Side just says FFS Curran.
Not everyone's most popular player at the moment, is he? Sammy Curran. Now we can tell you that the bear has made his presence known. He started to do things from deep remotely, which means that we've got to say goodbye. And, well, let's face it, we're ready to do that, aren't we?
God, has been for a while.
God
yeah.
for that, has been for a while.
At least it was exciting at the end.
It was.
And well done, the West Indies, for turning that round.
Didn't mean that we
Great
had to
game
sit
in the end,
here
wasn't
and
it was a good game.
All right, well, we'll be back on Wednesday at whatever time. Make sure you check times.
Check listings.
Listings in various places.
Yep.
And if they confer, we'll see you at either 1:30 or 5:30 on Wednesday.
All right.
Good night, otherwise, from us all.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, 'cause you know we're not